No one should have to throw away the sewing machine that their grandma taught them how to sew on. Those memories are priceless. Our family-owned business started in 1997 and has since grown to amass one of the largest inventories for sewing machine parts. Say goodbye to the big box sewing stores where you wander the aisles with unanswered questions. Our customer support is an extension of your sewing room, ready to help you with all of your sewing needs. Our consistently released tutorials help you master your craft. We're always sourcing new products that will help you sew straighter, more accurately, and with greater confidence. Whether you quilt, embroider, or sew your own clothing, we're here to empower your sewing journey. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 4. Sound off in the comments if you've been loving our SewCreative live event. We here at Sewing Parts Online are having a blast, I can tell you. We have got lots going on today. We've got 3 baby lock segments. Grace is going to be back showing some true cut products. Koala is going to be seen today, and so much more. Don't forget about our final giveaways. We got a little sneak peek over here. We've got I Need Fabric bundles that value over $3,500. We have lots more Floriani thread, 2 more Jukies, that baby lock triumph that we've been talking about that values over $7,500. So we've got much more in store for you. I just want to remind you to make sure to keep on commenting. If you're on Instagram or TikTok, please head over to our Facebook and our YouTube and comment there so you don't miss out getting entered into the giveaway. Also, give us a follow on Facebook and join our Facebook community group. We would love to have you over there. Remember, we have been given permission by our suppliers to offer special pricing for this event only. So we'll recap throughout the day all of the items for this week a little bit later on. You must call to get the deals. We've been talking about that as well. Just give us a call and we will give you that special pricing that we have for our SewCreative live event. And you don't want to miss out. We have really enjoyed seeing all the different types of machines. We have the Janome, Elna's, Eversewn, Unique, Juki, Baby Lock, of course, and now we're going to see even more Baby Lock. So joining us today is going to be Anna Avery Vaughn showing us some Baby Lock machines.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? I'm super excited.
I'm so glad to have you here. We are excited to see some Baby Lock machines this morning.
Yes, and I've got 2 fabulous machines I'm going to be showing, the Brilliant and the Flair, and they're both a lot of fun. So hold on to your horses. Here we go.
Wonderful. Well, we'll let you take it away, Anna.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing great today. My name is Anna Avery Vaughn. I am a national baby lock educator, and I'm here today to show you some fabulous machines. I have been a baby lock educator for about 3 years now and traveled teaching and sewing and embroidery for the past 10. So I have completely fallen in love with the baby lock line, so I decided to join in with them because I get to show you all the amazing things that they do. So yeah, let's get started. Today we're going to go over and show you the Baby Lock Brilliance and the Baby Lock Flair. If you're looking for 2 machines that are perfect in size and perfect in price, this is going to be the machines for you. They're chock full of great aspects. I'm sorry, I'm blanking out a little bit, but let's just get to it, right? So, thank you for the walls on the project, absolutely. So, this morning, I'm going to start off showing you the Flair and, excuse me, the Brilliant, and then we're going to jump to the Flair. So what is the Brilliant? The Brilliant is a regular sewing machine. It's not a combination embroidery, but it's a sewing machine. So what can you do with that? You can quilt, you can make garments, you can do home decor. You've got so many options. As you can see, I love to sew, so I love to use the Brilliant for really great projects because I can do anything. It has an 8.5, excuse me, an 8 and an 8-inch throat. So it's big enough for quilts, it's big enough for home dec, and it's big enough for garments. It has 190 different stitches, and it also has one-step buttonholes, an advanced needle threader. It even has that never miss little cutting button, which is my favorite. I will not buy a machine unless it has scissors on it. So I'll go ahead and switch over and let's get started talking about the Brilliant. When we're done with that, we're going to jump over to the Flair, and I'm going to show you some really fun embroidery. Yay! I don't use StreamYard a lot, so give me just a second. I just got to figure out how to switch over. There we go. Okay. So right now we are looking at the Baby Lock Brilliant. I've just got to adjust my camera. There we go. Now I can see. Hi. Look how beautiful and sweet this little machine is. It is so much fun. It is it's not a mechanical, it is computerized, so you definitely have the ease of use when it comes to finding your stitches or just navigating the machine. You have an LED screen, which is really nice, so we know exactly where we're at all times. We have tons of different feet, and let's zoom in and take a look at those feet. So this is what you're going to get with your machine here. And look, there's a walking foot. I love when my machines come with a walking foot because I am a quilter and I absolutely need this foot to make my quilting successful. It also comes with a 1/4-inch foot with a guide, my all-time favorite foot as a quilter. You've got your free motion feet. For garment makers, you've got your blind hem. We even have our one-step buttonholes, which I will go over and show you how easy they are to do. We even have one of my other favorite feet, the button sew on. Yes, I said it, button sew on feet. So exciting. So you've got all these great feet, and of course your zipper feet and all that, but you have all these great feet, even a Teflon foot. To make your sewing experience so much easier. So I love that we have all that we need right here. And I'm just going to scoop these off right here because we have a great also little compartment. And you can see how good that size of that throat is right here. So that way, if I'm quilting or doing large home dec projects, I have tons of room. So in here, let's show you. I have this great little compartment on my accessory arm to store my feet. And I love this part. This right here is, look at that. Isn't that cool? Love this. Now this is the buttonhole foot that I'm going to talk about. So I'll go ahead and pull that out. But it ranges from everything. All the feet range from everything from general sewing all the way up to quilting, all the way up to home dec. Now, when we're looking at the machine as a whole, and sorry, let's get some better lighting on that. There we go. If we're looking at the machine as a whole, isn't that holder awesome? You can see that when I zoom up and I lift the lid right here, these are all my stitches. So everything's at my fingertips. I don't have to pull out a manual to find my stitches. They're all right here. And can you see how many stitches there are? Like I said, there's 190 plus you have, which is harder to see right here, but you do have some lettering options as well, which is a lot of fun if you want to add labels to your garments or labels to your quilts. It's super easy to use because you do have that programmable memory in the machine. Another fun feature that like I said earlier, I cannot live without with it when I purchase a new machine is this little guy right here. These are the automatic scissors, and those are great. So I don't have to, which, it doesn't matter if you have to take and cut or have a pair of scissors nearby, but it's so much fun to have this little button here. You have automatic needle drop, your reverse, you have this great drop-in bobbin, and I'm just going to pop this open. Now, a lot of machines, and especially when we're starting to sew, we are used to the front loading bobbin. But with the baby locks, we have this great drop-in bobbin, and it's so easy to do. So you just pop this up, pull this out, and there you go. You can just slip it right in and you're done. It makes everything so much easier and so much quicker. I absolutely love that feature. Now the other thing, let's see if I can, let's make that a little bit better lighting there. The other thing is on the side of the machine, I'm going to drop the foot. On the side of the machine, I have a little button. And all I have to do is once I'm pulling that, can you see that come around? That is our needle threader. And what's so nice about that is, let me get a little bit of a tail here. All I have to do is guide my thread through a certain little area right in here. And watch this. I am threaded. So this is great if you are having a hard time seeing the eye of the needle, which I always have. You can see when you see me again, I wear glasses. So this makes it so much easier to thread my needle, and it's never miss every time. So that's a great feature. So there's so many great features on the machine that I wanted to kind of show you how it sews. Because I think that's really important that you get an idea of how beautifully it sews. And I also want to show you the one-step buttonholes. Again, we can free motion, we can pretty much do anything. But let me show you how easy it is to navigate the screen here. Oh yeah, and that's another one. I was just looking at the comments here. The lighting. The lighting is, these are LED lights. You can see I'm touching everything and I'm not going to, accidentally burn my hand or anything like that. But the lighting is fantastic on this machine. You can see everything so clearly. All right, so we're back at our little area right here where we can see the screen here, or the area where we're going to select our different stitches. And what we have is we have our selection right here that starts from 1 to 0. But if I wanted to use some of those stitches that I showed you up on the lid, they're really easy to find. All you have to do is select these little guys right here, and it's going to give me little folders. And once I hit the folder that corresponds with the stitches on the lid, all I have to do is type in a number, and look, it shows me the stitch right there. So that's a satin stitch. I'm going to go back to our just normal straight stitch for right now. Now I do have left position stitches, and I have center position stitches. I do have with the center, well, with both of them, they will lock the stitches beforehand, or I can turn that off if I'd like. I also have our normal zigzags, a triple stitch, our, buttonholes, garment stitches, decorative stitches, anything that I really want to have a lot of fun and be successful. I also have these buttons right here. Let me zoom in, and I'm sorry that lighting is really bad. I just took a look over at my camera here. All right, there we go. That's better. I also have these great stitches right here. So what these do is I can select these I said stitches, these buttons. I can select these buttons right here, and I can kind of program my machine to, when I stop stitching, I can have it do a back stitch and then cut the thread automatically. So I don't have to worry about reaching up and pushing buttons. So let's go ahead and turn those on so I can kind of show you what's going to happen with that. Now, the machine also does come with a knee lift, which is fantastic if you're going to be turning corners or if you are going to be chain piecing and doing all that. And what a knee lift does is it will, once your needle is down, it will raise the foot so you're able to pivot. So it'll act just like this. So you can turn and pivot. They're really helpful and they're just fantastic accessories to have. So, okay, I'm just going to start stitching right now. And I'll do a little back stitch at the beginning here. And of course, I do have control over speed. At the highest speed, I can go 850 stitches per minute. Yep. All I'm going to do is push a button. Look, my hands are free. And what I had set it to do is to back stitch and then cut the thread for me. Isn't that awesome? So again, let me show you how easy that was. All I'm going to do is, when I'm getting towards the end of my stitch, is press the reverse button. So I'm going to start here and I'm going to reverse it myself. But when I get again to the end of the stitch, see how quiet it is and beautiful the stitches are? I just tapped that reverse button. It reversed it for me and then cut the threads. So you have some options along with this. So let me get that a little bit more focused in, and look how beautiful those stitches are. Now, a lot of time when we are sewing, we like to add a little bit of decoration. So I love decorative stitches. I will use those religiously. I absolutely love them. So what I'm going to do is just come over here, back to my screen, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to select a decorative stitch. So all I have to do is, if I'm at my regular straight stitch, is there's a little button with a leaf. And if you were to look at your lid, you have 3 different folders. Actually, you have 4 different folders of stitches. 5 if you include the alphabets. But what they show me is that if I tap this leaf and watch the screen, it had the little leaf and it had number 1. That is my first grouping of decorative stitches. There's like your blind I said blind hem, excuse me, your blanket stitch. There's all kind of fun stuff. But I'm going to select number 23. And look, it's this darling little heart. So let's see what happens when I stitch that. I'll just reach in. You can also program your stitches, which means that you can save, let's say you are a quilter and you love to always use a, I don't know, a 2.0 stitch length. You can program that in the machine. Look, I'm pressing that special button again. Program that in the machine to use over and over and over again. Look how cute. Isn't that sweet? So it always stitches perfectly. I mean, I know I'm a little biased, but oh my God, I love this. Let's do a little bit more of a detailed one. There is a little bee, and I love bees. So let's see how this one stitches out. And then what I want to show you is how easy it is to change a stitch width and stitch length. Oops, that was a little too fast. But you can see that I don't have to help the machine along. It does everything. I'm just here to guide it. It's so powerful that all I have to do is be the guider. I don't need to help it along. And I'm going to press that special button again. Lift up. And look how sweet those little bees are. Aren't those darling? So yes, use your decorative stitches. They are there. They are fun. And you can really embellish different projects with your decorative stitches. Don't be afraid of them. I'm always going to say to you, make sure you test them out first, because you can manipulate some of those decorative stitches, just like you can manipulate your stitch length and your stitch width for a straight stitch or a zigzag or anything like that. You can really play and have a lot of fun with it. Now, let me go back over to the screen. Speaking of stitch length and stitch width, let me show you how easy it is. I'm just going to get us back to the normal and turn these off because I know that little blue light's a little bit bright. There we go. There we go. I think I got her nice and set. Let me show you how easy it is to change your stitch length and width. So what's really nice about this is everything's up front on the screen and everything's up front on your little panel right here. So right here is your stitch width and here's your stitch length. So in order to change that, all I've got to do is come in and change it from here. Again, my stitch length. All I got to do is come in and change it from here. So I've got all kind of options there. Now, when I am on my straight stitch, I can use my stitch width because we have a zigzag button, but I can use my stitch width to move my needle over, which is really, really nice. So sometimes we need to just scooch our needle over a little bit, especially if you're going to be doing like a scant 1/4 inch, or if you're doing any type of quilting and you just want to move that needle over just a little bit, you've got some options right here. So that's a great feature. Again, we do have speed control, so you can go in and zoom. If you are a fast sewer, you can go super fast. Or if you're like me, I kind of stick around in the middle. But what's really great about this is if you're going to be teaching children, you can, or someone who is a new sewer, you can always take that and move it down so you are on a slower speed there. And especially if you're working with tricky threads, I love to move my speed down a little bit slower, especially with like metallics or slippery threads or even like monofilaments. So in a nutshell, this is what the Brilliant can do for you. It's a great machine, especially if you are experienced, if you are a novice, you're just going to absolutely love this machine. But think about this as well. If you are one who loves to go to retreats or go to classes a lot, this is a great machine as well because number one, you still have that large throat to do your regular sewing projects, but you also, it is a little bit lighter weight, so it's easier to take it around to different places, again, to like retreats or to your classes. It's a great machine for that. Now, what I did want to make sure I showed you is how easy it is to put buttonholes in. And again, this is like, I like to call it like a one-step buttonhole because it's so super easy. So let's start out by selecting a buttonhole on our screen here. And I'm just going to look up top here, and I know you can't see that very well, but if I look up top here, right at this area are my buttonholes. And I even, again, have a button sew on feature, which is so much fun. I don't think I've hand sewn a button in a very long time since I've been working on baby locks because I love the button sew on feature. But our buttonholes are, you're going to have your basic ones, you're going to have your rounded end ones, you're going to have a bunch of options there. You even have some darning selections if you so choose to darn. So I'm just going to select our most traditional one, and that's going to be on my screen, number 60. Okay, and it's going to go ahead and set everything for me. And all I have to do is come right over here, and let me show you how easy it is to change the feet. There we go. All I have to do is reach in the back here. There's a little button, and my foot comes right off. And now if I grab my buttonhole foot, I've just got to remember which way it goes, but it's really easy because it basically tells you which way the foot's going to go. It has a little letter on it. I'm going to come in here and lift my shank just a little bit, and then I can drop my foot directly on top of that. How easy was that? Now, I have a little lever in the back. Let's get a little bit closer and in a little bit deeper so you can see. I have a little bit of a lever on the back. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Measure my button. So I'm just going to open this up. Let's pretend like we measured our button. And all I have to do is grab this little lever right here. And I'm going to put it behind this little bitty piece right here. And now all I have to do is, if I were marked, and normally what I do with buttonholes is I mark where I'm going to set them, and then all I have to do is sew now. Now, a lot of people will take their foot out, or excuse me, unplug their foot and sew that way. I like to use my foot. So here we go. I like to drop my needle first. It's just a thing that I do. And now I'm going to buttonhole lever. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Did I hit the wrong did I hit the wrong button? Probably. There we go. I got it. There we go. Right there. Okay. So I've got my lever down, and now I'm just going to start sewing. Let me get this little thread out of the way. And what's going to happen is the lever is going to touch back to the spot where the buttonhole, or excuse me, the button size ends. And it's just going to stitch the shape of the buttonhole and the size perfectly to what I need it to be. Now what I'm going to do is reach in here and just grab this thread, because you know, as sewers, little threads drive us crazy. There we go. Look how beautiful that is. Beautiful, easy, and it stops. Use my scissors, and there's my buttonhole. Now what's great about that is because now it is set, all I have to do is come back here and start my next buttonhole. And they're all going to be the exact same size. And again, all I have to do is guide the fabric. I don't need to help it along because the machine does all the work for me, which I love. And again, I love how smooth and quiet it is. It's really great. All right, and you can see here, that's my first one. Here's my second one. Oh, I'm sorry, there's my second one. It's perfect every time. Love it. So what I'd like to do now is switch over the camera and show you some samples because it is so much fun. All right. Again, I don't use StreamYard much, so let's see. There I am. I am back. Okay, hello. Okay. All right. So let me show you. Let's put that down so I don't. Let me show you a few things that I just love to do on the Brilliant. I mean, it really is brilliant, huh? Yeah, yeah, brilliant. And again, there's so much you can do. Now, this little guy, I'm going to start off with this, and we're going to talk about embroidery for a second. But think about all you can make. You can make quilts, you can make handbags, you can make, like I said, home deck pillows, quilts, anything, garments. This is a little garment that I am not a garment maker, but I'm so proud of myself that I have a little dress. Do I have a little girl? No, but I really wanted to make one. But look how pretty. So piping is super easy on the machine. Just regular, I don't even know. I'm not a garment maker. I don't know the right terms for this, but it's super easy on the machine. So I'm very proud of that because I don't make garments. And like I said, that's the only garment I've ever made. So that's a children's corner pattern, by the way. So here's just a little zipper bag I made. And of course, we're going to talk about embroidery in a moment, but you have so many options of things you can do, especially if you're a new sewer. I say jump right in, take all the classes, look at all the videos, watch everything you can, learn from your friends, jump right in, and you're going to have so much fun. But what other stuff can we do? So here's a great, and speaking of quilting, with the walking foot, with straight line quilting, you can really, really, really have a lot of fun. Now, this is a paper pieced hummingbird. But what I want you to really notice is not the hummingbird itself, but the quilting. So that is about a little over a 1/4 inch apart, crosshatch here. And you can really have a lot of fun. But look how beautiful on the baby lock machines your quilting can be. And it's so easy. So that's one little sample. And I have another zipper bag. Where's Tricia?
And I just wanted to pop on and let you know that I'm loving your examples and your demonstrations. It's so, so cool. We're all loving it.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. I have a lot of fun. I get excited, so I have a lot of fun. One more, and then we're going to jump over to embroidery. I'm going to show you that you can take towels and zhuzh them up a little bit. And here you can see you can add a little band of fabric and some cute rickrack and have a lot of fun. Now, with this one, I would use the walking foot just because if you're using a terry towel, that walking foot's really going to help bring those layers of fabric together. So, yes, I'm in Tallahassee, Florida, if you can't tell. So we love our college football. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to switch over to the Baby Lock Flair. This is a machine that's near and dear to my heart. I absolutely love this one. So give me a split second. I've just got to move the camera over and I'll be right back. So you're going to see me moving stuff over because my other camera isn't working right now. So
and I can say
a little bit unprofessional. But
don't worry at all. I can go over some special pricing while you switch over to the other machine.
Love it.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit. All right, so what a fantastic machine. That Brilliant was awesome. Let's take a look at some special pricing. All right, so that is normally $17.99 and we have it on sale for $9.99. We can beat that, you guys. You've been hearing it the last 3 days. We have special event pricing. You want to give customer service a call. Today's the last day. We are going to be offering some fantastic pricing. Excuse me. That 8 and 8 1/8 inch throat is totally worth it. You get all those 190 stitches, and I absolutely loved that one-step buttonhole. She totally took the fear out of buttonholes. I loved that demonstration. And also, that variegated thread was absolutely beautiful. I think we're going to have to ask what type she used. But give our customer service a call, and they will help you get your Brilliant. And it looks like she is ready, or just about, with the Baby Lock Flair, and we are going to see some awesome embroidery. Here we go.
Ready.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Fantastic.
All right, let's turn some lights off here. There we go. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the Baby Lock Flair. Now, what is the Baby Lock Flair? The Baby Lock Flair is an embroidery only machine. But the greatest thing about this is we see a lot of embroidery only machines out there, but this one has a very large hoop that's included, and which I absolutely love. It does come with a normal 5x7, and you can kind of see that here, which is great for almost everything. But if you're wanting to do larger projects, you're going to see that. Watch me see that. Look how it keeps going. It keeps going. Oh, there it is. So, and I'll show you these when we jump back over to my face here in just a moment, how big these hoops are. So now you can do those great big projects. I know a lot of people love like Kimber-Bell projects and all that, and we can do those larger designs with that. Here's one that is from Zandra Shaw. So this is a little bit bigger, too big for the 5x7, so you can jump, bring in big designs and do those, especially for in the hoop projects, which is like the number one thing I love to do is in the hoop projects. And you can see that with embroidery, we're not just limited to stitching a flat surface. So you can do things like freestanding lace. Can you see those little butterflies? Those were made in the hoop, what we call in the hoop. And if I get really excited about embroidery because there's so many things that we can do. Generally, when we are first embroidering, or when I used to work in a shop, the number one thing was when someone would come in, they would say, I want to do lettering, I want to do monograms. And I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Let me show you all you can do with an embroidery machine, because it's not just doing making labels, or it's not just adding a monogram. There's so much more. Did you know you can quilt in your hoop? Yes, you can do that. So I can talk about that a little bit, but let me show you a couple quick examples. One thing I get asked about a lot, and let's make that light a little bit better there, is how to work on linens. So you can embroider on linens, especially for the holidays or for new wedding gifts or anything like that, especially handkerchiefs, all that. You don't have to now take this to someone to do it. You can do it on your own. Isn't that lovely? This right here, this lettering and this little flourish are built right into the machine. The great thing about the Baby Lock machines to me is they have so many built-in fonts, designs, and everything that, yes, it's fun to go out there and purchase designs, but we really have a lot here built into our machine. Now this is, oh, there's that college football again. This is an in the hoop project that is designed by Kimber-Bell, and it is a mug rug. So we can make in the hoop projects. And if you're not sure what that is, take a look or do a little bit of research. That means we're basically building the whole entire project. This could be a bag, it could be almost anything, even the backing, directly in the hoop where we have to do no sewing. Isn't that fantastic? So for lettering and background quilting, there is some background quilting built into the Flair. We can, totally have fun with lettering, this is a cute little pillow I made. But if you're a quilter, labels. So this is completely made in the Flair. I brought nothing in. No lettering. All the lettering is built in. The frame, the little fun frame around it, it's built in. I can manipulate the letters to change different areas to be different colors. I can do whatever I want. That's the fun thing about embroidery, is you can really do whatever you want. Now that in connection with like Palette 11 software, where if you want to end up designing your own designs or digitizing, you can really, really open up the world to embroidery. So I have another example, and right here, let me show you this little guy. Now this is a little mug rug. This is kind of a class I teach to get you comfortable with using the Flair. And we used all the shapes in the Flair to build this in the hoop project. I did not give anyone any design files. I showed them how to completely design this themselves, because we have shapes in there. We have frames. We have all kind of stuff in there. So let me quickly show you here. You can see here. Oh, what's going on? Getting a little hung up there. The screen. And I'll tell you why I'm showing you the screen right now. There we go. It's because when we look at this, we have this great LED screen. So that means we can see everything so clearly. And what's really nice about the Baby Lock Flair is I can combine on screen. And what that means is I can bring in a picture of, or excuse me, an embroidery design of a flower, and I can put someone's name on top of it, and I can keep adding to that. And I love that option in the Baby Lock machines. So let's just kind of quickly look around and see what options we do have. So I have a few folders here. The first one is going to be a bunch of folders of beautiful built-in designs. So we can see we have a little leaf here. Can you see the leaf in the background? So it is fall time. So you can take this and just go make a beautiful pillow or table runner or whatever you want. So there's plenty of designs in there. And you know what? I was using this the other day. I'm going to turn off something. I have so many options in here that I can really, there we go. We can really see that design now, this beautiful leaf. So if I'm looking at these folders, there's this little fraction here. So that tells me how many pages there are of designs. So I can go through whatever I like and find whichever one I want. But remember, I have tons of them. Kids Corner. Kids designs are so popular because we love to make little things for children, don't we? Look at this little ladybug. So cute. But with the, I'm going to go back, with the upgrade from the Flourish to the Flair, we got some new bigger designs built in. So if I come to this little icon right here, I've got some gorgeous, oops, wrong button. I've got some gorgeous large designs. So one of my favorites is, and it's going to come in sideways. This is huge. This is 9 inches wide. Or you can see that this is like a little safari design. It has a, I don't know, is it a cheetah maybe? I'm not really good with animal names. But it has several of those, so I really want to make a really cute safari quilt with these designs. There's this great llama. Look how big that llama is. Baby llama drama, one of my favorites. I love how sweet these designs are, and they stitch out gorgeous. But another really fun things that they added to the Baby Lock Flair are all over quilting. So that means that I can quilt in the hoop. And quilting in the hoop is so easy. All I have to do, and I have I'll pull it up for you here in just a second. My quilt that I have hooped, here it is right here, in the Baby Lock magnetic 5x7 frame. I don't know if you probably can't see this very well, but I'm going to show you up close and personal. And all I have to do is slide it on there, stitch out that design, and then line it up to meet each other on the next stitch out. It's fantastic. So yeah, you can purchase designs to do that too. But since we have that new larger hoop, we can really take up less time quilting in the hoop. So we've got all those fun, beautiful designs to play with. I love that one. That one's gorgeous. The other thing that we have are these gorgeous large built-in fonts. So oh, that's not going to show up very well. Let's see. So you can see how big that is. This is 5 inches. So you could make towels or gifts for people with using just these fonts. But again, we do have our regular fonts in here. So if I wanted to make a phrase, put a name on something, do some monograms, it's super easy. Now watch this. And let me grab so my hands aren't in the way. Grab a little stylus here. So I can design on screen. That means I can move the fonts around, do whatever I want. I can do it from the screen itself or from the editing features itself. I can really play, and I can change the size. Now, with lettering, the built-in lettering, we can change the size pretty well, a big amount. But the thing that I get questions about with this machine is, can I change the size of a embroidery design? You can. You can make it 20% larger or 10% smaller. If you wanted to go any larger or smaller, you would definitely need digitizing software like Palette 11. But with this, I can bring in whatever I need to bring in using the fonts, whatever saying I want to, and then I can come in and add a design to it. So I have the possibility of designing something all on my own. I don't have to worry about stitching one thing out at a time. But let me show you the font here. I also have something that's called Font Edit. So if I brought that in and I decided that I didn't like the type of font that I chose, I have some options where I can come in and change the style of font. So you can see right there, pretty. Then I also can manipulate the fonts to curve around, curve upside down if I want to. I can put it on an angle. I can really have a lot of fun with this. So I can make it really curvy. But let's just do that right there. Now, can I add more to this? Absolutely. I can add as much on here as my screen allows, which means basically how full the hoop is. So I can rotate. So I really can manipulate anything I want to. Again, there's the size. I also have, if I go to here, I can trace what's in my hoop. So that means that let's slide that quilt on. And you're going to see this awesome hoop on here. This is, again, the 5x7 magnetic hoop, which I think everyone needs because it's so easy to use. And I'll explain what that means here in just a moment. Let me get this stuff out of the way. I have a special little button here. Now, you're going to want to purchase the U. Oh, it's telling me here. Let's do this because I've got the smaller hoop on. Let's delete the font and just bring this guy in the center. There we go. Now I can use this. I suggest purchasing the U plus foot. And what that is it puts a little bitty laser, it plugs in the back of your machine, and it puts a little bitty laser dot down on your fabric. So you're going to see that little bitty dot right there. And that helps me with perfect placement. Now what I'm going to do is select a button to trace the design so I know exactly where it's going to stitch. I love this feature, so I know exactly where it's going to stitch. And if I need to move it from there, I can. And you're going to see me move the design around. But what's, again, really great, I highly suggest, especially if you're a new embroiderer. And let me grab a piece of fabric to slide underneath there. Let's see if you can see that light a little bit better. Not so much, huh? It's harder to show on camera, but there is your little laser light right there, that little red dot. And that really helps with perfect placement. And yes, you do need this hoop. These hoops are amazing. It's a lot of fun and it's so easy, especially when you're doing quilting. But you know what? I've gotten to the point where I'm just using that hoop for a lot of different things because it's so easy and quick to use. So let's get that out of the way. All right. And then when I'm ready, I can just go to embroidery and it's got all my colors separated out. And I just hit the start button and I'm good to go. It's so much fun and so easy. Now, can I bring outside designs in? I certainly can. I can, let's see if I have one right here. I have a USB stick right here. It's super easy. So I'm just going to go to my home button. I'm going to go to my memory pocket and let's see if I have any. Oh, I don't have any on my USB, but that's okay. But what I want you to recognize is this little button right here. Look at this little button right here. What that is your Wi-Fi. And since I'm not quite sure how to, on StreamYard, switch my over to see my computer, there's a program that's called Design Database Transfer. And what that is basically it's a free program from BabyLock that you download to your computer. You can take your embroidery designs and wirelessly send them over to your machine. You see this little wireless button right here? So basically that's saying, hey, I'm ready to accept designs. It's a free program. The wireless is already built into your machine. We have tons of videos showing you how to use it, and it's so awesome. I have not used a USB stick in so long because all I have to do is open up my program, my free program, select a design, push a button, and it'll send it right over to my machine. It's so cool. So cool. All right. Let's do this. Oh, give me a split second. It's a one-man show over here, so. All right. And I'm just going to grab some samples so I can show you really all that you can do. And again, I want to show you that hoop up in person because we're getting close to time. All right. Thank y'all for being patient with me. This is kind of how I roll. I do a Sunday night live every week on Facebook, and I go over some really fun things with the BabyLock machines and all that. So I'd love to have you join me. Okay. All right. So again, hello, everybody. Thank you. Okay. The stylus does not come with the machine. Maybe, I'm not sure that Tricia might have something at the store that you guys can purchase. But stylus are great. It keeps your little fingerprints off. I love using stylus. They really do help because I can be a little heavy-handed. So this keeps me dainty. You cannot use your iPad, but that's a great question. You can't use for this program. It is a Windows-based program. Yeah. Okay. So let me just show you some fun stuff. Why not? So since we have, look at my fall pillow. That's using different fonts, and some of these I did build in palette. But remember, we have that large hoop that we can stitch out different lengths of designs. And then again, we have our little fonts, all that, but I did want to show you this one in a better view. So you can see that is freestanding. So if you're new to embroidery, it's fantastic. It's really fun. Here's a cute little project right here. So there's so many different things that you can do with your embroidery machine. It's not just for lettering and it's not just for monogramming. There's so much you can do. But I do want to show you that hoop really quickly. All right. So I've got my table runner, my gorgeous table runner, hooped, and I'm going to quilt all the way across. So it's easier when you have something like a magnetic hoop because we can leave the hoop on the machine, we can take off the magnets, and we can just move our quilt over. The magnets come off super easy. They're super easy to put on. It's just genius to me. I am in love. And this is the 5x7. And it's a perfect hoop for, and I'm just going to show you how quickly and easy they just snap right on and pop right off. I'm just using my fingers to pop right off and dropping them. Detail. So there are so many great things that you can hoop in this. I like to do almost everything in it. I mean, why not? I have it. It's here. Let's have some fun with it. So I'm sure Tricia has those or can get that for you. And again, this is the 5x7. They do not have a 6x10 for the Flair or 6x10 yet. I don't know if they will, but definitely the 5x7 is a perfect size, especially if you're going to be doing some in the hoop projects that are that size. All right. Okay. So again, I can do anything I want with my Brilliant and my Baby Lock Flair. They're a lot of fun. What's included with the machine? Okay, so what's included with the Baby Lock Flair is you get 2 hoops. You get the 5x7 and the 6x10. You get the templates that come along with it, and what those are they are grids to help you hoop. Also, of course, you get the module. You don't get the U plus foot. That is a special purchase right after, and I do suggest getting that. And then I suggest adding on at least 2 4x4 hoops. And why do I say that? A lot of times, or let me go back on that. 2 4x4 hoops if you're going to be doing a lot of lettering or monograms, especially around the holidays. You'll love having 2 of each hoop if you're going to be making multiple gifts. So I'm a girl that has too many hoops, but I love it because I can hoop one project, stitch it out, have the other one ready to go, slide it onto the machine. So that's what comes with the machine. I mean, besides your normal like bobbin thread, bobbins, your normal little accessories like, like screwdriver, seam ripper, cleaning brush, all that. And then all of those designs that are built in, all of those fonts that are built in, everything you need. Yeah, yay. So Tricia, I'm ready for you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That was wonderful. We really enjoyed both of those demonstrations. Thank you for answering those questions. Anything that anybody asked, I'm unfortunately not able to look them up right now, but if they're not on our website, then we will look and see if we can get them added for you and make sure that we post them in the chat. So keep asking questions, guys. That's absolutely wonderful. So yeah, Brian just said Friday Night Lives with Anna. We're going to check out your lives. You were fantastic.
It's Sunday.
Oh, Sunday.
Yeah. Yep. I can send out the information to you guys.
That's wonderful.
I do want to mention really quickly that earlier this week, and you guys make sure to support Sewing Parts Online, because earlier this week I ordered some of the R&K thread holders from you guys, and I'm so excited. I can't wait to get them. Yay! I'm so glad you had them. I was like looking around. I'm like, ooh, let me get a bunch of them.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, now we have to get the Floriani thread as well. If you've been watching the last couple of days, all of their beautiful Floriani embroidery thread, that 40 weight. Oh, before you head out, which thread were you using on that variegated thread? It was so
Oh,
pretty.
it is. This one is let me see which color it is. It is the sulky. This one is sulky 30 weight, and the color is 4031. Or it's
Awesome.
the 7334031. So I know I love when I'm sewing, their variegated threads are really nice. So,
Awesome. Well,
yeah.
thank you again, Anna. We really appreciate you joining us, and hopefully we'll have you back.
Oh, I'd love to come back. Thank you, everyone, and I hope y'all have a great rest of the So Creative Live.
Thank you.
Bye
Have a
bye.
great day, Anna. Bye-bye. All right. Country Colonial. The name of that thread is Country Colonial. So, so pretty. All right. So let's go over some special pricing, and let me get that overlay pulled up on the beautiful Flair and the Brilliant. Okay, we had already gone over the Brilliant, but let's take a peek at the Flair. So that normally retails for $3,999. You can see our sale price of the $1,999, but call us for special event pricing. So Creative Live pricing, remember this is day 4. So give us a call. We can help you out and get that awesome embroidery only machine. She did so many fun things. We got to see those beautiful examples. That was fabulous. Also, don't forget that we have that affordable financing if that's something that you're needing to do as well. So we have our next guest coming up. Oh, yes. Thank you, Brian. On my overlay, I'm going to pull that right back up here for a second. It shows out of stock. It is not out of stock. I had made those earlier before when we were getting ready for the event, excuse me. And so I just wanted to mention that we do have that in stock and it's ready to go for you. No waiting on that machine. Has all the beautiful features you can go through on our website. Also, down at the bottom, people were asking what's included. You'll see that when you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and that way you're able to get that answer right away, okay? All right, so without further ado, we are going to bring on our next guest. We're going to see some more baby lock machines. So welcome, Barb.
Hey, I'm so happy to be here, and I
Oh,
love
well,
baby
thank you.
locks. So,
Thank you so much for joining us. Do you mind introducing yourself and telling us what you're going to be showing us today?
you bet. My name is Barb Lewis, and I'm going to be showing you the Presto and the Ballad, both amazing machines. And baby lock, really, they know how to do it. But it looks like I've been watching you. You look like you know how to do it.
Wonderful. Well, Brian's over here saying, I love the ballad. So we are interested in
I do
seeing that
too.
Presto 2 in the ballad.
Okay. Sounds exciting. What I want to do first is show you how beautiful this machine is. We're going to start with the Presto. Look at that machine. This has 8.5 inches of throat space right there. You have so much room to work right there. And we need that room to work. We need to be able to have lots of room to put our projects in there because this will do free motion quilting. So if you're trying to quilt a project in there, you've got lots of space that you can move that thing over. And if you'll notice up in the lid, we have 100 stitches and 4 different fonts. Think of what you can do with that. And they are so easy to get to. It also will stitch at 850 stitches per minute. But here is one of the most amazing things. It has an automatic, no, excuse me, it's called the advanced needle threader. I've got the thread down through there, and all I have to do is put it up in that slot. It's threaded. You know, with my eyes, I have to have something that I don't have to worry about threading. That makes it so easy. But having all of this space right here, I really love. And then if you look over here on the screen, look at that screen. That screen is 2.4 times 1.3. That's how big that screen is. All right, so there's so much information on that screen that anything you want to know is right there. So let me go to a stitch. And I like the fact that Baby Lock likes to label their stitches. So that is a piecing stitch, and it's telling me right there that is piecing. Right up on the lid, it has a P by that stitch. That means it's a piecing. When you see a Q, that stands for quilting. And then you also have some stretch stitches or overlock stitches that you can do right inside your machine. Now, right here in the tray, this handy little tray, look at all the feet that I have right there at my fingertips. I don't have to even go search through a box to find them. They're right there. If I want to switch to my R foot or my G foot or my N foot, it's right there. And there's plenty of space for other things if I want to have it in there. There's also another tray in the back, and that might be where you want to put those M&Ms, right? Okay, that's so you can't really get to them really easy. At least that is the way it is for me. One thing I want to point out right here on the screen is that I have a thread cutter. So this is a wonderful addition on these lower model machines, a thread cutter. Why wouldn't you want a thread cutter? And you got your needle up, needle down. You can even push this button right here to sew with if you don't want to plug in your foot. Maybe you get to a quilt retreat and you forgot your foot pedal. Then what do? Well, no worries. You can still sew. All you have to do, and I'm going to show you right now. Let me show you how that works. I have unplugged my foot. I'm going to put that down and look. It is going to sew for me. And maybe I don't want to sew very fast. I have speed control right here. I'm going to stop, hit my thread cutters, and right there. And the nice thing about that thread cutter is that it will pull the threads to the back and trim them off. So you don't have to worry about all those threads on the front of your machine. I think that is really a great bonus. And did you notice how quiet it was? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, right? You cannot hear this thing run. It is so quiet. I love that about it. But one thing I want to show you today is something kind of exciting. Remember all those drop-on or those snap-on pressure feet? I have one right here for the buttonhole. I'm going to sew a buttonhole for you. Let me get that guy on there. Oh, wait a minute. Did you notice? I have the button in the buttonhole foot. That means it's going to be a perfect buttonhole. It's going to match that button just exactly where it needs to be. All right, I am almost ready to sew a buttonhole. All I have to do is choose a buttonhole. So I'm going to go to number 51. Do you see how easy it is to move back and forth between different stitches? Really easy. And there I go. Let me double check my numbers here. I need those glasses, I tell you. I'm going to go to 61. All right. Now this buttonhole is going to sew right there. I'm not even going to plug my foot back in. There I go. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I can. See how quiet that is? And it's sewing me a buttonhole that's perfect for that button that I just put in. And notice it stops. It's finished. I'm going to press my thread cutter and I'm going to slide that out of there. And there's my buttonhole. Let me take that foot off of there. And you can see that that buttonhole is going to match that button perfectly. It's kind of hard to see right there, isn't it? Let me pull that out. There I go. There's my buttonhole and there is my button. That is going to be just perfect. This machine also, with its wonderful glory that it has, because, you know, this is a great machine. It is small enough you could take to a retreat with you, And yet it does all those things that the fancy machines do. It's got that thread cutter. It's got all the display over here telling you what foot you should have on, what stitch you're going to do. It also allows you to change the length and the width of your stitch. And you right there you have automatic thread cutter and automatic, excuse me. It also has, excuse me for that, had an interruption there. You can do automatic thread cutter right there. So when you finish your stitch, it will automatically cut your thread and reinforce it if that's what you want it to do. And it has so many stitches. I really, really love it. Okay, let me put this back in. I want to show you another trick I can do with this machine. And I really call it a trick because that's kind of what it is. I'm going to go to just a regular stitch. And I've just got it in a regular stitch. It's going to tell me what foot to have on, what the stitch is like, and it's going to be the perfect stitch for whatever I want. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase my length right here to the longest length I can get. And I'm going to increase my tension. You didn't even know that tension was up there, did you? And people are afraid to adjust their tensions, but you don't have to be afraid. All right. Now I'm going to have my width, or my speed at about medium. And once again, I'm just using this button on the front. And look what it does. I have me a cute little gather right there. You see how that gathers? I can gather with this machine. I can also do free motion quilting. Isn't that great? Free motion quilting, I just have to drop the feed dogs and I am free motion quilting right there. All right, but I have a lot more things to show on the other machine because it will do all of this, plus you are really going to love it. But remember, this one is very lightweight. You can carry anywhere with you. It is a great companion, great companion. I love this machine. All right, I'm going to head on over to the Ballad. I have to tell you, this was the first machine from Baby Lock that I purchased. And I'm going to show you the whole reason why I bought this machine. There was only one reason why I did. You know, I showed you that great advanced needle threader over there on the Presto, but wait till you see this. All right. I'm going to raise my foot there. Here I've got my thread in there, and I'm just going to put it up through the channels. And this is quite a reach for me. All right, are you ready? It's up through the channels. And all I'm going to do is push this one button right there. That is it. Now it is threaded. Do you want to see that again? Oh, I could do this all day. All right, and I'm just going to wipe it across the thread cutter back there. I'm going to push this one button, and I really just watch it. That is, to me, that is one of the most amazing things ever. Because, you know, my eyes are not getting any younger. And I want to be able to sew until forever. I want to sew forever for sure. And once again, this machine has this great little tray down in here. Has all the feet that I want to have easy access to. And maybe you didn't even know. Remember how just a minute ago we did the buttonhole? Well, this right here has a button attacher. Let me show you how that works. It's kind of a different foot. I kind of like it though. All I do is I put the button in between. It holds the button, and I'm going to put it on there, and I will sew that button on. It's that easy. And that foot is right there for me to get to. And of course, here's my zipper foot. And I have many of the other feet that I would most commonly use, like my blind hem foot, my overcasting foot, and my R foot. And my R foot is the one I'm going to be do decorative stitches with. And those are all really wonderful feet. Now, this one comes with 13 snap-on feet, but I'm going to talk to you in a few minutes about all the feet you can get with this machine, because there are many. There's not just 13, even though 13 is what you have. Now, I told you this is the whole reason I bought this machine was because of that needle threader. And you know what? After I bought it, I would just get up in the night and just stroke the lid. I think, oh, what a beautiful machine this is, because this one really is a deluxe machine. And you know, I talked about the other one, the Presto, as being really lightweight. You could carry it to all of your retreats. This one's not bad. This one is not bad at all. It's pretty easy to carry around. So if you wanted to go to your retreat and not miss out on any of the wonderful features you'll get with this, you can do it. All right, so I have my thread cutter right here. I have my foot up, foot down. This one, I really can't live with that. I love it. Have my thread cutters, needle up, needle down, reinforcement, reverse stitch, and there again is the button that I can sew with if I want to unplug my foot, and I can do that. This right here, and I didn't mention on the Presto will do this too. This is my speed control, but what if I don't want it to be a speed control? Let me show you what I can do with that, because this is really kind of cool. I'm going to go to my settings page. And look for the one that tells me that is now my width control. Do you want to see what that does? Because this is amazing. Okay, I've changed this now to my width control, and you can see when I move this around, this machine does everything. I have to tell you, it really does everything. It now moves my needle instead of adjusts my speed. All right, I'm going to go into a zigzag right there. I'm going to put my foot down because I can. I'm going to move it up a little bit more. And now I've got it on pretty wide. But while I'm stitching, if I want, I can make it smaller or wider or smaller. Okay, let's see what we've got there. Look at that. Do you see how I went wide and small and wide again? That's what that button will do. That is amazing. Okay, I'm going to go back so I don't forget. But even down here on the screen, it's telling me, don't forget, you've got your width control on instead of your speed control. So I'm going to change that back, because most often I'm going to have it on my speed control. Not that I'm going to go slow, I tell you. I've got that on full blast. All right, let me show you some other things that this machine will do, because I love it. It has 5 different tabs right over here telling me that I can have 5 different choices of things to do. So the first window, I'm going to have just my regular utility stitches, and then I'm going to go into some heavier stitches, some more decorative stitches, plus you'll find the blind hem stitch right there. Then in the third window, I've got all those buttonholes. Remember the buttonhole I showed you on the Presto? This has that buttonhole and more. And within that same tab, I have the part where I can sew on a button. That is amazing to me. But here is an exciting window. This one has directional sewing. Now, if I took this off, which I can, I'll snap it off here. And if I put on, say, I needed to sew a sleeve, something on a sleeve, so I can get the sleeve on there, but I need to reinforce something. And I can't turn the sleeve around because it's stuck right on here. Or maybe a pant leg, right? You're trying to sew a patch on a pant leg, and you can get it on, but you can't move it around. And yet, how are you going to sew it, right? Well, we've got you covered here. I'm going to put my foot down. This is so easy to get to. Right here, the directional sewing. I am going to sew a little teeny triangle. Well, I'm going to make it big for you guys. I'm going to sew a triangle. Watch this machine do its business. Whoops, I think our bobbin has disconnected here. 1 second. Let me make sure what's going on down there. That's how easy this is, because we have a drop-in bobbin up here that makes it so easy to get to. I'm just going to make sure that she's ready to go. See how easy that was? It is definitely that easy. Whoops. My little tray didn't get connected on well enough. All right. So first of all, I think we'll go to a quilting stitch to make sure that we're okay. All right. 1 second here. Time out. Time out. Oh, you know what I didn't mention also? Over here on the screen, I want to mention this before I forget. Right here on the screen, let me get this in a light that you can see. It is telling me what stitch I have and what the stitch is going to look like right there in front of me. I don't even have to worry or wonder what it is. It is telling me what foot to have on and all of these options I have. So I can go up into this window and I can scroll down. It also has a touch screen, by the way, and it comes with this handy stylus. If you want to scroll down and look at things, you can. I'll put that guy away for right now. But right there at the bottom of that window, I have my P stitches and my Q stitches. Now remember, the P stitches are the ones for piecing, and the Q stitches are the ones for quilting. They just identify them so that you can find them easily. And also, if you'll notice up here, I have my regular stitches. That's a straight stitch right there. And that one has a length of 2.5. So that is a straight stitch, but I go down into my P stitches. It has automatically changed it to a length of 2. So it makes those adjustments for me so I have easy access and quick access to things. And like I say, in number 2 is a lot of the decorative stitches, and you'll find the hem stitches in there and the faggoting stitches. And number 3, you have all the buttonholes. Number 4 is the directional sewing. But number 5 is where I spend most of my time. Because remember the P stitches and the Q stitches in the first window? It brings them right to the top. And so now I have them right, easy access right at the top. All right, I'm going to put my tray back on. I like to sew with my tray much better than having it off. I like to have all that space. So guess how much space I have right here. Remember the Presto? The Presto had 8.3 in the throat. This one has 11¼ inches from the needle over to the side. Do you know how much stuff you can stuff in there? You could do a full-size quilt in there if you wanted to. Whether you're piecing or quilting, it's that easy to do. And to drop my feed dogs, now in the Presto, there's a little switch on the back of the machine to drop the feed dogs, which is great. I mean, I can drop my feed dogs, but look right here, one button. My feed dogs are down, and there I go. It's that easy. I also have an option of doing a mirror image, and we can show you some stitches there. I also have the option right here of having automatic tie-off, automatic foot coming up, and thread cutter, just that easy. I really like that about it. And let me show you another fun thing that it does. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to build a stitch. And I'm just randomly touching different decorative stitches. I've moved to my decorative window. I'll tell you about that more in a minute. But I'm going to add stitches. But darn it, I don't remember what it looks like. I don't remember what I've created. Well, look what I can do. I can go right here. I can see all of that stitch. And if it's longer than what I have there, I have the ability to scroll down and look at it. I like having that choice. I really do. Now, if I don't like one of those stitches, I have a delete button. I can delete. So I'm never stuck with something that I don't want to have. All right, let's go back into the utility stitches. And I like the way it asked me if I want to move along. I say, yeah, I do. All right, let's go right here. We have another choice. We can go twin needles. So let me touch that one. And do you see on the screen right there, I have 2 different lines. It might be a little hard for you to see because it is a small screen on my camera. But right there, I have 2 lines of stitching. It's telling me up here that I have the twin needle button touched because it's showing me twin needles. So I can put a twin needle in there. And up here, I have different areas where I can put spools of thread. Oh, by the way, I'll show you that in a minute, actually. So I have two areas that I can put a spool, and the thread will still go down here, but it will go into two different needles at the bottom. I have to remember, though, that I cannot use my needle threader if I'm going to use a twin needle, because of course it can't do two needles at once. All right, that is good to know, right? And then right here it is telling me my width, my length, and my left-right shift. And we're going to talk about tension. If you remember, we did tension on the Presto, how fun that was. But let me go into some of these. Oh, you know what? I'm going to tell you about this. Right up here, there's a lock. If I touch that lock, that means nothing down here can be touched. Nothing can be moved. I can't accidentally do something. But over here, all of those buttons work and I can still sew. So if you are sewing, maybe there's a child around you and they kind of get curious, right? They can't make any of the changes on your stitch. But for me, the nice thing about that is if I'm sewing along like this and I'm reaching for another piece of fabric to put down, if I'm chain piecing, then I don't accidentally touch the screen and change my stitch. I'm always going to have the same stitch. So I use this one quite often. I'll take that off. I'm going to take my twin needles off. Now it's showing me one needle up there. But if you had some twin needles in there, you can see that you can do a scallop, and how pretty that is. There's lots of different stitches that you can do with those twin needles. But of course, if you had a stitch on there that it won't do in a twin needle, it's going to tell you. So you can't really make a mistake because of course I can't do a buttonhole in the twin needles. All right, let's see where else we can go. Let's take that twin needle off right there. All right, let's go into the decorative stitches for just a minute. And it's always going to ask me if I want to delete that pattern. I'm going to say yes. And there I go. Now I'm in the decorative stitches. And there are so many different categories of decorative stitches. It's really kind of nice that I can choose anything in here and I can scroll down. I can combine. Let's see if we can pull one up that I really like. I'm going to delete that stitch. See how easy that was to delete? There are some really beautiful stitches. And now look at that stitch compared to the foot. If you can, let me see if I can angle that. Maybe you can see it at that angle without a glare on there. That stitch is really big. All right, let me see. I'm going to turn the machine around a little bit here. Do you see how quiet that is? It is so quiet, but 1 second here. It gives me signals. It says you need to check your thread up top. So I am going to check my thread. I like that it does not allow you to make mistakes. Okay, there's that never miss needle threader that I love so much. All right, I think we're ready to go. Let's see if we can go. Oh, it wants me to rethread my upper thread. I've got a little heavier thread in there and I'm not really happy with it. I might switch it out because I like to have just a nice regular thread. Let me see if this will go for me. And I like the way it just does not let you make mistakes. I like that. And you really can't hurt your machine Okay, I'm going to thread my needle right here. I'm going to turn it around here so you can watch it, because you know this, I love to watch this. There I go. I love that. All right, where were we? Oh, we were going to show you this really beautiful large stitch. There are some stitches on this that will be so big that you could actually like border a baby blanket or a table topper. And this is one of the bigger stitches. I really like it. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I can. You see how quiet that is? And I don't think you guys can get a good view of this. I'm going to tone my... I want you to see this beautiful stitch. I like how she said she lives in a condo and that nobody complains about her noisy machine. No, nobody's going to complain about this noisy machine because it is not noisy. All right, I think I've stitched enough of that. Look at that. Look at that stitch. Isn't that pretty? But I am now going to show you a giant stitch. Are you ready for this one? It is in the first window, and it is about down to, it's 6.171. This one is so big, I'm going to have to move Claire over there. You could do a whole border this way. And I know I'm going to run out of fabric on this one for sure. And all you have to do really is keep this fabric straight. And it's going to bounce around. You just have to... What's that?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Barb. I was going to type it out, but I'm like, I need to pop on. That's so cool.
Do you love the stitch?
Oh my gosh, I love it so much.
Well, let me finish it. You got to see it.
Oh, so cool.
And there is about 5 stitches that are just this big. Look at that. Do you see that? That is huge. That is a huge stitch. I love it. And you don't have to worry about it. The machine just does it. You don't have to worry about doing anything. You just kind of guide the fabric in. That is all you have to do. And I really, really like that. Okay, I think there was a few more things I wanted to show you over here. I'm going to switch back to the utility area. And there I am again. And I'm going to show you, of course, one of my very favorite things to do is that gathering. And once again, how easy that is to do. I'm just going to increase my length up to as high as it will go. And my tension, don't be afraid to touch your tensions. All right? Don't be afraid. Just going to put my foot down. And you know what? It's going to make a difference which fabric I have. So let me get a, okay. I'm trying to sew side saddle here. Do you know how hard that is? Side saddle is hard to sew. I'm stretching though, I'm reaching for it. This will make a difference of how thick your fabric is. And different fabrics and different threads will gather differently. So if you're doing a project, make sure you try it out and see what you've got first. All right, I'll try to get that out of the light. Do you see how beautiful that gather is? There's also a gathering foot that you can get that will lay a piece of fabric down on top that will not gather, and it will gather underneath. But I'm going to talk about the feet in just a minute. Let me see, what else have I missed here that I wanted to definitely show you? All right. Okay, I just don't want to miss anything. Oh, it comes with a knee lift. So if you've ever tried to use your machine and you needed a knee lift, you know what? When you need it, okay? It's not something you're going to use constantly, although some people do. But you've got the knee lift. It just plugs into the front of your machine right here. And when you push it over with your knee, it will raise the foot. That will come in really handy when you're doing applique or sewing with the hammer foot. There's another thing that comes with this machine. You don't have to purchase this separately. This is a large spool holder. Let me show you where that goes. I'm going to, and I hope you can kind of see, I can lift the lid of my machine right off. It's not hard to do. And then this guy just fits on in the same holes that your lid came off of. Let me motion you up there. Whoops. Did I lose you? No, I don't think I lost you. Did I lose you? Let me go back and come back in.
We can hear you. We just can't see you.
Okay. Then give me 1 second. I just pushed the wrong button.
No problem at all.
Sometimes I do that.
There's a lot to go over, right?
Okay.
Who else is in?
Okay. Oh. Let me have some.
There we go.
There I go. Oh, thank you. Thank you, camera. Sometimes I just count my lucky stars. Okay, right up here. And I was going to try and focus the camera up. Do you see how that is right up there at the top? There is that spool stand right here. So I usually keep 2 large spools up there, a black and a white, that I use all the time. And I just leave it up there. So that is my go-to. That's what I like to do. Then again, right here, you've got another spool stand and you have another spool stand. And right up here, you've got your bobbin winder. And do you know that this machine has 2 different motors? So you can wind a bobbin at the same time that you are sewing. You don't have to stop. You can sew right along. Okay, I kind of get lost, Flair. Where am I? All right. Oh, there is a wonderful thing that comes with this machine, and it doesn't come with all the machines. I'm going to lift it up from the floor here. It has a multi-function foot control, meaning you've got your speed right up here with your toe. That's always going to be a speed, but you have a choice back here on your heel tap. You've got a choice over here to do another thing. So you can cut your thread. You can do take 1 stitch. You can do a backup stitch. The only problem with me is that I had this on this side for a while, and I learned that that wasn't going to work for me. It might for you, but it didn't work for me because I would think that my foot was on the gas, and I would touch it and cut my thread every time. So I had to move my little side card to the right. But that's a choice. You can make it and go on the right or the left. But I really, really like that. And if you've ever worked with your sidecar, you're going to know that that is something you got to have all the time. Once you get used to it, it's kind of like your foot up, foot down. Once you have your foot up, foot down, and your thread cutter, you can't live without it at all. All right. Let me see where else I wanted to go with this. We've covered a lot of stuff. All right, it also comes with this. This is called the digital dual feed. Do you have a question?
That's actually exactly what I was going to ask, if you had the digital dual feed that you could show us. So
I've got it right here. I love this foot. Now, this is called the digital dual feed. It's kind of big and cumbersome. You think it's really not. Once you put this on your machine, what it does, it has feed dogs on the top besides on the bottom, because you'll always have the ones on the bottom. If you have a walking foot, it kind of hops along your fabric and it makes it so your fabrics feed through nicely. But if you've got your digital dual feed right here, it has a belt right here underneath that feeds your fabrics in smoothly. But if you don't want the belt engaged, you just turn that knob up. So you could leave this on your foot or on your machine all the time. It's really pretty cool. Belt down, then it's engaging with your fabric. So if you've ever tried to sew minky, 2 layers of minky, and you get to the end and you've got 2 inches of minky left over on one side, you won't have it with this. And it comes with this wonderful foot right here. but it also, you can get a stitch in the ditch or an open toe or even a 1/4-inch foot with a guide. That all, you can get all of those feet for this digital dual feed. And this one is the streamlined. In the machine I got previous to this one, mine was a little fatter. So this one is streamlined. See how skinny that guy is? That is a good feature. All right, there's another thing I want to show you, and I'm going to show you some samples of this later on. This is called, where can I put that? Right there. This is the gray bobbin case. This is the one that you are going to do Bobbin Works with. Do you know what Bobbin Works is? I'm going to show you some samples of Bobbin Works because it is amazing. It's where you've got thicker thread in your bobbin, meaning Bobbin Works, but this is the bobbin you'll need to use. And this machine comes with it. And you'll just thread just like normal. You're going to have, you don't want to use your thread cutters though, because you're going to, like a 12-weight thread you might use. And that means all of the action is on the bottom. So if you do a decorative stitch, then it's going to be beautiful on the back because you can't really use heavier threads in your needle, but you can in your bobbin. This one has preset tensions just for that, and I love that about it. All right, let me see what else in my little bag of goodies I have here. Okay, I do want to show you some free motion things going on here because they are so fun to do. All right, let me pull this back over here. Oh, I don't think we completed the directional sewing. So let me do that right now because I think that's amazing. All right, okay, I'm going to go to my directional sewing. And if you could see in this window right here, which I'm not sure that you can see with the glare, we have directions we can go. We can go at a diagonal. We can go straight. We can do a zigzag in the directional sewing. And it means that you can do some very, I'm going to try to do this side saddle again. It didn't work so well for me a minute ago. But now you can see that it is sewing a triangle. I'm going to sew a triangle anyway. Now, why would you want to sew a triangle? Well, there are different reasons you want to sew a triangle. And I'm going to go backwards. No, I'm going to go this way. If you were trying to reinforce a pocket, if you were trying to reinforce or even put a patch on, and you knew that you could not get that sleeve turned around, there, look at that. I had just sewn a triangle and I did not move a thing. I let the fabric move around inside the machine because the machine has it all figured out. I love that about this machine. That's one of my very favorite things to do. All right, I want to show you some of the applique features because this is a really wonderful thing that I think this machine does. Because I have my foot up, foot down right here, I can tell it I always want it to raise my foot. Well, I'm going to point you guys down a little bit more. I'm going to try not to push that button that I pushed a minute ago. Okay, because I want you to see what happens here. All right, I've simply got a circle here that I'm going to applique around. Now first I'm going to pick my applique stitch. And it's got a beautiful applique stitch, but of course I'm using this bright red thread, so it's not going to look so great to you, right? But I want to do an applique stitch, but I want to keep my hands right on the project because I need to be able to see where I'm going. So when I lift my foot up on the gas, my foot raises. I can adjust. My foot raises. Do you see how that works? That's called the pivoting feature. That's one of my very favorite things to do. There I go. I never have to take my hands off my project. One of my I just love that about it. So there I go. I was able to stitch around there. Now, if I had a star and I was doing points and going into there and I don't want to take my hands off, that is a great way to do it. All right, the next thing I want to do is I'm going to actually take this foot off. or maybe I'm not. When those feet come, when it comes from the factory like this, and this is a brand new machine, those feet are on there so tight. So I'm actually going to leave that foot on, but it comes with this free motion foot right here. And it's an open toe. It also comes with a closed toe, but I like the open toe because I like to see where I'm going. And all I have to do is drop my feed dogs. Do you remember this button over here I told you we had? You just drop it. It's that easy. And now when I put my foot down, I can move my fabric around in it. When I take it off, now it's snug again. Touch that, and I have free motion. I have my foot down and everything. All right, so what would I do that for if I wanted a free motion quilt? So I'm just going to do some little doodle applique around this little circle I have. And your tension is perfect. And I'm just doing doodlies on this. I'm just going to make this into a flower. And I'm going to show you some projects I've done with this too. All right, there I go. I had just done some doodle applique, free motion quilting, and it was that easy to do to drop my feed dogs. I know that some machines that you have to reach around, you have to move things, you have to take things off, but you don't on this one. It is simply one button. All right, now I want to go into I'm looking at my notes here. I don't want to forget anything. I want to remind you that the thing that Baby Lock has in their favor, really, I love this about Baby Lock, is that their education system is so wonderful. You can do so many things with their education. All right, so I want to show you a few samples that I have down here. I'll bring them around. So there is an attachment called the circular attachment. I'm going to move this that direction, sorry, that you can sew in a circle just like that. And it just attaches to your machine. And look at all the beautiful decorative stitches you can do with that circular attachment. Do you remember I talked about all the feet that you can get for this machine? You can. And I've sewn samples of all the different buttonholes. Now you're wondering, why do I need so many buttonholes? Because one would be for wool and one's going to be for silk. I mean, they're not going to be the same buttonhole. So you need to have a whole bunch of different buttonholes. And then right here, I have stitched out all the different feet that you can have. This has the blind hem. And once again, I use really dark thread so you can see it. I also have my overcasting stitch right there. And there's the adjustable bias binder. So you can put the ones that you buy in the store. So the bias in the store that you can just put that right on. And here's one that I have made myself. That's the bias binder. And then there's the braiding foot, the candle wicking foot. These are all feet you can get for your machine. There's a 3 cording foot. And there's the edge joining foot, the felling foot, the fringe foot. Did you know you could do fringe? Isn't that fun? What a great embellishment. And remember I told you that there is a gathering foot where you can attach and gather at the same time. So this was done in one stitch alone. All right, here's the hemmer foot. This is an important one to have your knee lift in, because you definitely need to have both hands on the project. And there's the open toe foot to put an applique on. Here's the pin tuck, the 5 groove. This is so fun to do. You'll do this with twin needles. Love that one. And then you can even put pearls or piping on with your machine. There's a foot for that. And there's the mini piping. So right there, I've got piping in there. You can put sequins on. Did you know you could put sequins on with your sewing machine? You don't have to hand stitch those. Wow. And this is a new foot that I have just recently discovered. It's called the quilt binding foot. This one is amazing because you can put that binding on your quilt with your machine and it just glides perfectly on and you'll get a perfect top stitch. It's that easy. And then right here, this is a kind of a scary looking foot. It's called the Ruffling Foot. But what it actually does is does pleats. It will do a ruffle, a really tight ruffle. But here I've done pleats, perfectly spaced pleats. And there again is the circular attachment. And you can see how it just sews in a circle. How do you sew in a circle on your machine? It's amazing. All right, let me show you some of the projects. When I talked about the Bobbin Works, here I have an example of Bobbin Works. So these are all decorative stitches, and I've crazy patched my fabric all together. And then I went back and I flipped my fabric upside down because you have to sew with the wrong side up. And this is Bobbin Works on the back. You cannot get that with your needle. You'll get the design, but you won't get that heavier stitch. And you can see how pretty that is. I like that. All right, here's an example of just using your decorative stitches. So this one is a Bobbin Works in my bobbin, heavier threads. This one you can see is with my needle, and they are not as heavy, but it's still beautiful. You've got some beautiful stitches in that machine. They are amazing. All right, here's an example of Doodle Applique right here. And this is using the free motion foot, and all you do, you drop your feed dogs and you just take that around. You can also do free motion quilting, but I kind of like the Doodle Applique. It looks a little more country. I really kind of like that. It's fun to do. I've also done the bottom. I've got different things in there that I've done. All right. So I want to recap what we've got here. I want to go back to the Presto, let you see how the Presto is. And if you have any questions on the Presto, I would love to answer them for you if I can. If there's something that I can answer for you quickly. Let's see if there's anything I missed that I did want to talk about. I don't think I did. So let me take you over here, let you look at the Presto one more time. Not me, Presto. All right. You almost want to say, Presto, there it is, right? There is the Presto. And she's a beauty of a machine. And if you remember, she's got some of the things, the qualities that you will find in the upper level machines. And that is the thread cutter. To have that thread cutter is just amazing. That will save you thread. It will save you time. It will save you hassles. And then you have all of the other features right there. You have all of your stitches right in the lid. So you can easy reference and you know what you're going to go to. It has many decorative stitches right over there. It's got a cute little alligator that is so cute. It's got a car. It's got flowers. It's got hearts. It has so many fun things. Then it has all those alphabets. Great things. You can make your quilt labels, right? Great addition. All right. And when we talked about the twin needles, this machine also does twin needles. I have an extra spool holder that will fit right on my bobbin case right there and feed down in, just like the other machine does. All right, and my tension is right up here, easy to get to. And then right there on my screen are all of the things that I need to get right my hands. So I've got all my stitches. I can move my needle up or down. I can change this button to a width control instead of a speed control right on my screen right there. I can also save my favorite stitches into memory. All right, let's swing back over here. Let's talk about this ballad again. And like I say, this was the first machine from Baby Lock that I fell in love with. And if you want to learn more about your machine, about these machines or any other Baby Lock machines, Baby Lock has the best education program out there. You will get a 60 days trial of the Love of Sewing, which is over 1,000 videos that you can watch on these machines and other machines. So you'll have it all. You can also follow me on Facebook, Barb's Sewing Buddies, or you can go to my website, and I have classes that will teach you all about your machine if you want to. And my website is sewwithbarb.com. Does anybody have any questions? I am reading, and I know that Sewing Parts Online has some great pricing on these machines, right?
We sure do. Thank you, Barb. That was absolutely wonderful. I wrote down a few notes on my paper here, but that directional sewing, the large stitches, and that push button for the dropping your feed dogs, I'm like, heart. I love that ballad.
I do too.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful demonstration. And we'll let you get ready for your demonstration that's coming later today at 3, right?
And I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Well, we'll see you in a few. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. She's going to be joining us again at 3 to show us a couple more awesome machines. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you the special pricing on both the Presto 2 and the Ballad. And then we're going to have some other guests. So let's go over the Presto 2 first. That one retails for $12.99.99, and the sale price is $7.99. But our SewCreative Live special event pricing is not displayed on the screen. Please give us a call. We are happy to help you get that machine for your sewing room. Also, the Ballad. We all know and love this Ballad now. There's so many cool things. Now I understand why Brian was over there going, this is an amazing machine. I love this machine. All right, that it normally retails for $6,499. Sale price is $4,999. But we can beat that. Give us a call. Our SewCreative Live special event pricing is going to amaze you. Today is the last day of our event, you guys. You want to take advantage of this, please give us a call. We are happy to help you add this to your sewing room. And up next, we've got, I believe it's Team JJ, if I remember correctly. Melinda said we call them Team JJ. It is going to be Jana and Jarek with Grace. If you want to pull them up. Hello, guys. Hi. Jana, welcome back. And we've got Jarek, if you want to say hi.
Hey, yeah, I'm Jarek, and you were right. Absolutely. We call ourselves the JJ team. Jana came up and coined that for us. So yeah, we just feel like we make a great little squad over here. So yeah, thanks for having us.
Well, thank you for joining us, and I'm going to let you show us some True Cut stuff.
Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. I'm so glad that we could come and be here on your last day. I was telling Jarek about all the fun we've had all week and all the things we've talked about and the amazing specials. And Jarek was sad that today's the last day.
Yeah, today's the last day. I'm really glad to be a part of it. I didn't really get to participate, in an earlier part of it, but I'm really glad to be here and be with you all here and be a part of it,
Yeah, so let's have everybody put a 2 in the comments so we can make that if you are sad that today is the last day for the event. Even though I heard pricing is going to go through till tomorrow.
A little bird told us that there's some pricing continuing on. So, even though the event's going to end, it is exciting that it's going on tomorrow as well for the pricing.
So don't worry, and you can always go back and watch everything. But
two.
Oh, I love that. Really excited. Mike is really excited. We have ready to show you today is our True Cut line. And I'm not sure however many people know about how True Cut got started. Mm-hmm. It's a super fantastic. Our owner came to a member of the sales team and said, hey, we need a True Cut or a cutting line that helps solve problems. Just like our frames and machines solve problems, we wanted just not another rotary cutter system. We wanted it to solve problems.
Because there was already a lot of them out there, and it's like, well, we don't really want to just create another cutting system because there's a lot of cutting systems out there. So we really wanted to, sit down and think about what are the problems that people have with their cutting experience. So True Cut really solves a lot of things, and you'll see when we go over this how it really is a great solution to some things that you might have been struggling with. Well, most likely have been. I feel like this is some pretty common things, common struggles.
I know when I'm cutting, one thing that is hard for me to do is I'm getting down to the end of those cuts is I tend to either veer to the right or to the left. So either I'm cutting the fabric wrong Which is awful because then you have to just cut it again and then use up that extra strip.
Absolutely.
Or I'm cutting over the top of my ruler and maybe my hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, cutting over to the right, you know, that's a little bit unfortunate. You're gonna give, you know, cut a little bit of extra of your fabric. But when we're accidentally cutting over to the left, you know, that's where we run into some real problems. I've heard a lot of stories, seen a lot of band-aids on fingers it shows. So this really helps prevent that. So.
Let's have everybody put a 3 in the comments if you've accidentally ever injured yourself with a rotary cutter.
I feel like we're gonna see a lot of 3s.
A lot of 3s.
You know, unfortunately, it's something that happens a lot.
Even if that, I know some people will accidentally leave. I was talking to one person and they said that the guide,
there they
come,
in.
333. They were at a class and they hadn't put the guide back on to help cover the cutter. So they were having a loose blade. And so they said they got fined $1 every time the instructor walked around and found that their cover wasn't on that blade anymore.
I think that's great. I think that's great.
Oh, so many 3s coming through. Oh, I love that one.
Someone's got a band-aid on now.
And I also like the save the fingers hashtag. That's amazing. Yep. So the first thing we want to talk about is how do you cut correctly so it's more easy, it's safer, it's accurate. That's what TrueCut is all about. So first we're going to talk about our rulers here. This is our 3x18 ruler. It's our thinnest and not necessarily shortest, but thinnest ruler. It's great for all-purpose stuff. And as you can see on the track here, there's a lip right on the edge. And so all our cutters have a little guide that goes right on that edge. So as you're rolling it along, you're not going to be coming off in any way. In fact, as I put this down and put my cutter on, if I try to go to the side, my ruler comes with me. It's not going to...
Yeah, it's not coming off
it's
there.
Not,
it's really
all
on there.
stuck, yeah. So that's the first piece is we have this guide here that connects to the cutter and the ruler together so that there's no veering off. I am going straight through. It's going to go right to the edge of my ruler.
Yeah, and let's just like show that again here real quick because I know, you know, that was pretty close up and we were showing you, but again, you know, this is going right onto there. There's a little piece you can see on here. There's a little guide and a little groove because some people are kind of like, how does that work? How does that really stay on there? And you can, just kind of like a train track, right, Jana?
That's
you know,
a great
that goes
explanation.
Right
yeah.
on there. And it doesn't come off, and it's easy to get on there too. You know, it's easy to, what I do is kind of, you know, come over from the side and rotate on, and then you're right on there, right lined up. There's no real question of, you know, am I going to veer off or not? Is this going to be straight? You know, especially Jana, when we're doing a lot of cutting and a lot of, you know, I know a lot of us out there, we really like to quilt and sew, and so we're always active doing this, and we don't want to get worn out. So, well, we are going to get worn out, but when we do, right, we don't want to start making mistakes, and that's
or
when
causing injury, right?
Causing injuries. So, this is really great.
Let's take some fabric here and cut to show how easy it is. So I'm going to put my cutter right on the line, and I'm going to take my guide off so it exposes my blade. And again, the trick that Jarek said to come over and make sure that my blade is on the right side and my guide is on the left. And then as I cut, I'm just easily able to go through. Oh, I didn't press down hard enough. Let me try that again. I was trying to be so example-y that I didn't actually pay attention to what I was doing. So I'm gonna cut through, there we go. Now, one thing about this ruler you'll notice is that it has holes. And people ask us all the time. Why does it have so many holes through it? You know, you would think that it would make it weaker, but actually it makes it stronger. I'm going to freak out all these people right now.
Whoa.
I know, right?
Like, you know, we are getting into October soon, so maybe this is like spooky, a little early Halloween.
So it's gonna give, it actually makes it stronger. It gives that the better, instead of being super rigid, because it's so much plastic all in there, it's got those holes which make it easier. Second, as I'm putting it down, I can have, not only am I holding the ruler, but I can hold the fabric down through the holes as well. So I have both of those options. And then lastly, I don't know if you can see this, there are markings on there. So I have my 1/2 inch, my 3/4, my 1/4. So I can bring my ruler down and with a marking tool come through and mark in my sections for my seam allowances.
You know, Jenna, I just saw a comment I really loved in the chat and it just said stop in all caps. You know, that's something I like to say. I'm like, say less, like stop. Holy
Just
cow,
stop.
like, this is
I
great.
know.
you
Wait,
know?
I'm going to do it again and
Just
freak them
stop.
out,
Yeah.
right? I'm just going to keep going. Now, and you're thinking like, what is it made out of? So it's a high quality polycarbonate plastic that's really strong, and it's going to be the option to be flexible. The other thing is, because you've got those holes, it's chip resistant. So if you're dropping it from a high height and it goes down, you're not going to have that chip. You're not going to have it break or crack. Now, don't leave it in a hot car though, or a really cold car, and then try and do that trick. Because it is plastic, so it's gonna get warm, it's gonna get cold, and so if you're gonna be doing those things, you know, make sure that you're storing it flat or upright so that it's not in a place where, if it's a really warm car and then it's sitting someplace where it can bend, it's not, I mean, it has to be really hot all the time, but.
Someone's saying, what is this witchery?
So, but make sure that you're not, like, you are keeping it in a good room temperature most of the time.
Yeah, well, you know what? I want to show something, like what we were using here is our cutter, right? And there's a little bit different. Not only do we have that guide on there, something else I really love about our cutters in specific is our quick release. So it's just with a pop of a button back here, I can just boop like that, pull that right out, and now the front of this is all come off, and I can just slide my blade off. And you'll notice, you know, Jana, like that's sticking, right? This is not just falling off onto the ground.
So wait,
right?
So we were talking about witchery earlier. How is the blade sticking to that straight cutter?
So it's got a magnet back there. You can't really see it in the photo, but there's a magnet that will keep this blade on there, so that way it's secure. This makes it just absolutely super easy to switch this out. So, you know, you can slide it back on, just put this right back on there, and then pop that right back in. And there's just a little lever on the back.
Okay, so wait, I've got to try this. So
Yeah,
let's
go
see.
ahead.
I'm gonna pop that off. I'm gonna slide this onto the table, and I'm just gonna come by, and it's just gonna pop right onto there. And then I can just, one
That easy.
hand. You don't need two hands. I don't have to do a lot of finagling or hoping I don't touch the blade and get cut. Again, we want it safe. It's easy, safe, and accurate.
Absolutely.
The other thing about the straight cutter I love is that this one can be left or right-handed. If I'm using it on this side, that's my right hand. I just flip hands, come over to this way, and it's left-handed. You don't have to worry about, oh, I have a left or right-handedness with the straight cutter. That's best, right? And everybody loves a straight cutter. It's easy. It's not something that they're not familiar with, right? Like your grip is different. But if you say, oh, well, when I'm using my straight cutter, I start to have some pain or tiredness in my joints. We have the comfort cutter, right?
Comfort cutter. And I was going to say, you know, we're trying not to scare people too much, but, you know, this looks a little bit different. And let's not let this scare you. It looks a little bit different, right? This is our comfort cutter. Now, this is a absolutely fantastic product. And this was really kind of one of the first things that we came out with TrueCut. And it solves the ergonomic problem. There's a lot of people out there, they'll try ergonomic cutters. I know there's some other brands, but I just always get really great feedback with this specific cutter. You know, it takes a little bit to getting used to, kind of with anything, but if you can get over that little hill, you know, it's not a very sharp learning curve. I think it's like a very attainable and easy learning curve. This just will help you out so much more. And let me kind of show why. So what we're going to do is you're going to hold this a little bit differently than you would a lot of different cutters.
So with
right?
this cutter, the straight cutter, when I'm holding it, I'm either going to put people a lot of times put their thumb down or they put their finger on it as they're cutting. And it's, even though it's easy to hold, it does take time to grip it and get it all right.
Yeah, and with that you can also do white knuckling, and we'll show a little bit later on the table. But with this one, what you're going to do is you're going to just drape your hand over it. You know, you're draping gently, and you know, you can hold it like this or back here, but what you really want to do is kind of gently go over here. It'll kind of fall gently into this little bend of your hand over here. You'll see right there. Just want to snuggle up to it right there.
It's a good cuddler, right?
It's a good little, yeah, you'll want to cuddle it with your hand. And then, you know, when your weight is directly over it now.
So you're not having any of your wrist aches or any of your knuckle aches, right? Like everything is all set with your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's directly over. Now let's just show a little bit of a difference here. between this one and this one. So when I'm on this one, you can see how my weight of my hand is back here, and then what we get is this white knuckling. You can already see like the blood pooling up over here, and I got this little white knuckle part.
And I can see all the pressure from your cutting is now going on that finger. So as you're cutting, you're not going to be cutting as easily. That knuckle's going to feel all that pressure.
Absolutely. And you know, if my hands are getting sore, Jana, you know, I'm a young person and my hands are still, and I don't have problems with them yet. One day I will, right? But I'm not there yet. If I'm having problems with this sort of cutter and it's making my hands sore, I can only imagine what that's doing to, you know,
everybody that might have some arthritis problems.
You know, they got more experience. They've been doing this for a long time. And you get arthritis, things like that. So this one I already prefer because it just takes all that pressure, and you know, you're just, you know, I like to show that you don't even have to hold it. I don't recommend doing this, but I just show, you know, there's real no grip or anything. You know, I can just lightly press on this. And now because my weight is directly over it, you can actually cut about 3 layers with the same amount of pressure as you can cut 1 layer with the straight cutter over here. So I'll just quickly demonstrate as well here. You know, you can just cut like that. Super easy. I'm not using hardly any pressure. And something else I really like about this one too, Jana, is I find it really tactile and guidable. So wherever I point my finger, you can see it's super easy to kind of steer. So if I want to do like a nice little wave pattern here, it's just so easy to do. And you can really just make some fun pieces for applique and things.
I love that. One thing that you can do, I notice with people with a cutter sometimes, like you were saying, that we've seen people who hold it like this, right?
Absolutely.
They've got their thumb over the top, they've got it angled. And so if you'll notice, I start to get white knuckles here because I'm gripping it so hard as I'm cutting.
Absolutely.
Because again, I'm trying to push all the pressure from my hand down, not directly from the cutter. And then the other thing is people will do this as well, right? They'll do that single finger up at the top. Again, all the pressure comes onto your finger, not from your hand. But when you're doing it this way, you can see there's no knuckle problems anywhere. I'm not pressing anything as I'm cutting. It's just getting a nice even feel.
Like you said, you want to snuggle up to it with your hand. And I saw someone saying it's really great for carpal tunnel syndrome. It really is. Since I'm young and I spent a lot of time on keyboards, you know, I kind of have some nerve pain even in my hand, and this just absolutely helps avoid that.
Yeah.
So let's also show something really cool about this. You know, we were showing you our track system with our other ones. This one absolutely can do the track system as well. Now, this one doesn't have the magnet, but this still has a really great quick release system. So all you do is you just pop this off like that, and you know, we can take this off, put the new blade on.
Well, let's use it
switch
with
it
our
out.
track guide. So it comes with each of
Both
our
of
cutters
these.
come with 2 different guides. One if you're using our system, and then one if you're using your own ruler. So that's another part is you don't want everyone to just suddenly have to get new rulers, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely
we've got all these rulers and cutters. They've got the 2 guide systems so that you can get started with your current rulers as well as going to the track and guide system.
So I'm going to go to this track and guide system right here, and now I'm going to put that on there. You just push that right back on. Boom, we got that on there. We got this new one. Now I'm right-handed, but this is in the left-handed position, and that just helps me point out that you can actually switch this from left-handed to right-handed, and it comes right-handed, but it's super easy to switch out. So I'll give you a quick demo because I want to use it right-handed real quick. So what we'll do is we're just going to pop that out, and then there's this piece right here. You want to slide this backwards. So slide this backwards, this comes out really easily. Just put that aside. Back here, there's a part, just pop that out, just like that. Flip this back around, slide that in, slide this other piece back in. And you're gonna wanna push this forward because that locks that back in there. And then, you know, we got that right there. So Jana, how long did that take me? Like a couple seconds?
I think a couple seconds, exactly.
Yeah.
And the nice thing is you were picking it up and putting it in, but just like the quick change system on this blade, you can just put the blade upside down and then put the cutter over the top.
That's the more safe, proper way to do it. You know, I'm just getting a little excited and a little risky here, but yeah, definitely you want to just put that down, and it's easy. You know, you can really start to get an easy feel for kind of where the center is. At first, you might be like, oh, you know, where's that little center? But you'll kind of get a feel for it. You'll just be able to go whoop, right on there, and you're cutting away.
And so you can see switching out between the two guides, whether you have your own rulers that you're already using or you have the track and guide system that TrueCut has available, you can quickly switch out those two guides so that you have the smaller one when you're using your system and then the larger one when you've got the track and guide system. The other thing I love about the Comfort Cutter is the ability to say you buy one and you're all set and you're like, oh, I'm going to get everybody, all my friends, all my Quilting Guild friends, my family, we're going to get a Comfort Cutter and everybody's going to have a Comfort Cutter. Well, on both sides, you can see this little section. You can actually pop it out and personalize it with a piece of paper or fabric or a picture. And then that way, nobody walks away with your cutter while you're doing your event. Everybody can take their correct one home with them. Yeah.
I love that, really being able to personalize it, and because this is really great, and you are going to want to show it to your friends, and then when you all have it, then you start getting confused. So that's just a great little detail that we added on there, and that's what I really feel like. That's why I like Grace Company and TrueCut, and I like working here, because I feel like we really pay attention to the details and really try to solve a lot of issues that you don't even know are there. And they solve them before you even run into them. Mm-hmm.
Another thing that gets solved is when we were cutting, I don't know if you noticed from watching, is that this ruler is not moving, and I promise I am putting, as you can see, I'm starting to move the mat. Is on the back of our ruler we have, if you can see here, our little pieces of non-skid stuff. It's called True Grips, and you can see the package just right here. Now 15 large and 15 small come with this.
Yeah.
But I always tell people, make sure that you're paying attention to between the circles, because there's little diamond pieces that you can use in there as well. So these True Grips are great for having your, as you can see here in the image, the ruler that's going side to side. You're not going to have any problems with it going back and forth. So if I flip my ruler over and slide it,
yeah, no, that's going to slide around all day.
Yeah, even if I put fabric underneath it, right? Here goes my fabric. It's not all lined up, but if I put that fabric down and then put it with a TrueCut side, I'm not going to be moving it at all. So it's, again, that safer, accurate. You're not going to have any issues with your ruler sliding around, but you don't have to have just TrueCut rulers to stick that on. You can put it on any of your rulers. You can put it on anything that you just don't want to slide around, right? There's adhesive, so they stick right there on the back, and then they're set for whatever you're working on.
Yep, and they don't fall off. They stay on there really good, because that's something that I know people are concerned about as well. Are they kind of like one time? Do they start to fall off? I've never really had a problem ever with these coming off. I mean, we've had this example one for quite a while now. These kind of just float around. So these are on there, real good, and they're not going to come off. So.
Yeah, you want to make sure that what the product that we're doing, we want to make sure that it's lasting for a long time.
Absolutely.
So we have this example of a ruler, but we have several different sizes that are on the special for this week with Sewing Parts Online. So this is the 3x18 ruler, but we also have a 6.5 by 24.5 ruler. We have a 6.5 by 12 ruler. We have square rulers. We have, I wanted to show this triangle ruler. Oh yeah,
that one's awesome.
So this triangle ruler has the grooves as well that you can see on there. The whole track system, that as I'm cutting along, I'm getting that whole track system. It's all set. It's not going to fall off of it in any way, and it goes all the way to the end. Now this particular ruler is our 60-degree ruler. So it's going to have 3 sections where it has 60 degree. We also have a right angle ruler and a kite ruler that has a 60, a 90, and 120 degrees. So you can have all of them in one ruler. Now this is great when you're doing triangle cuts. You can just have them all set. You can do a section and then cut off the edge. It's great for when you're all doing those tracks.
Jana, when we're talking about all these rulers and our cutters, I just want to go over, and I think there's a common question that really comes up. We did cover it, but I just want to reiterate it. It's about kind of what works with what. Can I use this with my own rulers? And kind of like what's interchangeable. So I just want to go over the cutters. Absolutely will work with any ruler. Now for the track system, which is really, I feel like, kind of like the best thing about the system often. There's really great things about the ergonomic, but to get that track system, you do have to use them together. But you don't have to buy in all this, because this, like we were saying, comes with 2 different versions, right?
Right. It has this other track that goes with, so it's a smile. So I'm going to switch out this track right here with
Yeah,
this
kinda
cutter
show 'em.
to show. So you can see it's just smaller. It has that edges on the blade so that you can get right to the edge of your ruler. So you can see here, I'm not on the track. I'm just cutting normally. And so then I can just connect with it right away.
Yep, so that's all just, you can use them interchangeably, but to get that guide, you need to use them together. But you don't have to go out and throw out all your other ones, because you know there's other ones that you have that are still great, still fantastic, but this True Cut, when you want that track system, you do need to use them together.
One of the questions we get too is like, how do I get started, right?
Yeah.
I want to get the track and guide system. I want to get the comfort cutter, but which ones are the best and which ones do I start with?
Yeah.
And the question we always get, and what we tell people is, we have that set ready to
Yeah,
go.
right here.
It's called the Quilter's Combo. It's the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. It comes with a comfort cutter, the 45 inch, and a package of True Grips, so you're all set.
Absolutely.
And a snazzy bag, right?
Yeah,
you have
and
a
snazzy bag. This is a cute little bag here. I love it. And you know, like Jana said, it comes with those True Grips too. That's an important detail. But you get your cutter, your ruler, the True Grips, and the snazzy bag.
And then you can put all your True Cut stuff in there, but it gets you started, right?
Absolutely.
You can try that track and guide, but then you have the comfort cutter to start working with your other rulers if you need with that other guide. And then you also have this ruler that you can use with your other cutters as you're going along. But this will get you started on that first little step into the True Cut world.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're looking to get started, like Jana said, absolutely, I recommend this because it just has all the essentials there, and it's a really fantastic deal as well.
So besides all our wonderful rulers, we've been showing off our 45mm cutters. However, we also have a 28mm and a 60. Now, some people really love that 60mm because they can cut through lots of layers of fabric at the same time. It's also great with jean material and leather, although I would recommend, if you're ever cutting paper, that just like your fabric scissors, you have a fabric cutter and a paper cutter, right? Just because I know in my craft room, there's the sewing craft scissors and then there's the fabric only scissors, right?
Yeah, and something that's great with the 60mm, Jana, is because it is ergonomic and you're cutting through those thick fabrics, not only is it bigger to get through those, but it's so much easier because of what we were talking about earlier, your pressure being right over it, you can just slice right through those.
Yeah, and as you can see, we have this table here and it's really set up perfect for Jarek. It's a little high for me as I'm cutting. So you want to make sure wherever you're cutting, you're going to make sure your level is correct so that you're not cutting too high and putting all that pressure too high on your shoulder, but you're not going so low that you start to have back problems. So you want to make sure your cutting is a good level, and then you're going to do the best you can with the True Cut system.
Absolutely.
So we talked about longevity, right? Like you're keeping this long term. What's something else that we have that we always talk to people about of helping them keep their systems going for longer?
So that is going to be our sharpening systems. There's two of them. First, we'll go ahead and take a look at this linear sharpener.
So the linear sharpener is just one line, right?
Yeah.
And so you're sharpening at one time, only on one side of the blade. And you can sharpen all types of blades, not just the ones that come with the True Cut system. Now the blades we get are specialized, I think it's called SK7 steel or something like that. So it's a higher quality steel. It's going to be allowing you to sharpen it more and more. Now if you go to a discount store and you get 10 blades for $10 or something like that, the chances of being able to continually sharpen those are gonna go down just a little bit because there's just not going to be that steel that's going to work right.
It just doesn't sharpen as well. You know, you need the quality product steel to get the quality sharpening. Now, something that I've always heard rumors of and seen for myself a few times is I heard that quilters, they have a secret drawer somewhere where they've been stashing all their blades. You know, hopefully one day
maybe in a baby food jar with some oil or something.
Somewhere in there. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you have your secret stash of used blades somewhere in your studio or in your house somewhere.
That you just can't bear to part with because you spend a lot of money on them, right?
because
right?
blades are expensive. It really starts to add up once you start buying them and doing a lot of projects.
And there's nothing like the feel of a freshly
Absolutely.
new blade that when you cut through, especially if you've been cutting for a while, and just like at the beginning when it's going through, it just doesn't cut right. And so this is the best way, yeah.
Yeah, someone says guilty.
I have a stash of used blades. So what we want to make sure you're doing is when you're sharpening your blades, you're making sure you're sharpening with the correct tool. So the best thing about the linear sharpener is you don't have to take the blade off the cutter. You just get that guide pulled up, and then you're going to run it through one direction, usually about 10 times as you come through. Now you can slightly see here that there is a blade inside, or a sharpening stone on one side. Excuse me. Sorry.
So there's that one stone on one side, and this is a diamond grit stone. So this is not going to ever wear out, but it is only on one side. So you do need to do more kind of cutting and lining up. You're going to have to go on both sides, because when we're doing this on one side, that's just going to sharpen once, and then you're going to have to flip it and then sharpen on the other side. Now that's one kind of drawback on this sharpener here. It's really great because you can not have to pull it out of here, right? Because this just goes right in there, right on your cutter. No matter which one you have, this goes right in there. But let's see, I lost my train of thought there.
Oh, so we want to make sure that you're angled.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So
That's
if you're angled the wrong way, you could end up just running that edge of your blade right along the stone and dulling it worse than it is currently.
Yeah, if you're in here and you're wobbling back and forth, right, we need to make sure to keep this straight when you're going back and forth, so you're getting the correct angle on your sharpening to get that nice, fresh cutting.
Now, we did have some questions I saw coming through, like, what about nicks? What about I'm cutting and I accidentally went over something and I got a nick in the blade, or it's got a hole, or sometimes people will ask those perforation blades. Are we able to sharpen those? And no, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately, when there's a nick, the metal has been kind of removed, and you can't really add back that metal. So that's really kind of the explanation for why when we get nicks, unfortunately, we can't sharpen those. But with anything else, you can absolutely sharpen it. And like we said, any sort of blade. There's another kind of caveat too, that's going to be titanium blades. Those have a special coating on there. They can unfortunately not be sharpened really in any regards. To get those sharp, they have to do them when they're manufactured.
And so it's steel blades mostly. It's any blade on this one that you can run through. So if you have any sort that, or any cutter, as you're running it through your linear cutter, you can sharpen it. But if you're thinking, oh, I'm afraid, because sometimes that happens with me. I'm afraid to go left to right. Will I dull it? Am I getting it sharpened just correctly? Then I like to use our electric sharpener.
Our electric sharpener is really fantastic because it gets rid of those little doubts like Jana was saying there. Am I keeping it straight? Also, you do have to run it through there. Now, this works with any industry standard type blade. Now, that was another point I was going to bring up too, is about our blades. We were talking about those earlier. We can talk about kind of what that looks like. We'll show the camera here. Now, that is anything with a 3 kind of wing design. You can kind of see it there in the reflection. It's going to have 3 little notches on there. Now, that's a really common type of blade. Those are what work in our cutters and also in our sharpener. Those little wings in there just allow this to catch it and sharpen it. Now, sorry,
I was going to say, yeah. So there's some people have tried that have just a circle, right? They don't have the 3 wings. There's also ones that have 2 wings. You can try it. We just don't recommend that those are best used in the electric sharpener.
Absolutely. Now, I'll show you in this camera as well here. There is 3 little notches in here, and that is for the 28, the 45, and the 60. You can do any size cutter and blade in here.
Yeah. And so there's a blade at the top and a blade at the bottom here. So technically, you could try and do it one time through and then it would sharpen. However, what I like to do, and this is a trick that Jarek taught me, is when I'm putting my blade in, I like to put just a black marker in about 3 sections on both sides. And then when I put it in my sharpener, I'm going to close it. I'm going to hold it. I'm not going to lock it. I'm going to do it for 15 to 20, maybe 30 seconds. Open it up. If those black edges are gone, I know that it's sharp. And then I can flip it over. Here's this little tool that helps give us a little edge, and then I can pull it over. Now you can say, why would you flip it over if you've got a stone in the top and the bottom? And the reason for that is gravity, right? Even though you're pushing it over the top, sometimes that bottom stone is going to sharpen just a little bit better than the top stone, so you just want to make sure. Again, that black magic marker will help you know, has it been sharpened enough?
Yeah, something, now Jana, a question I get asked all the time at events about sharpeners in specific is, does it work? And the answer is absolutely it does work. Now there are some things that you need to do in the process, kind of like we were showing here, to make sure that it's going to turn out right for you, and that is making sure that this is all the way in the groove, kind of like what Jana was saying with the marker. You just want to make sure that you're flipping it and that this is getting consistent sharpen on both edge. But really, again, from the start at the top here, you know, when we pull this out, what's nice about this as well is you can just like pick
grab it right there with that magnet.
So when we take this out of our sharpener, what we're going to want to do, our cutter, we want to put this in there. You kind of wiggle it to make sure it's in the grooves there, and you can see that this is in there. Now if we're slamming the lid, you know, this is going to be knocked out a tiny bit, and that's not going to get a consistent edge. And what we were mentioning too is that there's dual diamond grit stones. These ones, diamonds are forever. You
diamonds
don't have to
are
replace
forever,
them.
yeah.
We had some older versions of this cutter. We had different stones in there, but we've upgraded to these diamond stones and really felt it was worth, you know, kind of on our end putting those in there, even though they were a little bit more expensive, right? We kept it the same price.
The whole life, the whole life of the machine.
They're gonna last you the whole life of the machine. By the time that, you know, you're getting those stones wear out, the motor, it's gonna be worn out. That's gonna be just so long down the road. You know, this will really last you a long time. So those dual diamond grit stones, you want to put this down like Jana was saying. You're not going to want to lock it because we want to keep not too much pressure on it. Like as much pressure as you can put here is good, but we don't want to put this latch down because that just is not good for sharpening.
Well, and people will say why, right? Like that's the question. And the thing is as much as sharpening your blade, it just takes a moment to go too far the edge, right? And that was the thing that we were talking about before with the linear sharpener. If you have that angle incorrectly, then all you're doing is dulling it. And you don't want to dull your blades. The whole point of having the sharpener is that you can sharpen them and use them again and continue cutting fabric so you can quilt. You don't want to dull everything and then be frustrated because you have to go buy a new blade anyway. So make sure you're doing those tips to make sure that you're not going too far. And that's part of locking it. Sometimes if you're locking it, then it's just running forever and you won't notice, oh, my 15 seconds are up. Then you're trying to unlock it and you can't get it open. It's still going, you know, you pull the plug. Avoid all of that situation by not locking.
Yep, so then after we've put this in here, it's settled. We're just gonna put this lid down, not locking it. And now this comes with this little button right here, which you're gonna press. And now another thing, this plugs directly into your wall. So it comes with a plug that goes right in there, so you don't have to worry about batteries or anything like that. This comes in the box, you plug it in, and then you're gonna hold this down for about 30 seconds. And now after 30 seconds, like Jana was saying, with the gravity and consistency, what we're gonna wanna do is you press this little lever up right there. It comes with some tweezers, so you can easily flip that over, kind of gently put that back in there, press that down, you wanna do another 30 seconds. Now that will generally sharpen most blades, but if that is not getting as sharp as you would like it, you can do a few more cycles to really get the edge on there that you'd like. Now there's another question here, Jana, I'll have you answer this one. How many times can we sharpen it?
Can we sharpen each blade?
Yeah.
That depends on which kind of blade you have. Like I was saying, if you're buying a less expensive steel blade, you know, those 10 for $1 or 10 for $10, probably you may not even get to sharpen them once, but with ours, you can sharpen at least 3 to 4 times if you're sharpening and keeping them not over sharp, right? Like, or going past the sharp time to that dull section. But I had one person tell me she sharpened her blade 10 times and it worked each time.
Amazing.
Now, she was doing it exactly everything right. Yeah. So the other question I saw was that people were asking, how many times do you go through the linear sharpener? And we recommend 10 times on one side, flip it over and do 10 times on the other side. That way you're getting both sides of the blade sharp and you're running through. But the nice thing about the linear sharpener is if you've gone through, say, 5 times, flip it over, do 5, and then you test it out. Is it sharp? Great.
Yeah.
Then you get cutting again. If there's no need to go for the full 10 and then someone says, you know, oh, what's happening right there? Now, we've had a question too about, like, can you use it right out of the package? Absolutely. There's no need to do anything else. Now the machine, or this electric sharpener does come with some oil to oil the stones right before you get going. And that's just a regular machine oil, nothing fancy about it, so that you can just get going right away.
Yeah, I think there was another question there about, do you want to sharpen your blade right out of the package? And what you're going to want to do, this is for sharpening it after you've gotten a dull. Because that factory edge on there, that is going to be quite sharp. And while this can get it quite sharp, it's not going to get it all the way factory sharp like they do in the factory. So you want to wait until you've used it and it's kind of feeling dull, then you're going to want to throw it in here. And another really great thing about that, kind of like Janet was saying, if it's not all the way sharp, you can just run it through here. Now, if you're working on a project and you feel like your blade is starting to get a little bit dull, you know, you can just run it through a few times here to kind of put the edge back on there, so you can kind of keep it sharp as you're going instead of taking that off, putting it in the sharpener. So that's one thing that the linear sharpener does have over the electric sharpener.
Now, a reminder about the linear sharpener is if you do have a true cut cutter, you need to make sure that you're using the non-track and guide guide on there, not the larger one. Because if you're using the large track that's used to connect onto the ruler here, it's going to be too short and you're not going to reach the blade inside in there. So you're going to use the smaller guide for using with regular rulers, not with the True Cut system, to sharpen on there.
Absolutely. Now we can go through a few things here. I will kind of ask, you know, which sharpener is for who. Now this is going to be my opinion. I think the way to go is always going to be the electric sharpener because it's automatic. I don't have to worry about keeping it straight. For me, that just keeps it stress-free, but that doesn't mean that that's for everyone out there. There's a lot of great benefits to this linear sharpener like we were going over, like if you don't want to take your blade out, if you're a person that wants to keep it sharp as we're going, you know.
If you don't have the track and guide system yet, you're using other rulers and cutters, and so you don't have that tri-wing design, the linear sharpener is great because you can use that without having to worry about, oh, I don't have that tri-wing shape, which is easier in the electric sharpener.
Yeah, if you have those other brands that you really like to stick with, you know, you've had it for a long time, I completely understand that, you know, we don't want to really switch it up, even though this is a great system. There's some that you're just so used to and you're like, you know, I don't really want to make the transition over to a new system. Now, this would still be fantastic for you because you don't have to worry about getting into any of the other True Cut stuff, you know, despite it being awesome. But you can just stick with your old system here. You just put this on the table. It's not going to slide around. You can just run it through there to sharpen your blade with what you already have.
So we've talked about our cutters, we've talked about our rulers, all the different sizes, and just to recap, there's 3 rectangle, a 3x18, 6.5 x 12.5, and a 6.5 x 24.5. And then we have 3 triangle cutters or rulers, the 60, 90, and then the kite, which has the 120 as well as the 60 and 90. And then we also have square rulers, a 12.5 square, a 9.5 square, and a 6.5 square. So we have all these different rulers, a 45, 60, and 28 in the comfort and the straight cutters. Whew, that's a lot, right?
It's a lot of options.
And our 2 electric sharpeners, but there's one other cutter that I love. Now this particular cutter, you can't use it in the sharpener for the way that it's set up, but it is our 360 cutter.
Oh, I love the 360 cutter. It's really nifty.
So this is our 360 cutter here. It can go from a 2-inch size circle all the way up to a 12-inch size circle. So you're gonna have that ability. Here you just undo the center. So as I'm unscrewing it, I'm just gonna be able to slide it down. So I can go all the way down to 2 inches. I can come up to 12 inches. If you've ever done a circle quilt, or if you've done anything with half moons or anything like that, you can see on the back here, this is the pivot point. And so as I press it, there's a little pin that comes out. It's a metal pin to help you get in the center. And then this is where our blade is. And again, it's just on the side there, set just this little tiny 28-inch cutter. Now, like I said before, you can't use this in an electric sharpener, but you can buy blade replacements. So I'm gonna have Jarek, because he's fantastic at this, demonstrate how to do the cutting on this circle cutter.
Right, yeah, and the way that it works, like Jana was saying, this has a little thing that pushes down here and this will go into the cutting mat and your fabric. This will not damage your cutting mat or fabric. It's just a light little, kind of like a pin, you know, when you put a pin in a quilt, it doesn't really damage it. So that's just one thing I like to mention. You know, you can do all the way from the 12.5 down to the 2-inch. Generally, I like to do somewhere around like a 5-inch one. The smaller it is, a little bit more difficult will be to spin it all the way around. Now, what you'll want to do is with your non-dominant hand, which I'm right-handed, so this is my left hand right here. I'm gonna press down on this and this keeps it in there. Now you can see this freely spins around here while I have that kind of pinned down. Now if I let go of that, you know, this can move around anywhere, but when I have that on there, I can't move that out. Now you can see that this has the hinge here, so you're going to want to press on the edge. This has a little spinning thing, so that way when I'm moving it around, this spins with me really great. There is this little hinge right here, and you want to press down on that side because the blade is being allowed to go down onto the fabric by being pressed on this side. If you're pressing back here, you're just going to need more kind of pressure, so it's really optimal to kind of come up here and press on it. So I'll show you here, and what you want to do is reach under, so non-dominant, and then reach under with your dominant hand, and
just like that. A perfect circle, right? I can feel the awe coming through right now. Yeah. One of my favorite things about this circle cutter is it is also left or right-handed. So Jerick was doing it with his non-dominant hand, which was the left hand, but then you could also, if you are left-handed, use your non-dominant right hand and do the other direction. So it can go counterclockwise, clockwise, whichever direction works best for you. There's no limit with this. The other thing I love is if you're doing a directional on here and you decide, you know what, I really like this cutter, but I want to make a little bit bigger hoop. So I can come back here and measure it and then cut on the outside as well. And then we have a hoop
it's
to
just
cut.
so easy to do. You know, circles are one of those things that's always kind of like, you feel intimidated. You're like, oh, you know,
or I
gotta
don't have
make
the right
circles.
Size. I need a template, all those kinds of things, right?
Exactly. And then if you have this, it just makes it such a breeze to do circle. And I know Carla, our educator here, she has a fantastic circle quilt, and she just, you know, it's one of those things that you have to do so much work for if you don't have something like this.
Yeah, I also love that you can set it up so that you're only doing a half moon, right? So again, make it the size that you need, bring it down and just cut it in that half moon size instead of doing the whole circle.
And I'll show you something too here. You know, I love being creative, and I feel like this tool is really opens up a lot of creative freedom and some things that you might have not thought about before. If you just do, for example, you know, I can just kind of start off here. You know, you can cut off little shapes like this. You know, I like to do like another little one like this. You know, if we have kind of like, I'll put it like this, like kind of like a little bird. This is its wing, and this is like a little face. You know, you can just do all sorts of fun kind of shapes on here. You know, you can really do a whole ton of things, like kind of an eat an apple. So it just really unleashes, you know, you wouldn't ever do these sort of shapes if you didn't have a nice tool like this that kind of opened up that freedom to be creative in that way.
Well, and I love that you're showing that with the same cutter, you're getting different shapes, whereas normally you'd have to have a template and then
absolutely.
Measure it, mark it, all those kinds of things. I mean, like someone was saying, makes beautiful leaves. Exactly. For the fall, we've got these great leaves that you can get all set. Whatever you're thinking about, that's the best thing about products that help you be creative in ways that you never thought about before. Now, the whole time we've been doing all this cutting, we have been doing it on our cutting mat. Now, this is our 24 by 36 cutting mat. It's 5 layers, so it's a self-healing, it's double-sided, it's great. Now, when you're using cutting mats, it also comes in an 18 by 12 and also an 18 by 24. So one thing I always tell people, because they'll say, oh, it's self-healing, but I have a crack in it, what do I do then? You have to make sure when you're cutting that you're not going over the same section or same line over and over again. You have to give it time to relax, to heal, just like we all need time to heal, right?
We do. I know I do at least.
Yeah, take a break.
I haven't met anyone who doesn't.
Yeah, well, that's why we have weekends, downtime.
That's why we have
Everybody needs
quilting,
one. Exactly,
right?
we have quilting.
That's where we relax.
We got to relax. So give your self-healing mat a time to relax. So make sure you're using different cutting lines so that those other sections can get healed. And again, just like the other pieces, don't leave it in a super hot car or super cold car and then expect it not to maybe get a little warped at different times. Because people have said, oh, can I just fold it up? And it's like, well, you can, but then wherever you fold it, that's where the fold will be for the rest of the time, right? So one of the things that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, it's a brand new product. Oh yeah, go ahead.
There's a question I saw here that I just want to go over real quick, and that's, can you change the blade on this?
Oh yes.
Absolutely you can. Also, I wanted to show off, there's a safety feature here. If you push this in, it keeps the blade from going down. So let me just show you here. There's a little lever. You just pop off like this, and you open this up, and there's a little blade inside of here, and you just pull that right out. It's like a cartridge. So there's just this tiny little cartridge right here.
And I said 28 millimeter. I think that's much smaller than 28.
Yeah, it is. It's a little bit smaller. And what's great about this is because it is a rotary cutter, it glides really easily. And also it's getting all that blade on there, so it lasts a very long time. And you know, you can just pop this right back in there. It comes with a nice little protective cover. Just pop that right back in right there. And then, you know, you got to make sure it's flipped the right way.
There's a little groove in there to make sure it's correct.
So you can see now that we're a little bit closer up, you can see this little blade that I was talking about in there. So this is a nice little cartridge. It's a very affordable cartridge as well. We're not charging you arm and leg for it. It's just there to replace it when you need it. So you know, put that right there, pop that back in, push that right back there, and the blade is down, back in there, ready to go.
Excellent. Thanks for that question. Also, if people are asking, like, can you do more than one layer of fabric with the circle cutter? Now, I haven't done a ton of layers. I've done 2, but I would recommend not more than 2, just because it is a smaller blade, so it's not going to be able to go through all that layers of fabric.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to want to do, I would definitely recommend at the most 2. Usually I would stick to about 1. Just because that way you're making sure that you're getting all the way around your circle without letting up on the pressure and getting a nice circle cut. Because if you kind of stop halfway through, you just want to make sure to not let go of where this is, otherwise you're going to kind of lose your place. And that just tends to happen more to me when I'm doing more layers. So just to keep it safe, preserve your fabric, you know, make really good use of your resources. You want to usually just stick to 1, but absolutely, you know, if you're doing a whole ton and you're kind of experienced with this, then absolutely you can do 2.
Yeah. Now, people will ask, like, can you do leather? Can you do wool? I think wool works. Leather is harder. Jeans is harder. Just try it out. See which will work best for you. But our last product that we want to talk about is, again, we had people coming and saying, what is another way that we can help our quilters get to that next step, right? The TrueCut system helps solve all those problems. It's easy, it's safe, it's accurate, and now it's portable, right? Because that's the other part, is can you take it with you? Jerica is showing off our wonderful TrueCut travel kit. As you can see, it's in this wonderful bag. It has a shoulder strap and handles, so whichever way you want to demonstrate it or carry it. It's got very fine stitching all along there, so that as you're holding it, it's not going to accidentally fall off or have any of these problems. But this new one just came out. It's fantastic. So when you're opening it up, let's unzip. Yeah. So we've got the shoulder straps. I'm going to take the shoulder straps off here just slightly.
I'll just talk about this while you're opening this up here. I think this kind of embodies TrueCut. Again, you know, we were thinking, we've had this system for quite a while now, and it's the same sort of thing, you know, what can we do to solve quilters' problems? And that's when we came out with this travel kit. It solves, you know, the problem of having all this great kind of things that we've gone over here in a small package wherever you go. So this really is elevated again to the next level of kind of that easy, safe, accurate, and now portable.
So the first thing that I always think about is, what am I going to do about my cutting, right? Like, I might be able to grab my ruler or my cutter, but what do I do about my mat? And the nice thing about the travel kit is it does have a small mat here already included. It just slides right into that sleeve. Again, it's that 5-ply, double-sided. It's all set, fits in the corner. So you're all set no matter what you're working on.
I'm not sure if we mentioned earlier, but this mat that we're on here is also double-sided as well, so you get double the use out of one. So that's just another small detail I wanted to bring up again.
So with this whole system, you also get the postage stamp pattern. So it's a pin cushion pattern. It's fantastic. It's that postage stamp design.
It's absolutely adorable.
It's so much fun. It's one of the things that I think it's going to be my next project, because it's just so adorable and cute.
When we did a video together, you know, Carla came up with this design. It had like a cute little pillow. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it uses some applique, it uses some other things. We also have a thank you card from the Grace Company with an example of the pin cushion postage stamp, so you can see what that final product is supposed to look like. So in the kit is a wonderful binder holding everything in here. So you can put your other patterns in there as well. As you can see, there's lots of stuff coming in. So we're going to go over that slightly. So first off, we have this pencil pack. We have 3 different colors, a regular pencil, a white, and a blue for marking. So you're set to get everything, whatever it is that you're trying to mark, whatever fabric color you have, it's all set. Next, and I think this is your favorite, Jared.
Yeah, I really like this one. This is the magnetic wristband right here. So now this is, when you have pins and you kind of want to quickly put them up somewhere, this can just slap right around on your wrist. And what's also great about it, if you drop some pins as well, this is like a nice little magnet to help you reach and pick up those items that you might have dropped on the ground. Like the other video we were talking about, it was funny. You just want to be careful. You don't want to step on them.
You don't want to step on pins.
Get those out of the way.
And I don't know how many times I go to pick up the pins, and that's when I get poked. It's
Yeah.
not necessarily that there's an errant pin. It's like as I'm picking them up. So this is great. As you're picking them up, you don't have to worry about that anymore.
And for traveling too, when we're, it might be easier to accidentally dump some pins on the ground or in the car. This really just helps you reach those, and then keep those in a consolidated place to keep those safe and out of the way.
Next is the seam ripper, and as you can see, besides the fact that it's a fun purple design, it also has this great tip here on the bottom. This tip is wonderful for pushing along those seams that need to come out, and it forces them out without you having to do the whole work together.
Yeah, and when we went through, we wanted things in here. We wanted a seam ripper, but we didn't want just any seam ripper.
Yeah.
We weren't just going to pick a random one and be like, oh, this one's good enough. We want the one with a cap, and we want the one with that little nice bottom thing. Carla was involved with getting these all, selected. Like, she's a professional quilter, and she's very experienced. So, we got a lot of feedback from her and other quilters and what they wanted. And so that's why we specifically went with this seam ripper right here.
Yeah, and so besides the fact that we've got all these sections, on the back side we have other ones. So if you have tools that you love and you want to take with you on the road or wherever you're quilting, you can put those in there. But it also comes with a package of 50 pins and a sharpener for those marking tools. So we were trying to think of all the things you might have that's available so that you can take your quilting with you wherever you're going, and that's a big part of it. It's like you don't have to just have it at home. You can take this hobby as you're going along.
Absolutely, and now it comes with scissors right here too. And you can put those up here wherever you want, but we have our very own Grace Company scissors right here. And then this fantastic small portable cutter right here. This is a 28mm size. It does come with this guide right here. And I do believe, isn't there usually a ruler with this as well?
Yeah, so it's the 3x8 ruler, and someone stole it out of our pack, so we'll have to get that to show you another time.
Yeah,
but
it's very similar. It's like this, but kind of a little bit shorter.
just a little bit shorter, yeah. Fits perfectly in there. Again, that perfect size so that as you're traveling, you're not having to try and get through everything. And as always, the things that come with it is the true grips, right? You're gonna need those true grips with whatever you're working on, and you get an extra package with that. The last part though is I think my favorite part about this kit. There's 2 sections to this board. I'm gonna lift it up here. So you have this section which is a rough side, so you can put your patterns on, design your pieces, get your quilt blocks all set, and then flap this over to hold it in place. But if you're thinking, I want something more secure, then there's the corkboard version, so you can push the pins in here and keep them set so that you're all perfect of how you're designing.
And that just makes this so portable, Jana, because if you're out there, happens to be a little bit windy, it's not the end of the day here. We can still do some quilting and piecing if we'd like to. We can pin it to there, keep it secure. And I love this flap because, if you want to grab and go while you're kind of working on it, it's kind of, you can put a pause button on it for a second and go enjoy the other parts of your vacation and come back and start quilting again.
Yeah, and the best thing about it, right, is then I can take all my pieces with me, fold it up, it's all set to go. I just zipper it, we're all set. And they have very strong zipper ties as well, so that it's easy to grab. And of course branded with True Cut, so you don't forget anything. But we've had this sitting in our area, and when this first came out, and people are like, oh, where did you buy that bag? this is such a cute bag. And it's like, it is. It is a cute bag.
Someone says attractive looking. That was something that I was going to point out here. You know, we really wanted to make sure this was a stylish little bag here, and I was modeling it for us here because it does look cute, and people are going to be like, where did you get that? You know, and you're like, this is my True Cut travel kit, and you can show off your awesome little kit because it's not something that you can't really get from anywhere else. It's a nice little package, especially with the quality stitching. And the style of it is just really great.
And the other thing that you can't tell from there is it's a hard case. So it's not gonna squish and crush any of your stuff. So if you've got that in there, don't have to worry about your tools being crushed or squished. I don't think it's TSA approved.
No, I don't think so.
But I think you can take it almost everywhere else with you. If you're going camping or fifth wheeling or to the cabin, or someone was saying you're going to the library and you're looking up quilt patterns there and you're wanting to piece some things out, that you can take your True Cut with you.
Yep, and you have the 2 carrying methods like we were showing earlier, so these are very easily removable. If you want to keep this also inside the bag or somewhere else, you just put those right back in, so you have this little carrying case. Personally, I like the shoulder strap, but I know a lot of people just like to hold this like a cute little purse as well. So absolutely, any way you want to do it, whatever fits your style, go for it.
So we have talked about so much stuff. I just want to recap, right?
Especially all the things inside of here, sharpeners, rulers, cutters.
The mat, the circle cutter.
It's a lot to take in.
Just a reminder, so the True Cut system is easy, safe, and accurate. If you just remember that, easy, safe, and accurate. ESA, right? It's easy because it has that track system as you go along. Your ruler is just going to be stuck. Your cutter is right on the edge. Your cutters can switch out from left-handed to right-handed, and you can switch over so that you can use it with your own rulers as well. And again, that track system, just as you're going along, that it's not going to go over and cut too much of your fabric. It's not going to come over the top and accidentally trim your nails or cut your cutter. And then it can be left-handed or right-handed version. You don't have to worry about, oh, I got the cutter, but now I'm left-handed. What am I going to do?
Yeah, if I had to pick a favorite here and one I'd really recommend the most, it would absolutely be this comfort cutter. It just makes it so much easier on your hands. You can just cut through so many more layers with less pressure. And with the track and the guide system, it's just really a super ideal setup. And also, when I show people this the first time, their face lights up. They're like, wow, like where has this been in my life? And I'm like, I'm glad I can help it be in your life now.
When someone says, if you're using a product and you use it and you say, wow, like involuntarily, it just comes out. It happens. That's a product that you need to buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of my favorite stories is Melinda, who is, you've seen in the last couple of events for us. We went to a show and we showed her, it was one of the first times she'd ever come out, and she was using the comfort cutter. And she said, well, you guys, I know you said to hold it like this with my finger over the top, but I'm used to holding it like this with the thumb. So we start the event, it's like, that's fine, do whatever works for you. We have the event, we're in a couple hours. She comes back over, okay, show me how to use it because my hand hurts. The rest of the show, she did it the correct way, holding it with the finger over the top, and she's like, it's night and day difference. She's like, I was set to just say, someone's got to trade out, I can't cut any more fabric. And yet, by the end of the show, she's like, I could keep cutting, it doesn't hurt at all. So just think like, oh, if I just can't get used to it. Take your time, you'll get used to it. I promise, it'll make your hands feel so much better.
Absolutely. And really the place to start, again, if you're looking to just dip your toes into this little comfort system here, our little quilters combo, as we call it, is a really great place to start. And I also think it makes a fantastic gift too, because we are coming up on the holidays. If you want to get someone a little bit of treat, make their cutting life easier, this is something perfect to go with.
Yeah. So Tricia, are any questions that we missed as we went along, or is there anything that you wanted to talk about with True Cut?
What amazing tools. My goodness, you guys, that was awesome. So many great comments. Questions, I think you guys covered everything. That was amazing. We do want to just point out a couple of things. There were a couple of products that were mentioned. Don't worry, we are getting them added. Our product specialists are in the process of getting them added, especially that amazing travel kit. We have to have that.
I know. Where did we go? Oh,
it's
up on the wall.
I put it back up on the shelf. But,
Got to show it again because we're like, oh, we need to get that added now. So no fret. But I think we are going to do a giveaway. Is that right?
Woo!
Yeah.
It's exciting.
All right. Well, we're going to do the Quilters Combo Kit. So you guys have that right there. And
It's
we
a
are
great
gonna
starter piece, yeah.
pick our winner. All right. Let's see who it is. Let's go.
Who's it gonna be, Jana?
Drum roll, drum roll.
Woo!
Congratulations, Jeanette.
Congratulations. That was awesome. Well, let's see here. Okay. Well, thank you again for joining us. Plus, Team JJ, we decided that since you guys get to be Team JJ, we get to be T and B.
Perfect.
There you go. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was wonderful. If you guys did not catch the earlier segments, Grace has been with us now 4 times. They did several different products, but I do want to recap on some that they touched on earlier in the event. So let's take a look at that cutie frame that we had seen on day 1. I'm just going to pull up a couple of things here. Let's find you. It will be. I've got so many little things here. It'll just take another moment, guys. Thank you. There we go. Okay. The Grace Cutie Tabletop Quilting Frame. This is fabulous. It is normally $1,199.95. It's on sale for the $889, but that is not the SewCreative live price. Give us a call. We can help you get that on order. Just a reminder, this adorable cutie frame can be used on a table that you only need 48 inches long by 38 inches wide. That's like 4 feet by like 3.5 feet. That is not much space at all. You are able to use this with a domestic machine, a mid-arm machine, and a long arm machine. So you have so many options with the cutie frame. It's compatible with almost any domestic machine that has a throat between 9 inches and 19 inches. Also, we just got some exciting news. We are extending our sale price until tomorrow that would be tomorrow at the end of business at the end of business. So that would be 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So yay, even though we have no more demonstrations, you are still able to get the special event pricing until 5 o'clock. So we appreciate that our suppliers are extending that time frame for us. So thank you guys. Keep continuing to comment. We are going to be giving away lots of things later on. I showed this a little bit earlier. This one's going to be one of the 3 baskets that are saved for the finale, but this is considered the small one, guys. Look how much is here. I mean, this is amazing. You've got the ineedfabric.com fabric, and it also can be found at funsewing.com. So enjoy commenting throughout the rest of the day so you can get in on the giveaway. And just a reminder, you can watch the entire event from our YouTube after. We're going to have all 4 days posted, so you can catch any of those demonstrations and see all these amazing products that you'll be able to continue to find on our website. Last but not least, I want to mention that, actually not last but not least, almost last but not least, couple of things. Number 1, we were talking about all of those fantastic baby lock machines and then all of the other brands as well. Special event pricing, please give us a call. We have some fantastic pricing that you do not want to miss out on. And that affordable financing is available as well. Now, last but not least, I just want to remind you that after lunch, Heidi Ivy, fashion designer, master seamstress, she is going to be on. She is so knowledgeable, you guys. She has tips already ready for you, and she is ready and willing to answer your sewing questions. So keep those in mind and be ready to comment with all of your lovely questions. But until then, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. We will be tackling tough fabrics like faux leather and vinyl. Stick around and I'll show you which presser foot to use to avoid headaches. You probably thought I was going to say the non-stick foot. Technically, you wouldn't be wrong. This particular foot does work well with vinyl and faux leather. However, we are going to focus on the roller foot. Hey everybody, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. So let's get started. The roller foot has these little cylinders that rotate as you sew. It grips the fabric, so as you sew, it helps feed the fabric through evenly. Because the fabric is being fed from both the top and the bottom, the layers of fabric stay together and avoid slippage. If you've ever sewn with fabric that keeps moving on you, you know that this is a big deal. Another cool feature about the roller foot is it has a wide opening. This allows you to not only sew your straight stitch, but you can do a zigzag stitch or even decorative stitches. It also has an opening on the front where if you're sewing any ribbon or rickrack, you can easily see what you're doing. You may have heard a similar description for another foot, the walking foot. This too has little teeth that work in unison with the feed dogs pulling that fabric through. However, this one, to install it, you do have to put this little bar over the needle clamp screw. Sometimes your machine screw is just too short to install this, so if this is not an option, then the roller foot is a fantastic alternative. Please take a moment to like and subscribe. That way you'll get notified of any future video that we have. So you may be thinking to yourself, roller foot, non-stick foot, walking foot, like which one do I use? Well, you'll often find that several different feet will help produce the same results, but you'll also find that certain feet work better for you in different scenarios. So for example, the roller foot is intended to be used with materials that slip, right? One in particular would be knits, and it does work very well with knits, but I almost exclusively use my walking foot when I'm sewing knits, because I have found that it works really well with my machine and I know the settings that I need to use and I get really good results. So that one I don't really mess with. But as another example, the non-stick foot works fantastic with vinyl and leather. However, in trying the roller foot, I actually am a bigger fan of the roller foot than the non-stick foot when it comes to the leather. Now with the vinyl, I like the non-stick foot. So it's just a matter of your machine and your preference. It's just nice knowing that you've got alternative options. Just out of curiosity, have you used the roller foot before? And if so, which fabric did you use it on? Comment below. Look how flawlessly the fabric moves through. I'm using a very simple mechanical machine and it is sewing beautifully. Just remember that with these types of materials, you do need to increase your stitch length. Stitches that are too close together perforate the fabric and can easily rip at the seam. I am using a medium stitch length, which on this particular machine is a 3. As always, test on scraps. Your stitch length and tension will vary depending on what you're sewing. Always consult your manual for recommendations. I know I said this video was on the roller foot, but I had to give props to the walking foot and the non-stick foot. If you haven't seen those videos, take a moment to check those out. It's awesome to know that if one foot doesn't work well for you, then you've got another option. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody. It may seem a little bit early, but here at Sewing Parts Online, we love Christmas. As you can see, we've already decorated and we have projects in mind. So today we're going to do a tutorial on an easy stocking. This can be completed in just under an hour. Hey everybody, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. So let's get started. The first thing that you're going to need is a pattern. Because I'm kind of picky about the style and shape of my stocking, I wanted to give you options. So you can either trace an old stocking that you have, maybe it's tattered and you just need to make a new one, you can do that. Otherwise, there is a free printable pattern. It'll be in the description of this video. Now here's a list of supplies that you'll need. Your pattern, some paper scissors, fabric scissors, a rotary mat, and a rotary cutter if you have one. They make it a lot easier. Some fabric weights, tape if you are printing and using my pattern, your choice of fabric, an air erasable marker, some fabric clips, and some pins, and a ruler. Don't forget your iron. If you decide you want to trace an existing one, I like to tape 4 pieces of paper together. Lay your stocking down and then trace it approximately 1/2 inch around the entire thing. The 1/2 inch just accounts for the seam allowance. If you decide to print your pattern, it's going to look like this. It's 4 pages, and it'll be labeled as A1, A2, and then B1 and B2. So it's 4 pieces. So I'm going to take B away for just a moment, and we're going to work on A1 and A2. Now you can see these little marks. On camera it could be a little bit difficult to see, but when you've got this in front of you, you'll be able to connect these and make a diamond. So you want to take your right piece and place it over the left. And you'll be able to see that diamond through the paper. And then also the black lines will be connecting. Once you've lined that up, you can take a piece of tape. And I like to go right over the seam where you're going to be cutting, so do it at kind of an angle so when you cut it, it'll catch both. Okay, so that piece is done. Now we'll work on the second one. And then we're going to do the same thing. Take the right one, place it over the left, match up the diamond shape. Make sure the black is lined up, the diamond, I should say the V, the diamond, and the black mark. And now we'll connect the 2. Once you've taped that, then I usually will flip it over and put a couple pieces on the back as well, just to make sure that it's nice and secure. And then using your paper scissors, you can cut that out. Now the great thing about this pattern is you can revise it any way you want to. It just gives you a starting point. So it's cute just the way it is, but say you wanted to make it a little more angled. You could just grab a pen and take this part off, or make the toe a little bit smaller, whatever you would like. Just keep in mind that the completed project is going to be a 1/2 inch smaller than what you draw out. So the first thing that we need is the lining. You can fold that in half. You can either use your fabric scissors, or if you do have a rotary mat and a rotary cutter, that is way easier, so that is what I'm going to use. You know what? I'm going to grab a couple of these. If you have fabric weights, those are really convenient. Otherwise, if you have like canned vegetables available, you can plop those on there. It'll hold it tight. Don't move your lining or your pattern, just remove the excess fabric. So I'm going to grab my pins, or if you'd like, you can use Wonder clips. So this is definitely a preference. I'm going to go ahead and use some Wonder clips. Just going to secure it all the way around. I'm only putting a few in because I'm actually going to pin, I'm actually going to pin, but I like having it where it's not going to move. I find that it's easiest to mark a 1/2 inch around and then connect the dots. Let's go all the way around. Now you can just go and match up all the marks. I love this so much because you don't have to be exact. It gives you a little freedom, but the line really does help. Previously, I never did this step. I just used the guide on my machine. But like I said, especially if you're a beginner, this really helps. Okay, here's where I'm going to go and pin. Again, you can totally choose whether or not you would like Wonder clips or a fabric clip or pins. Now we're going to work on the outside of the stocking. So these pieces of fabric are 18 by 22. They're a fat quarter. I actually used this Christmas package. One thing I do want to mention is that there's no duplicated designs. So these are all different. But that's kind of fun. I like that because then each side of your stocking is going to be different. But Obviously, you do not have to use fat quarters. You could use the same fabric on both sides. It's completely a choice. That's why this is fun. So we want to place right sides together, or the pretty sides. Let's place our pattern on once again and put our little weights on. And grab my rotary cutter, and we'll do the exact same thing. You want to remove that carefully just because sometimes there's a little thread that didn't get cut, so you just want to be careful of that. Okay, just remove the pattern but leave the fabric as is. Once again, I'm just going to clip around to secure the fabric. Now we make those marks again. And this is a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Okay, we're going to go back through and connect those marks. Perfect. Going back through and pinning the stocking together. One thing I do want to mention is keep in mind directional fabric. So just in case you had a little snowman on your fabric, you don't want him standing on his head. So now we're going to work on the little loop. I have this little 2.5 by 8 inch ruler and I found it to be a perfect size. So I actually just placed this on here and cut it around. That results in this little piece. Now what you'll want to do is fold in 1/4 of an inch on this side, 1/4 of an inch on this side, and then we're going to fold it together. So I'm going to move some of my stuff so I can press. You know what? I changed my mind. Let's do a 1/2 inch. I had initially tried a 1/4 inch and I totally forgot that I decided I wanted it a little bit more narrow when I fold it in on itself. So we're doing a 1/2 inch on each side. There we go, that looks better. And then we'll flip it in on itself lengthways and press. I'm just going to pin this just a couple of times. Now I'm going to bring it to the sewing machine and top stitch around the whole thing. If you're not familiar with top stitching, it's just stitching that's really close to the edge and it gives it a nice finished look. Perfect. All right, we've got that done. We're just going to fold this and kind of pinch it. Then we are going to set that aside for a moment. Now we're going to grab our fabric and we are going to sew along both of these. So for this piece, you just want to start, back stitch, go all the way around, come up to the end and back stitch. And then you want to do the exact same thing for this one. Back stitch and then go all the way around and back stitch. So we're going to be sewing a straight stitch and I set my machine to a 2.40 for the stitch length. You've got a couple of ways that you can do this. You can leave your needle in center needle position and then use the line gauge on the needle plate and just follow the 1/2 inch marking, or what I like to do is actually change my needle position to the left and then use the right edge of my foot as the guide. I find that easier. Or you can just follow the lines that you drew, whichever way you want to do it. So once again, we're going to start. We're going to back stitch, and then we're going to start sewing. Now we're going to do the same thing with the outside of the stocking. I'm curious, name one thing that you always get in your stocking. Comment below. As you come up to the end, just remember to back stitch several stitches. Now that these are sewn, I'm going to go around and cut any excess off and then clip the curves. That just helps the stocking to lay nicely. You can either use the fabric scissors or a rotary cutter. When you're clipping the curve, just make sure that you're clipping up to the seam, not through it. Set that aside, and we are going to do the same thing with the lining. Okay, and clip those curves as well. So now I'm going to leave the liner as is, but I'm going to flip the outside of the stocking right side out. I like to kind of get my hand in there, spread it out, work those curves. It kind of likes to roll in on itself, so you kind of need to work it with your fingers. Kind of finger press it, and then I do go and press the outside of the stocking once I've flattened this a little bit. You don't have to press the lining, but I do like to press the outside. There we go. We're going to take the lining, like I said, as is. You don't need to flip that right side out, so we're going to work it into the toe. You want to get it in there pretty good, and then hold it and kind of push the heel down. So just to make it easier on yourself, I like to match up my seams and use a fabric clip and then maneuver the fabric around. If you've ever quilted before, I kind of like to nest the seams where one seam allowance is going one direction and one is going the other. And then you kind of tuck them in together. That works out pretty slick. It distributes the bulk. There. That makes it just a little bit easier to work with it as you're moving the lining around. Oh, I think I twisted the toe. Let's try that again. What did I do? I sure did. How did I do that? Okay, let's try that again. I honestly have no idea how I did that. What happens on camera, right? Okay, that's looking better. Now let's match up those seams. Match up all the raw edges. I didn't provide a pattern piece for the band just because it can vary depending on whether your seam allowance is different or if you did use an old one versus using the pattern. So what we can do at this point is figure how big you want your band to be. Then you're going to double that amount and add 1 inch. We double it because it'll be folded, and the 1 inch is taking the seam allowance into consideration. So I want mine to be 2 inches. So what I did 4 and then added an inch. So we've got 5 inches. So if you look at this, I'm going to try and show you on my grid here. It'll be 2 inches exposed, and then I'm going to be sewing a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So that will leave you with those 2 inches. So that's what I'm choosing. Okay, so I know my width now. Now I need to know my length. So you're going to want to measure across here, but you're going to double it and then add a little bit more for good measure. When I fold it in half, it's going to be a little bit extra so I can do my seam allowance. So I'm going to fold this in half and press it. And then I'm going to grab my marking pen and lay it right with the side, and then also mark right with the side here. Mark that. Then we can sew that. In this case, since it's not an exact 1/2 inch, I'm just going to put it as center needle, and I'm going to just follow the line that I drew. Remember to backstitch. That was a little excessive. You only need about 3 back stitches. I get a little carried away sometimes. You can just cut off the excess to eliminate some bulk. I'm going to open up this seam, and I'm going to press this. This, once again, is just helping to distribute the bulk. So now, with the wrong side out, we're going to flip this and make a band here and bring the raw edges together. I'm going to hold that there and work my way around. That makes it a little bit easier. Kind of just have to work with it, that's all. Kind of see that it's laying nicely now. And I'll be lining up the seam with the seam on the stocking, so I'm going to keep the seam on the left-hand side, kind of straighten it out, and then just give it a little press. So now we're going to take our stocking, we're going to open it up, and I'm going to align the seams. And just kind of make sure that they didn't move too much. Good there. And this is going with the nice folded edge inside the stocking. And you'll be lining up all of the raw edges. See how that works? They're all the ugly side. And with this, I like to kind of scooch it in, bring it all the way down, lined up with your stocking, and then kind of straighten it and make sure it's fitting nicely. Move it down a little bit. And then once it's evenly distributed, then pin over here on the right side, and then you can continue securing it around the rest of the stocking. Should have put some Christmas music on. Okay, now we're going to grab our little loop. And we've got it this way, so you're going to want it on this side of your stocking. Open this up and carefully on the seam, you're going to be feeding it in. So the ugly side of that is going to be with the raw edges as well. It's going to be tucked in. But you want to make sure that it's between the lining and the band. So we're going to center that nicely. And kind of pinch this so it doesn't move too much. Release that one. And then I'm going to move the band and expose the lining. And then I'm going to put the pretty side in first. Center that on the seam, and then bring that band seam right in the middle. It's quite a bit of bulk there, but it'll be fine. Okay. And now we're going to do a 1/2 inch seam allowance around the entire thing. So at this point, I find it easiest to go a little bit before that bulky seam. Get that scrunched in there. This can take a little finagling. I'm going to use the edge of my foot as the guide, and I'm going to move my needle to where it would be a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And you've got to kind of work with it as you go. I'm going to slow down my machine a little bit. Start and back stitch. And I don't want to remove this wonder clip quite yet. Now we can do it and kind of work our way over that. Once I'm over the hump, I want to reverse it. Just because this is a point of strain, you don't want it to rip out. And then go back again. You don't need to worry about speed. Just make sure that the bottom layer is laying flat and that the other part of the stocking is out of the way. And then slowly sew your 1/2 inch seam allowance. Once you come up closer to your fabric clip, you can just stop, remove your clip, readjust your fabric, make sure it's laying flat, and then continue to sew. Once you come up to the end, back stitch. And stop. Now that we've sewn that, you see this kind of ugly area. We're going to hide that by flipping this over. And then because you were between the band and the lining, this comes out perfectly. Look how nice that looks. And wiggle that down a little bit just like you did before. Kind of use your fingers to roll the fabric. And then once you've got that rolled, we'll give it a good press. You've finished your stocking. It looks so great. You can even hand stitch somebody's initials on here or use your machine and embroider somebody's name. Have fun with it. I hope that you enjoyed making this Christmas stocking. I loved showing you how to do it. If you're still looking for a fall project, make sure to check out our tutorial on the fall fabric pumpkin. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody. I'm excited to show you this great little presser foot. Are you wanting to add a decorative element to your project without it being really complicated? This is totally the foot for you. Hey everybody, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. So let's take a look at the pin tuck foot. Grooves on the bottom of the presser foot make it really simple to stitch evenly spaced parallel rows. You begin by sewing one pin tuck, and then the first one sewn will serve as a guide to continue making the other pin tucks. This foot is ideal for adding decorative elements to pillows, bed covers, and even garments. It's also great for heirloom sewing. This foot works best with light fabrics such as georgette or desheen. However, you can still use a medium weight woven fabric. The pin tucks just won't be as prominent, but it still adds interest to your project. There are numerous kinds of pin tuck feet. Depending on your machine's make and model, availability will vary. Here we have a couple of different ones. We've got a 5-groove pin tuck foot and a 7-groove pin tuck foot. Both of these options are snap-ons. Please take a moment to like and subscribe. That way you'll get notified of any future video that we have. As a good rule of thumb, the smaller the amount of grooves, the heavier the fabric that you can use. The larger the amount of grooves, the lighter the fabric. To get the best height on your pin tucks, you want to use the appropriate type of fabric. Some things you'll need: an extra spool pin or a thread stand. If you have a horizontal spool pin, make sure that you use a spool cap. If you're not familiar with the thread stand, that's totally fine. I'll include a video at the end of this video and it'll walk you right through it. An area erasable marker is really convenient. You'll be able to easily mark where your first pin tuck will be. Once your first one is sewn, as I said before, it'll serve as a guide to continue making the other pin tucks. You'll also need 2 spools of thread. And I also find it convenient to have a little pair of scissors and some tweezers just in case my thread breaks. And lastly, a twin needle. First things first, let's install the twin needle. Here I've got a 2mm option. Select the straight stitch on your machine and the center needle position. Set your machine to a medium stitch length. You'll also need to increase your thread tension. The higher the tension, the more prominent the pin tucks will be. Depending on your machine, a good starting point is a 5, but you can even go up as high as 7 to 9. Make sure to line up the middle open groove of the presser foot with your line drawn. Always test on scraps prior to working on your project just to ensure that you'll get the look that you're going for. Here are several examples. Let me know what you plan to make with this presser foot. Make sure to comment below. The deep wide grooves on the bottom of the foot can also hold cording or yarn so that you can get a nice detailed prominent pin tuck that has a lot of structure. Make sure to check out our other video on the pin tuck foot. We cover how to use cording in that video. This pin tuck foot is so much fun to experiment with. I would love to hear what you decide to make. Until next time, happy sewing everybody. A sewing machine presser foot that can help you with satin stitches, decorative stitches, and applique? If so, we've got just the thing for you. Stick around and I'll tell you what it is. Hey everybody, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. So today we're going to take a peek at the satin stitch foot. The satin stitch foot is ideal for satin and decorative stitches because it has a tunnel or a groove on the underside of the foot. This accommodates the extra thickness of thread when sewing these bulkier stitches. Oftentimes you can get an open toe satin stitch foot as well. This too has a groove under the foot, however the front of the foot is open. This foot is great for applique as the open front gives you greater visibility. You may have heard the term satin stitch and have wondered what the heck does that mean? All it really means is a zigzag stitch done really close together. So just note that if your manual doesn't specify a satin stitch, that doesn't mean you can't do it. You would simply need to select a zigzag stitch and decrease your stitch length. As you can see with my decreased stitch length, the zigzag stitches are really close together. If I increase the stitch length, it just looks like a regular zigzag stitch. Play around with the stitch length to achieve the look that you're going for. If you will be sewing a satin stitch or decorative stitches, especially when sewing on satin fabric, it's really beneficial to use a little bit of stabilizer. That little bit of stabilization really helps produce nice results. A really fun application when doing decorative satin stitches is using metallic thread. It is so pretty and shiny. When using metallic thread, make sure that you use a metallic needle. I myself like a size 14. The metallic needle has a large eye to make threading easier. It also has a large groove to prevent shredding during stitch formation. Some machines' manuals recommend using a lightweight bobbin thread, such as 80 weight. This just ensures that your upper thread won't fight for tension, and it reduces bulk. Although I've found that my machine likes about a 50 weight, so as usual, test on some scraps. Can you think of an area where you would use this foot? Comment below. I'd love to hear your ideas. For another example, let's do a satin stitch with a scalloped edge. When doing decorative stitches, I prefer a thread that has some shine to it. I just think it looks a little bit fancier. Here I've used Madeira Poly Neon thread. It has a nice vibrant sheen to it, but it's super easy to work with. Regardless of the thread you choose, always test on some scraps before moving forward with your project. It may be necessary to adjust your tension. Once you've completed your scalloped edge, you can simply take a small embroidery scissors and cut around the design. You can have so much fun with these stitches. You can also use a satin stitch foot for applique. Although you can use the regular satin stitch foot, the open toe is preferred. As you can see, the open front really makes it easier to see what you're doing. This is the seam-align glue. It's going to hold your fabric in place and it'll avoid shifting and you can easily applique. I just love this presser foot. There are so many different ways that you can use it. I hope that you enjoy it. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody. I recently did a video on the hammer foot and had a great question. Is it the same as a picot foot? It's totally understandable because they look very similar, but they are different feet. Stick around and I will tell you what those differences are. Hey everybody, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. So let's grab these 2 feet and compare. Here's the hammer foot and here's the picot foot. They look pretty similar, don't they? So here's where the difference comes in. I'm going to flip these over. See on the hammer foot how the channel is flat? Whereas on the picot foot, it's rounded. So with the flat channel, you're going to get a flat hem. And then with the rounded channel, you're going to get a rounded hem. Also, normally a straight stitch is used with the hammer foot and a zigzag stitch is used with the picot foot. Both are great presser feet, it just depends on the look that you're going for. As previously mentioned, we do have a video on the hammer foot. I'll include a link for that at the end of this video. Let's take a look at these results. This is from the hammer foot. You can see how nice and flat that is. And then this is the picot foot. Just gives it a little bit more interest. I don't know if it's just because it's around Halloween, but I think it'd be really cool to add a decorative element to the hem of your costume with this foot. Where do you think this presser foot would come in handy? Comment below. Next, I'll be showing you how to use this fun presser foot. But before we begin, please go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. That way you get notified of any future video that we have. So the first thing we want to do is sew a couple of zigzag stitches and make ourselves a thread tail. Grab that and pull. Move that thread out of the way. We're going to take our thread tail, bring it up and around into the funnel. See how that works? Then kind of pull in your fabric. And then I'm going to lower my presser foot. Bring the fabric to, let me grab a little pointer here, just up to this little curved area of the foot, not into the stitching area yet. Pull on the thread tail lightly and do a few stitches and then stop. Now what I'm going to do is fold over just a little bit of fabric, enough for the raw edge to reach this side of the foot, and then sew a little bit and stop. You want to double check and make sure that the amount that you're feeding in is correct. To make sure that you are feeding the appropriate amount, you want to take the raw edge of the fabric and hold it over to this little toe or guide on the foot. As long as the fabric is right on that guide, you're going to feed the right amount through. See how cool that is? Just a reminder, if you're interested in more information on the hammer foot, be sure to click on that video. I hope that seeing these feet side by side clears up any confusion. If you have any additional questions, be sure to let me know. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody. Sewing friends, let's talk. We all have that accessory that we want to use, and then when you go to use it, it just won't work. That's what the hammer foot was for me. I wanted to make all these napkins, and every time I would try, I would get so frustrated. But I found a few tips and tricks, and now I absolutely love it. Stay tuned, and I will show you how to use it. Hey everybody, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. So let's talk about the hammer foot. What exactly is it meant to do? This little foot has a funnel that folds your fabric in on itself so that it can easily hem light to medium fabric. It gives you this really nice professional finished edge. Before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe. That way you'll get notified of any future video that we have. Hammer feet come in several sizes. Some of the common options are 1/8, 3/16, and 1/4. They can also be labeled as 2mm, 4mm, and 6mm. It just depends on the brand. The one that fits your machine may be a snap-on or it could be a screw-on. Also, availability will vary depending on your machine. If a hammer foot came with your machine and you're not sure of the size, just flip it over. The width of the groove is the size of your hammer foot. Also, this is going to be the size of your finished hem. The heavier the fabric, the larger hammer foot you will need. If you are a beginner, I would highly recommend working with a 1/4 inch foot first. The larger funnel is just easier to work with. Some fun projects to use this foot on are scarves and lightweight skirts, and like I said, napkins. Always test on scraps prior to working on your project, just to ensure that the fabric isn't too heavy for the foot. Also, we have another video on the hammer foot. Recommendations are based on different types of fabric that you're using. Make sure that you check out that video at the end of this video. To prepare your fabric, you need to think about the size of your hammer. Say you're using the 1/4 inch hammer foot. Whatever the size you're using, you're going to be doubling it. So first, you want to finger press a 1/4 inch, and then fold and finger press another 1/4 inch. Finger press several inches. Because I'd initially had issues with the hammer foot, at this point I actually tried pressing it with an iron, thinking that would help. It didn't. You don't want to do that. The fabric needs to be pliable in order to feed into the funnel correctly. Now that you have your folded hem, pin it vertically. Set your machine to a straight stitch and adjust your stitch length according to the fabric that you are using. So first, you want to have a thread tail. You're going to need this in order to pull a little bit when you begin sewing. Now you can take your prepared fabric and place it under the foot. Lower your needle first, then lower your foot. Now grab your thread tail and sew several stitches. 3 or 4 is perfect. Leave in your needle and lift up your foot. So here's where I was having issues. I just could not get the fabric into the funnel. I found that using a pointy tweezers helped tremendously. So after I lifted my foot, I grab the fabric with my tweezers right by the foot. Then I push it into the funnel and bring it over to the left. By doing this, the fabric gets positioned correctly and you're not fighting with it. Remember, you want to feed in double the amount of fabric as the size of your foot. So here I'm using the 1/4 inch hammer foot. I'll be feeding in 1/2 inch. I find it's easiest to fold that amount and hold it with my finger while sewing, and then line up the raw edge of the fabric with this guide. Start off slow, and as you get more comfortable, you can speed up. Please take a moment to comment below. If you have any fun ideas on what to use this foot for, I would love to hear them. Now let's swap it out for the 1/8 inch hammer. Because the funnel is smaller, it can take a little bit more time to get the fabric in the funnel, but the concept is the same. However, I find that the 1/8 inch takes a little more practice. To have nice, neat corners, finish all the way to the end and then prepare the next side as you did with the first. Repeat as needed. I am so glad that I didn't give up on the hammer foot. It really is such a great accessory. Make sure to check out that video for some additional tips. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody. Hey everybody, Tricia here with Sewing Parts Online. Have you ever been walking through your sewing store and you see one of those fancy machines with the laser and you think to yourself, man, I wish my little machine had that feature. Well, guess what? There's a Notion out there that will give you that experience. And it not only works well, but it won't break the budget. Stick around and I'll tell you what it is. It's the 3-in-1 rechargeable laser system by Vivilux. Let me say that again. Rechargeable. I don't know about you, but I really dislike buying batteries. So that alone had me looking at this product. What do you say we unbox this thing? So let's see what goodies we have. We've got the actual laser. The little light box measures 2 1/4 inches by 1.5 inches. The little flexible gooseneck is approximately 7 inches long. Just a little side note, this may be white or black. You get your USB charging cord and your wall mount. Place that in there. And then this end would just plug right into your laser and you'll be able to plug it into the wall and charge your laser. Now, I know that you're going to want to use your laser right away, but when you get it, please make sure to charge it for at least 3 hours. While charging, there's going to be a little red light on the back. Once it's completely charged, that will go away. Next, we have our little interchangeable caps. These are going to adjust the laser beam. On the side, it shows a little picture showing you which one it is. You've got a dot, the line, and the crosshair. I'm sorry if you can't see this on camera, but in person, they're very convenient. Next, depending on the laser system that you select, it'll come with hook and loop tape, which I will affectionately refer to as Velcro, since that's how I know it. You also get your alignment guide, which we will be discussing more further on in the video. And you get 100 alignment stickers. We do sell more of these individually if needed. Lastly, it comes with a little instruction packet. All of that in one little box. There are several different options to choose from when it comes to these lasers. So the first thing that I want to mention is the color of the actual laser. You've got a red option and you have a green option. So with the red option, we found that it works really well on light colored fabrics. Also, it's a great choice if you're just getting into using a laser system since it is a little less in price. Now with the green, a couple of things that I really like about the green option. Although it is a little bit more, it is actually intended to reduce eye fatigue. So we all know sitting at your machine for a long period of time, that can be a real issue. So that was a huge benefit to me. Also, I find that the high, like really bright green beam is very easy to see on an assortment of fabrics. So I just think all around, it's the better choice for myself. What do you think you would use? Comment below. Here are several different fabrics ranging in color and pattern so that you can see how the different lasers look on each one. So let's talk about how we're going to attach it to our machine. We've got the Velcro attachment or the magnetic option. Now, the magnetic attachment is intended for sewing machines with a metal body. Most of the newer machines are made with a hard plastic shell. Those will require the Velcro option just because metal, magnetic, plastic, magnet won't work, right? So you do have to get the Velcro option. I myself prefer the Velcro. I found that the magnetic one wasn't quite strong enough for my liking, but the Velcro, super easy to install in your machine, and it has the hold that I'd like. As for where you put it on your machine, that's really a preference. Some common places would be up top, on the inside, or right here. So I am going to be installing it on the top just because I like it out of my way, and I think that will work very well on this machine. I'm going to install it and show you how it works. Just a quick note, I did decide to install it on the side of the machine instead. Now let's take a closer look at the interchangeable caps. The 1mm dot is used to mark the point on your fabric where you want your needle. The line is to mark a straight sewing line. It works as a perfect visual for a seam and a cutting guide, and it will work with any seam allowance. The crosshair helps you locate the center on an embroidery project, a quilt block, or a pocket. Let's do a close-up view of the alignment guide. This little tool is great. You've got your 1/4 inch increments on the one side and some of your standard measurements on the other. Let's say you wanted to do a 7/8 inch seam. You would place your needle in the little hole, and then you would center your guide on your machine, and then you would line up your laser on the side of the guide. Let's go see how it works. Since I chose a 7/8 inch seam, I did lower the needle into the 7/8 inch hole. Now I can freely move around my guide. I'm going to use the lines on the needle plate and the grid on the alignment guide to straighten it out. Once I've found the appropriate spot, I'm just going to lower my presser foot to help it from moving. Now I can turn on my laser and just bring it over to the edge of the alignment guide. Once you have it appropriately positioned, then you can just lift up your presser foot, lift your needle, and remove the guide. Now you can just move through your project with ease. And that is just one example of many. Please make sure that you comment below. Let me know how you would use this awesome product. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Although this product has been around for a little while, it's just too good not to talk about. Gotta give credit where credit is due. Until next time, happy sewing, everybody! No one should have to throw away the sewing machine that their grandma taught them how to sew on. Those memories are priceless. Our family-owned business started in 1997 and has since grown to amass one of the largest inventories for sewing machine parts. Say goodbye to the big box sewing stores where you wander the aisles with unanswered questions. Our customer support is an extension of your sewing room, ready to help you with all of your sewing needs. Our consistently released tutorials help you master your craft. We're always sourcing new products that will help you sew straighter, more accurately, and with greater confidence. Whether you quilt, embroider, or sew your own clothing, we're here to empower your sewing journey. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a fabulous lunch. Before we get into our next segment, I just want to go over a couple of things. Because we had so many awesome machine demos, I'm kind of trying to break it up and recap on some of them in little segments. So right now I'm just going to show you the special pricing on the Eversewn, so you can look at that machine in case you didn't catch that on day 2. So let's take a look at that. We had 2 machines. Brian, would you mind pulling up the Sparrow 30S? And I am going to pull up the X2. Here we go. It's okay. He's pulling up the 30S for us.
Go ahead and do the X2 and I'll pull up the 30S on
That sounds like a plan. All right. So the X2 is a sewing and embroidery machine. It retails for the $1,199.99, on sale for $849.99. At this point, you know the drill. We've got our special event pricing. That number at the top. Just call us at 888-824-1192, and we will beat that $849.99. All right. Are we ready with the 30S, Brian?
Let's see, right there.
There we go. All right. If we can just bring it up just a little bit more, or bring it closer, I should say. There we go. My eyes are not the greatest today. I don't know what's going on. Okay. That normally is an MSRP of $499.99. There's a sale price of the $449.99, and we have our special event pricing. So give us a call.
Last one we have.
We only have one left.
We have one more left.
One left, guys. Who's going to get it? Give us a call and we can help you get that machine. Just remember, we do have affordable financing as well. So the next thing that we want to mention, if you didn't catch it earlier when we were talking about the True Cut pricing, the special pricing has been extended until tomorrow, which is Friday, the 23rd, until end of business day. So that's going to be 5:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. So thank you to our suppliers for extending those sale prices for us. We really, really appreciate it. Unfortunately, no more demonstrations. Today is the last day. We're going to have our grand finale with all of our giveaways, but we still get some awesome pricing until tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Also, we have 2 giveaways coming up after Heidi's segment, so please make sure to keep commenting. We're loving all of the comments and all of the questions. They're fantastic. That is the way that you get entered into our giveaway. So we really love those comments coming through. Also, if you're on Instagram or TikTok, please head over to Facebook or YouTube and put your comment there. That way you don't miss out on the giveaway, because that's where our software is pulling the names from. A quick recap on how to claim your prize. There is a little button on our website, sewingpartsonline.com, right on the homepage. It says SewCreative Live Event. Click on that, scroll down to giveaways. There's a claim your prize button. You just fill out your form and we will get your prize sent out to you. We do want to let you know, because we've been working really, really hard to get ready for this event, and we're not going to lie, we're a little tired. Brian and I are going to be taking a much needed 4-day weekend after this event. So please give us a little bit of time. After we get back, we're going to work hard to get your prizes sent out for you as soon as we can. And then next up, we have Master Seamstress Heidi Ivy with a Q&A. Please make sure to ask her anything about sewing. She has some fabulous content already ready for you, but I'm sure she is ready and willing to answer some questions. So, Brian, do you mind pulling up Heidi?
Hey,
Hello,
guys.
Heidi.
Hi, Tricia. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm not gonna lie, my daughter has a fever that she started with last night, so I got too little sleep and too much coffee in my system right now.
Oh, we all do, right? It's okay. We'll get through it.
Yeah. I was like,
Well,
I'm already nervous and I've had 3 cups.
Oh, you're going to do great. Heidi and I are TikTok friends, and I am so thankful that I found her on TikTok. She's amazing.
Oh.
Give her some grace if she needs a little extra coffee or a little less coffee, right?
I've been drinking water like it's candy because I'm like, well, I gotta calm this caffeine down.
You'll do fantastic. I know you will. Well, I know that you're prepared, so I'm going to let you go ahead and take it away, and I'll pop in as needed.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Heidi Ivy, and a lot of you probably know me from TikTok. If not, go follow me. I started sewing at a young age because my great-grandmother, who was an amazing seamstress from England, watched us, the children, as my dad went to work and my mom was in nursing school. And my grandmother, while sweet as can be, was a tough cookie when she taught me how to sew. So I'm a very strict, no-nonsense type of teacher. I also teach. So I attended the Art Institute for a little while, and then I also went to the Austin School of Fashion Design. And once I completed my classes there, they invited me to teach, which I was really excited about. So I started my teaching experience there, and then I moved on to the Fashion Incubator program at ACC. So that's kind of a little bit of my background. And then, of course, COVID hit, and so I was teaching at a little private studio, which then closed down because of COVID. So it's been a journey. But what I will say is, in this segment, I am a sewing maximalist. Okay, so if there's a tip or a trick or a tool or a gadget, I want it in my repertoire of things. So if you're trying to save money, you probably don't want to follow me because I'm obsessed with stuff. I'll buy it. This is the thing, is I'm really great at telling you what's going to work and what's not going to work because I've already bought it. So I will save you some money in the end if you think about it. So I want to get started. I'm not sure how I see the chat. Is it possible to see the chat, or are you going to tell me the questions as we go? Do I pull this up?
You should be able to click a little button that says comments. Do you see that?
Tell her to switch.
I don't see that. Have mic, cam, settings, chat, and leave.
From private chat to the comments.
But we can pop them up.
Yeah, but we can pop them up too. You might see them come across the screen, or I'll just pop on the screen. And
Oh, I see it. You're so smart. Okay. But can they be on the screen at the same time or no?
We can pop them up. Yep, we can show
Okay.
them.
That would be great. Just in case, because since I'm not selling a product per se, we have a little bit more freedom to be a little loosey-goosey and kind of, wing it, as they say.
Yep.
I do have some
Can you
coffee.
see the, oh, I'm so sorry. Can you see the one that we just put up?
So when I go to it directly, I can, but then I can't see the screen to see what I'm showing.
Why don't we just ask them?
Yeah.
What's her favorite pair of scissors or scissor brand?
Yep. What's the best pair of scissors? Or your
What's
favorite scissor brand?
I love Ginger.
You get
I'm
one
a
right off the
Ginger
bat.
girl. I'm a Ginger girl. So I will say serrated Yeah, exactly. Serrated edges are great for finer slippery fabrics. And then they have the dressmaker shears, which are great for all your other fabrics. There's also a great pair of leather shears for when you're working with tougher fabrics. And I actually have a segment that I was going to speak about. I think it's the third segment where I'm going to talk about some cutting tools. So I'll actually save that for just a second. I'm going to hop right into it. And if you guys see some questions that you think, you know, need attention, just hop in. I'll be happy to answer any questions. So I'm working low tech here. I don't have any fancy cameras or lighting. So what I'm going to do is bring over this box so I can kind of prop up my machine right here. And then I'm going to scoot the camera back a little bit so we can see that. Because what I say is part of being confident in sewing is knowing the capabilities of your machine and referring them to their proper name and knowing what they are capable or not capable of. And here's my #1 tip. And I tell all my students this. I read my manuals like they are romance novels, and I'm not even playing with you. I know it seems very mundane, and you might have to read something more than once to really take in what the manual is saying. But what I find is a lot of people don't even know that their machines have certain functions that they would know if they read the manual. So on TikTok, I had shared a tip about turning corners on a serger. And this is my manual, guys. It's right here. It's all here. You got outside corners and inside corners. And that video did really well. And I hate to take credit for it because it makes it sound like something I came up with, but in reality, all I did was read the manual. So let's go through some of the parts of the sewing machine. And I want to point out some features that I think I really like in a machine. So a lot of you guys know the hand wheel, the bobbin winder, the spool pin is back here. So this area here is called a thread guide. And inside of this area are 2 tension discs. So when you have your presser foot raised, so I just raised it, these tension discs release to allow for easy threading. If you're threading your machine with your presser foot down, you're going to run into some issues. So always keep that in mind. You always want to thread with your presser foot raised. Another thing that I find that people don't really recognize is that if you don't complete the rotation of the hand wheel, so if your needle has an up-down function, this is not so much of a problem for you because it will complete the rotation for you. But if you don't have that function and you have to hand wheel to get your fabric out of your throat plate here, if you don't complete the rotation, you're going to get multiple threads coming out and it's going to feel like your fabric is stuck. So inside your bobbin case is a hook that your needle goes down, it hooks the thread, and it comes back up. That's what forms your stitches. That sounded dirty. Okay, so, or looked dirty. I'm a jokester. So it forms the stitches. If you haven't completed the rotation, you're going to have multiple threads coming. That's the #1 complaint that I get is, what is going on? So let's talk about some other common mistakes. I'm going to put this to the side for just a second. I feel like I can't really see you guys. So common mistakes that I see in my classes are, 1, trying to sew with your presser foot up. So some machines have a function where it won't allow it. It'll beep at you or something like that. But a lot of the manual machines, you can sew with your presser foot up all day long, but you're going to be producing some really bad stitching and it's not going to work out too well. Something else I see, this is a hard habit to break, is throwing down way too many back stitches. So you really only need 2, max 3 back stitches. So in truth, here's your fabric. You could start ahead of the edge of your fabric, back stitch, and then come forward. Because if you think about it, if you're going forward, back stitching, going forward again, you got a lot of stitching in there that's not really necessary. It's going to add bulk. And if you have to make a, like if you make a mistake and you have to go to seam rip it, you're going to be wishing that you had been a little less generous with the back stitches. And I see that a lot where they just throw down way too many back stitches. They almost let it get away from them. You know, they're like, me, and it's going. So that's another mistake that I would try to avoid. Let's see, I have some notes here, so I want to kind of try to keep on track. Oh, so most issues with your machine, if you're having skip stitches or bird's nest going on the bobbin, a lot of that is totally fixable with just rethreading your machine. A lot of people want to skip to, my machine is broken, when in reality it most likely is, and it just needs to be rethreaded. If rethreading it hasn't resolved the issue, you probably want to take a look at what needle you're using, because as we saw from the Schmetz demo, which I loved, I'm a huge fan of Schmetz needles, there's a lot of different needle types out there. We're going to actually get to that next in just a second. So you may be choosing the wrong needle for your project, for your fabric type. So let's see, what else do we have? Oh, okay. Here's a big one, guys. And, you know, if I could rap people on the knuckles while I'm teaching, if that was socially acceptable, I would do it. Do not sew over your pins. Try your hardest. And I know there are situations where we've all done it. I'm guilty. You know, I understand that. But sewing over your pins is not necessarily a matter of if I break a needle. It's a matter of when I break a needle, okay? It's going to eventually happen. If you're just going to town sewing over needles like it's, you know, la-di-da, one, it's dangerous, okay? Because I had a student who, she wasn't sewing over pins. She actually forgot that she had changed her presser foot from a zigzag foot to a single needle foot. And the needle broke and it hit her right here in the bridge of her nose. And, you know, that's crazy town. We don't need to be losing eyes or, you know, things like that. Not to mention it's extremely jarring, it's scaring, and it can definitely mess up your machine, okay? So our machines take care of us. We want to take care of our machines. I'm a huge proponent of, you know, cleaning your machine, treating it right, covering it when you're not using it. They're investments and you have to take care of them. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, and depending too much on pins. So a lot of times I see people pinning the life out of their project. You really don't need that many pins. What I would say is use the minimal pins that you truly need. Because if you're doing a whole ton of pins, you're going to be having to stop every, you know, 2 or 3 stitches trying to take out pins. And it can slow you down and mess you up in the end. It can kind of just make the product look jumpy, I guess I'll say, you know, where you're not sewing straight because you're not in the rhythm. Another thing that I like to say is always hold your thread tails. There's a lot of fancy machines out there that have automatic cutters and things like that. And my machine, my newest machine actually has an auto cutter, but in my manual, which I will refer back to the manual, it simply states, even though you have an automatic thread cutter, at the beginning of each stitch, you need to try to hold on to your thread tails. If you don't hold on to your thread tails and you don't have a super fancy machine, it's going to suck that needle thread back up, so your needle is now unthreaded. You can get birds nesting. It can also try to suck your fabric down into those feed dogs, which if you're working on a project where you have some seriously fine, nice fabric, the last thing you want is for your fabric to be jammed down into your feed dogs where you have to wrestle the hand wheel and tug on the fabric and cut it out. If it, you know, you might have to cut it out of there. That's not what you want to be doing. You've already put it in so much work, cutting out the pattern, finding the fabric, you know, just hold on to the thread tails. That's all what I'll say there. And then, okay, there's another common one, is looking at the needle while you're sewing. What I would suggest is look off to the side. That's why you have gauges on your throat plate that have increments of measurement. So you're going to want to look over there, not at your needle. If you're watching your needle go up and down, up and up, up and down, and Tricia just mentioned it, eye fatigue, you're going to be sewing like a drunk monkey in no time if you're watching that needle. So avoid it at all costs. Pretend it's the sun. You do not want to stare at the sun, okay? So let's skip down to features that I would like, that I look for in a machine. Now, Are these necessary? No. But are they helpful? Absolutely. I love these features about machine. And so I'm talking about beyond the basic features. So a needle up down option. This gives you the option to where your needle is going to stop when you're done sewing. Is it going to stop in the up position or is it going to stop in the down position? I'm a huge fan of it stopping in the down position because I like to adjust my fabric often when I'm sewing. I don't allow the machine to take control. I control the machine. And so that's something else I will say that I hear myself saying a lot in my classes is sew, stop, assess, and adjust. Sew, stop, assess, and adjust. So you can be sewing along, you are in control. You can be sewing along, you can stop totally. You can assess the situation, what's going on. Is my fabric folded? Are my edges butted up against each other? You know, am I catching a piece of fabric that doesn't need to, is a sleeve over here and it's going to get caught when it doesn't need to get caught? And you can assess and stop and assess and adjust. And if you have your needle in the down position, you can go so far as to raise your presser foot, rearrange your fabric a little bit, and still be sewing at the same spot that you stopped to begin with. If your needle's in the up position, you have to then try to realign to where your last line of stitching was. So that's one feature that I love is a needle up down. The ability to drop your feed dogs. I do a lot of free motion stuff. I do a lot of darning or mending, right? So if you're going to mend a pair of jeans, you want that free motion capability. And when you can drop your feed dogs, that is the most important thing. So I noticed on one of the machines, I don't remember which one it was, but it has a button where you just push the button and the feed dogs drop. That's a new technology to me. I've never seen that because typically there's a lever. Can't talk. So here's another reason to read your manual. This machine, the feed dog lever is back here. If you're not paying attention, you would never notice that. And if you haven't read your manual, you wouldn't realize that you have the option to drop your feed dogs. So just another good point to read your manual. Another thing that I really like, and this is gonna be a matter of preference, is what the bed of your machine looks like. Okay, so here is the bed, this area inside of here. So I do like a good free arm, and that's usually where you can take the compartment off and work on in the round. You can sew in the round. So armholes, sleeve cuffs, pant leg cuffs, things like that. It's a great feature. My newest machine it's called a professional. So it's more like an industrial machine. I say this loosely, it's not an industrial machine, but it's closer to an industrial machine than it is a home sewing machine. So I don't have the option for the free arm. So is it necessary? No, because I've gotten along without it. I've figured out how to work the fabric in a way where I can still sew in the round. But I will say having a free arm is super helpful to me. I feel like it's great. And then you also need to think about what type of products are you going to be sewing. So if you're sewing quilts and stuff, you're going to want a really nice amount of width from the needle to the edge of your machine, that bed. You're going to want it to be nice and long so you can roll your quilt up in there and just be quilting along. Let's see, what else? Oh my gosh.
They're going. There we go. Sorry, we're popping on. I was trying to click it before we went, but there was a question regarding sewing on fur. What was the best way to sew on fur?
So we're asking about machines or we're asking about feet?
Both. That would be great.
So sewing on fur, I'm not gonna lie, I don't do a lot of it. And I've sewn real fur for like a collar and stuff, and I've actually done that by hand. If I was gonna attempt to sew something like some faux fur, I'd probably use a walking foot, and your standard home machine should be able to handle it as long as it's not, you know, tough hide if you're talking about real fur. Does that make sense?
It does. And I also wanted to mention too that we do have a YouTube tutorial on sewing with tough fabrics like the faux fur as well. I wanted to get your insight and let them hear it now, but I also wanted to let them know about the YouTube video. So
Oh yeah,
I'll let
I'll
you
be checking that out because I don't actually sew with faux fur a lot, and I would like to. Y'all have so much great information that I'm totally going to check that out.
Thank you.
So another, and I have to. This is probably my number one thing. I will never buy another machine that doesn't have the option for a knee lift or a presser foot assist. It depends on what you call it. I call it a knee. I call it interchangeably, honestly. And so, give me 1 second. So this is the knee lift. Whoopsie. There will be a hole in your machine, which this is my travel machine and it does not have the hole, but there will be a hole in this area down here somewhere that will allow you to insert the knee lift, and then you have hands, you can use your leg to have hands-free movement of the presser foot. You can move the presser foot up and down. And I am all about some third hand stuff. I can't tell you how many times I'll be sewing something and think to myself, man, I wish I had third hand. And ever since I've had this knee lift, it has changed my life dramatically. I won't go back. I'll never go back. You couldn't make me go back. So that's something that I would look for in a machine. So here are some features that I like, but I could probably do without. Independent bobbin winding. It sounds great. It sounds fancy, but in truth, it doesn't take long to wind a bobbin. And it is nice that you don't have to unthread your machine because you have a second spool to wind the bobbin. But the idea that you're going to be winding bobbins as you're sewing, I feel like might be a little bit overkill. And I'm just giving you honest opinions because I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm just giving you straight up information. You might like it. I have found that, yes, it's great. I don't have to unthread, but it's not such an important feature that I can't live without it. A feature I would love, which I don't have, and I found out the other day actually exists, is a low bobbin warning. Like, I literally was talking to my friend. I was like, it is crazy all the technology that they have out there. They can't make a sewing machine that will warn you when your bobbin is running low. And she's like, what are you talking about? My machine does that. And I was like, what? Like, mind blown. I was like, oh my God. Because I have an embroidery machine, a 6-needle embroidery machine, and it'll stop sewing and say, hey, check your bobbin or your upper thread. But I thought that was like non-existence in sewing machines. So if I was in the market for a machine, that is a feature that I would probably look for. And then another great feature that not all machines offer, but I do like, is the ability to adjust the presser foot pressure. That was a lot to say. So a lot of machines, you can adjust the top thread tension. And if you're really savvy, you can adjust your bobbin tension. But in conjunction with that, some machines have the ability to adjust the presser foot pressure. And that is something that you might look for if you're sewing something like faux fur or thicker fabrics or even finer fabrics. So, and some machines will sense the amount of fabric under there for you. So, you know, technology is amazing. But something to think about when you're going to buy is, hey, what does the presser foot pressure look like? How does that control? All right, so that is my first segment. And oh my gosh, I have 4 segments and we only finished the first one. Does anybody have any questions?
I love that. One thing I do want to mention here with the whole presser foot pressure, there's a great question. Let's see if you can see it, but I'll read it off as well. Mary said, when I'm sewing with batting, the fabric often gets stuck when I first get started, even when I've checked the thread and the needle. How can I solve this problem?
Is it being stuck on the foot? So there is a great tutorial. Oh my gosh, people are so innovative. So there's one I've seen where you stick straws on the pressure foot, and that's supposed to prevent it from being, you know, jabbed into your batting and getting stuck. There's also one I've seen where she made basically like a little binding and had a piece of elastic that went around her foot, and that prevented that as well. And if you're talking about it being sucked down into your into your feed dogs, excuse me, I would try a single hole feed dog plate, throat plate, which a lot of people don't know exist either. I mean, it's crazy amount of really great products out there. I almost said a bad word.
Well, and I was also thinking that with the pressure foot pressure, that might be a nice thing to check out, because if it's with batting and it's really thick, you might need to release it a little bit and have that room.
Exactly.
And also
Exactly.
a walking foot would be a good thing to try as well.
Do that.
And might need to change up your needle too. Again, with Schmetz, you know, it's important to have the right needle. So there's a few things that we can test, but there's lots
You
that we
are
can go
leading
over.
us
But
to our next segment.
woohoo!
I love
All
how
right,
you
I'll let
did
you
that
take
so seamlessly.
it.
All right. So I'm going to try to speed it up for you guys. Let me two-hand this over here. Clearly, I did not estimate correctly on how much time things would take to talk about. Well, maybe I just talk too much. Who knows? Okay. So how important is needle selection? My friend just told me the other day she's had her machine for 2 years and never changed the needle, and I don't understand. You got to change your needle. They wear out. You need to have particular needles for particular projects. So let's have a little conversation about that. Let's see, what did I write here? Oh, okay. So I have a little sample here, which I'm praying you guys can see. When you've got correct tension, correct needle selection, correct net thread, let me show this one first. When you don't have correct needle selection, this is called the grin of the fabric. Where's my camera? Can you see that? The stitches showing through there?
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
That's called the grin of the fabric. And you'll notice when you're seaming, if you have it looking like that, that is going to fail at some point. That's not what it's supposed to look like. So when you have correctly selected your needle type, your thread, your fabric, it matches nicely, you're going to not see that, what I call the teeth of the grin. It's going to look like it's a sturdy seam. And tension is part of that too. What I will say is a lot of people skip straight to it's my tension. Honestly, it's more or less likely probably the needle that you have selected to use for your fabric. So, excuse me, I drank so much sparkling water. Let's go through some of the needles. So you got the universal needle, and these come in a bunch of different sizes. Schmetz had an amazing demo about this, so I'm not going to try to outdo them or reiterate everything that they said. But basically, the lower the number, the finer the fabric. Universal meaning that, yes, you could use it for knits. You can use it on cottons or wovens, I should say, and you could use it on knits. Better than a universal for your knits, and I'm a huge proponent of ballpoint or jersey needles and also stretch needles. So that's what that looks like. So ballpoint and jersey are interchangeable, and then you have the stretch needle. Well, Heidi, what's the difference? Again, I'm going to point you to Schmetz's demo. They did an amazing job. But the stretch needle tends to work better with fabrics that have spandex or elastane, depending on where you're from. Spandex or elastane in it. I cannot find the camera. Stretch is better for those. If you have a stretch, cotton or something, and it's just in the fact that it's been knitted, something like this ballpoint jersey is going to help you out. So here's what makes these needles different. Is the ballpoint jersey needle has the most rounded tip. So your universal needle or some of your other needles are very sharp. They don't have a rounded tip. And they can actually cut the fibers as you are sewing rather than kind of moving them out of the way to place your stitches. So when you switch to a jersey needle, you're going to have a lot less skip stitches, and you're not going to be messing with the integrity of the fabric, okay? And the same thing goes for the stretch one. The stretch one has a medium rounded tip. So most rounded, medium rounded, and they both have their uses. If one's not working for you, try the other. You know what I mean? Some of the things that we do in sewing is not what's written on the Schmetz site or whatever. It's dependent on your particular project. And if it's not working for you, try something else. That's what I'm going to say, because a lot of times people think, I can't hear it enough. My machine's broken. honestly, a lot of it has to do with the way you're selecting, you know, your thread, your fabric, your needle, things like that. So that's what I'll say about that. Then they have other specialty needles like jeans needles. Those are going to help you out with your thicker fabrics, such as denim. They also have top stitching needles, which I highly recommend for top stitching. And I've also heard they're really great for quilting. Microtex needle, I work with a lot of fine fabrics, a lot of sheer chiffons and stuff like that. Microtex, otherwise known as sharps needles, I always have these on hand. And then, this is a subject of debate, but some serger needles. If you own a serger, so here's the situation. I got the question, can I use my home sewing machine needles in my serger? Firstly, I'll say check your manual, okay? Don't do something that I said, mess up your machine and try to come at me. I will say that my manual says that I need to use these EL 705. See, that says serger only. So I buy these EL 705, but in truth, I have used my home sewing machine needles on my serger with no issues whatsoever. In fact, better results. So use caution, use your judgment, but a lot of people don't know, one, that there are such a thing as serger needles, or two, that they could possibly use their sewing machine, their home sewing machine needles on their serger. Some other specialty needles that I was going to show you guys is the twin needle. And these come in different widths, okay? If you don't have a cover stitch machine at home, these are going to be your best friend because they can do a mock cover stitch for you where it'll have 2 lines of stitching on the top and then almost like a chain stitch on the back. It's truly like a zigzag, but it gives the look of a cover stitch. So that's awesome if you want to save money on buying a cover stitch machine. And also, some people don't know there is machines out there, or there are machines out there that can do cover stitch and overlock. Like my Janome, girl loves some Janome. I'm a Juki and a Janome girl. My Janome can do both of those functions. And that works out for me because I have a limited amount of space in my sewing area here. Okay, so while we're on the point of needles, I want to talk about pins really quickly. So some of the pins that I am familiar with, which there are tons of pin options out there, but these are going to be my highest recommended pins, are these silk glass head pins. Like I said, I work with fine fabrics often, okay? So the glass head pin means it's not going to melt underneath the heat of your iron, and the shank of the needle is very fine and thin so that it will be able to hold the thin fabric, but it will not add holes to the fabric. It won't damage the fabric. In theory, you got to be careful. If your needles are getting dull or bent, I would suggest pitching them. There is the option, if you've ever seen on the tomato, I don't have the tomato with me, but on the tomato, there's usually a little strawberry. This is just a bigger version. Inside of here is emery, like you would file your nails for. You can take your pins and run them in and out of the emery, and it will help sharpen them for you. I'll also say pins are a dime a dozen. Stop holding on to those old broke down pins. Spring for some new good pins. So I use these the most, the silk head pins. Where these come up short is when I'm working with thicker fabrics. Because they're so fine, they will bend, okay? Or if I'm working with a lace, which has a wider weave, these fall right out because they're so thin. So what I would suggest in that case is some of these pearl head ones. Here, I have here it is. They come on this little round thing. Oh, I have it backwards. Pearl head pins, but they will melt under heat. But the shank of them is a little longer and a little sturdier, so they don't bend as easily. They also have the little flower head pins, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I do have some in my stash because they're great for lace. When you're sewing like a pure lace or something and it's got an open weave to it, you can see them really well. I know people who are on bridal get this thing called snow out, where they're working on white lace, on white fabric, and it's very difficult to see where you need to work. So those flower head pins with the kind of bolder head to them are a lot easier to spot, and the shank is a little bit longer as well. So that's what I have for needles. Oh, and what I was going to say, actually, I'm not even done with this section. Lord, we got to speed it up. All right. So when I mentioned changing the needle for your project, I cannot get enough of this. This is going to be another one of my highly recommended products. And I'm not selling anything, I swear, although Sewing Parts Online can hook you up. This is called a needle minder. It's by MyPad, and I'm pretty sure if they don't have it or offer it, they can get it for you. They're very friendly folks over there. And basically what it is the different types of needles. So you have leather, top stitching, jean, metallic, embroidery, quilting, microtext, sharp, universal, ballpoint, and stretch. And then it has, I am so bad with this camera, it has all the sizes that you need. So if you'll notice, I have a flower head pin right here. This is what needle is in my machine right now. So right now I have a ballpoint 80. I'm sorry, I do not know how to figure out my camera. Everything's in reverse, so when I move left, it goes right. And then in my brother machine, I have a universal 80. So I have a different flower head pin for that one. You probably can't see it blending in. But basically, this will help you keep an idea of what is in your machine right now, because from one project to the next, you may have forgotten. If you've walked away for a week, what was I sewing last? Who knows, right? Another thing that I want to make mention is a pick counter or a stitch counter. So when you hear thread counts, you know, it's got 500 thread count. What they're saying is that within 1 inch square, okay, there will be 500 threads going across. So you can measure them. This is a magnifying glass on this side. Can you see how well that magnifies? If I've taken my needle out of my pack and I can't see what it is, I can use this pick counter to magnify really well what size and type needle it is. Also, Schmetz, I totally sound like I'm selling things. Schmetz has a mobile app for your phone that will describe all the different types and sizes, what their color-coded bar is, because a lot of these will have different colors on the band here. And so that'll help you identify also, if you can see the color, oh, it's a blue and an orange, you can go to that app and say, oh, okay, it's a microtext 80 or what have you. So let me see if I got anything else on my, and again, please don't run over your pens. That's the last thing I put on here. Retouch on a warning about don't run over pens. It's gonna jack something up. That's what I will say. So I'm gonna move on to my third section, but I would like to see if there's any more questions.
We do have a question for you. Somebody's wondering, do you have online classes?
I do offer on since COVID hit, I do have some online classes. The key to that is, since I'm not at ACC teaching the online classes, I have to have enough people in the class to run it. I do private lessons as well. So, I mean, you'd have to be in the area. But if you're interested, and I don't want to deter anybody, if you're interested, it is on a per basis. I'm really picky about who I work with. I'm not going to lie. So I would have to kind of know you can't be Joe Blow off the block. So reach out to me and we can talk if that's something you're interested in. If you want to DM me on my TikTok, that would work out. Just go to one of my videos and say something. I'll see it. Any other questions?
We have one that's just wondering what your favorite rotary cutter is.
Oh, okay, this is it. And it's an Olfa. I use rotary cutters, but not nearly as much as my shears. So I'm a little less picky about my rotary cutters. I saw one that you guys just did a demo on that looks off the chain amazing. Exactly. So like I said, if you didn't see it before, do you have it?
I don't have the True Cut yet. I want to get those. Those were fantastic, but I also am a fan of Olfa, and I love the Quilter Select. So it just depends on what I'm working with. So,
and I'm gonna try really hard to get to this. It's the last section that I have. So hopefully I can show you guys some things that maybe you might not have seen before and reasons you might want them, because I'm not selling anything. I don't care if you buy. I do care. I shouldn't say that. That was not a nice thing to say. All right, so we're gonna move on to the third section here. Let me just clear. I tore up my sewing area getting all this stuff ready for you guys. And I feel like I'm not even showing half of what I planned to show. Such is the way. Guess that coffee is doing some good now. All right. Oh, Lord, that's really heavy. Okay, you're going to want to, if you like to read, you're going to want to take some notes on this section. Okay, because I am a reader and there is so much information out there. And you can go to YouTube and you can go to TikTok, but that's not really verified information. There's a lot of misinformation out there. So that is a tip I'll give you. If you see something, try it for yourself. Don't just take it as gospel, okay? Because there is a lot of misinformation out there. All right, so we're going to lead into what fabric is right for my project. That's a super broad question, right? What fabric is right for my project? And of course, I'm going to lead you to the back of the pattern. And it says suggested fabrics. The word suggested tells you right off the bat, you can do what you want, okay? If you want to make this out of organza, well, maybe not this one. Let's show this one. If you want to make this out of organza versus chiffon, you can do it. It's going to look different. So the same dress made out of two different types of fabrics are going to give you different silhouettes. So just as long as you understand that. I get a lot of questions about fabric, and I actually teach a textiles class, which I'm absolutely geeked. I'm a geek about textiles, I'm not going to lie. And when Tricia and I first started talking, I was like, ooh, I can show my slides. But I also know I'm not very tech savvy, and I wasn't willing to risk issues with trying to throw up some slides for you guys. So we're going to go physical live objects. This book right here, screenshot it. Fabric for Fashion, the swatch book. This is the most amazing resource. Let me see if I can put this camera down a little bit. Well, I'll just hold it up. So let me get up so you can see it. It has so many swatches. Let's see. And it goes through the natural fibers, starting with your plant-based. Then it goes into animal-based, which we're still in. So it has animal fibers. I hope you guys can see this. Here's some wools. So now we're into the animals. You know, you got alpaca. The information in here is amazing. And you can't really see all these swatches. They put them in neutral colors on purpose so that you're not making a decision based on, oh, I really like that print, or oh, that, you know, that purple color is my favorite. You're only looking at the fabrics. And the information in here is so easy to consume. So I didn't even bring, I have an actual textiles textbook that I have my students buy, and it is so overwhelming. It's very difficult for people to get down, to get into it, because it's like reading, I don't know, a dictionary basically.
May I have the name of that book again? I didn't catch it.
Yeah. The Fashion for Fabric, the swatch book. Let me move my hand. And so what I will say, this is not a book that I make my students buy. I tell them about it as a reference, as a resource. It is kind of pricey, I'm not going to lie. But for what you're paying, it's worth it. I wouldn't steer you in the wrong direction, I promise. What I do, however, have my students do, if you're looking for a budget-friendly one, is this one. It is called the Textile Fabric Consultants Inc. Basic Swatch Kit. So the situation with this one is you do all the work. They send you a list of all the fibers. Here's the fibers. And they come in a pile like this, pre-cut. Okay. And there's a lot in here. And they're in order. So if you happen to order this, don't take these out of order. Otherwise, you're going to be crying. So they give you a list. Then they have, oh my goodness, I'm so horrible. Okay. Ah! You put your swatch here, and then you fill out your information here. And I also have a TikTok about this, and I'm, you know, go check it out if you want. You're more than welcome. Got a lot of information on my TikTok. So that one is a good budget-friendly option. I'm going to show you guys one more book that I use as a resource. is this one, the Fashion Designer's Textile Directory. Screenshot it. This, I sleep with this book. This is a good book because it has so many great illustrations. Okay, and it goes through a ton of different fabrics. You can't feel and touch them, but you can definitely get a really generalized idea, or good, not even generalized, a very detailed view of what you'll be working with when you choose particular fabrics. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay. I'm going to keep moving forward. I was totally going to show you guys how to calculate the percentage of stretch for your fabric, because knits is something that people have a lot of issues with.
Heidi, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to let you know you're totally fine. You can have a few extra minutes. It's okay.
Half a day.
You're doing great. We want to hear about knits.
Okay. Sorry, guys. All right. So using the back of your fabric for your suggested fabrics is great, but don't be afraid to venture off. And if you have, you could always go fabric shopping too. You don't have to buy. You can window shop at the fabric store, touch and feel, even drape it against your body. Do I like this color? Is this a weave that I like? And when you get these books, it's going to tell you the properties of particular fiber content. You know, cotton being breathable, wool being absorbent, silk having either an insulating or a cool property. Some of these are microbial, I don't know. They're good for fighting off bacteria, smells and stuff like that. Some fabrics, like, you know, acetate is gonna basically blow up if you try to bring it near a candle. So you get a lot of information from these books, which is the same information you're gonna get in a textiles class, right? So in my textiles class, we actually end up doing fiber burn tests. And on TikTok, I'll refer to it again. On TikTok, I have some of the common fibers in a burn test, which actually didn't catch on very well, but TikTok and the algorithm, who knows, right? So what else I want to talk about is napped fabrics. So on the back of your pattern, you may see something that says not suitable for diagonals or napped fabrics or directional print. You need to believe it, okay? When you're working with something like a velvet, let's pull this one up right here. When the nap of the fabric, the fur of the fabric is running up like this, it's going to have a deeper, more saturated color. When I flip this fabric over and the nap of the fabric is headed down, it's going to have a more, oh, that's back up again. Hold on. There we go. Down, it's going to have a lighter, shinier look to it. So when you're doing your pattern cutting or laying out your fabric, you have to keep that in mind. You have to do some pattern layout planning. You can't just go by, you know, oh, here, this is the way my pieces, it tells me to lay my pieces out. It'll say with the napped fabric, this is the layout. So you'll have regular everyday fabric and napped fabric. Here's a example of a directional print. Right? So if I was going to use these cute little castles, Lord, I promise I will get it. If you were going to use these cute little castles, and let's say you're making a circle skirt or something, you're going to have to cut more than one panel. Otherwise, your castles are going to be upside down on one side of your skirt. So always pre-plan. And that's another thing that I find is people are, I don't know if it's the way things are portrayed on especially TikTok, where it's everything's in fast play, and they have it in their head that if I don't finish this in the afternoon, I'm a failure. No, you're not. What's better than finishing in the afternoon is finishing it with quality, where you can show that you took care and time and professionally finished a project. You know what I mean? I always say, better to have something that takes you 3 days or a week or 3 weeks or whatever and be proud of it than to pump out 3 different looks that all are going to end up failing in the end anyways. All right. So got through napped fabrics. Here's something else I'm going to say. I'm so sorry, guys. I've been I plan too much stuff. With my fabrics, I get the question, do I pre-wash? I'm going to tell you every single time, yes, you can pre-wash. You need to launder your fabrics how you plan to use them. So if I'm working with, you know, a silk dupioni that I plan that I'm going to have to take it to the dry cleaner, I take the yardage to the dry cleaner before I ever make anything. If I have something that's going to be a wash and dry and go, I wash and dry the fabric before I ever cut anything. Because you'll find that if you don't, you may have some shrinkage. You may have some bleeding of colors. There's a lot. You could wash and dry it and figure it out. Hey, this fabric is crap, and it peels like crazy. I don't want to make something. I don't want to take time to make something out of this fabric because it's a lower quality fabric that's not going to be suitable for a long-term, you know, garment, we'll say. So always pre-wash your fabric, and you can do what you want. Honestly, you can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you what I know works for me. All right, so I'm going to quickly. We didn't get to that. I'm fearful that we're not going to get to the fourth part, which is fine because I think Tricia said maybe there'll be another opportunity to come and hang out with you guys again. So let's talk about calculating the stretch of your fabric. Here's going to be another one you're going to want to screenshot. Okay, so we got stretch amount minus the starting amount equals X. I love math too. Okay, so what you're going to do, let me do this. I'm going to flip the camera around. Give me 1 second. Is there any questions in the meantime while I do this? Ooh, that was loud.
Brian's getting me a question. It'll just take a second.
Somebody in the comments wants to make formal dining wear.
Okay.
White formal dining wear, and they wanted a recommendation on the type of fabric that looks elegant and formal for the project they're wanting to do.
Okay. Somebody's wanting to do a white formal dining wear, and they are wondering what your fabric recommendation would be.
Say that one more time. I didn't hear the latter half of that.
The latter half?
Wedding formal dining?
White, yep, formal dining wear. Is that what you said, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Dining wear, what is that? Wedding?
I'm not, maybe? Who asked the question? Maybe we can get some clarification. We'll see if we can get some clarification.
Okay. All right. So
let me see if we have any others. Oh. There we go.
I'm not familiar with what dining wear sounds like. Let's see. How can I get this?
Heidi, we got clarification. She said dinner napkins, like elegant dinner napkins.
I would probably choose not silk. I would probably choose, I mean, honestly, a polyester satin. So a lot of people think satin is a fiber content, but it's a weave that lends a sheen to whatever fiber it's made out of. And the polyester will be easy wash. You know what I'm saying? So if it's a dinner napkin and you're getting it dirty, you're going to want to be able to throw it in the machine and have it come back out the way you had to begin with. All right. So I'm going to break this down for you guys. And I'm hoping that this shows up the correct direction on you guys' camera. Screenshot it again. Also have a TikTok
that looks
about
perfect,
it.
Heidi.
Okay, so basically what we're going to do is take the stretch amount minus our starting amount. I've already decided my starting amount is going to be 5 inches. This is an arbitrary number, but I would say at least 5 inches. So on my sample piece here, let me put this down. I have went ahead and marked. Oh my goodness, I have got to figure out this camera. This is a selvage, so you're going to want to mark beyond the selvage because the selvage has less stretch than the rest of the fabric, right? So I've started my pinning here and I've marked 5 inches. So that's going to be our starting amount. Oh. All right. Then once I have my 5 inches marked, I'm going to stretch my fabric firmly, but not to its maximum, because nobody wants to wear stretch clothing to the maximum amount of stretch. So I'm going to stretch it, and I'm holding these 2 pins firmly. I'm going to stretch it, and I come up with 9 inches. Okay, so let's fill this in real quick. Our stretch amount ended up being 9. Okay, so after we have our stretch amount, let me move over, we'll put it here. All right, now that we have a stretch amount, we're going to say 9 minus our original 5 inches gives us 4 inches. Okay, that's your X. Once you have X, you're going to fill it in over here. 4 divided by our original 5 inches is going to give us Y. And I've already done the calculation. It's 0.8. And then once you have your 0.8, fill it in here, 0.8. You're going to times that by 100 to figure out how much percentage of stretch you have. So in this piece of fabric here, we have 80% percentage of stretch. So why is that important? Because when you look, let's turn back around. Hopefully I don't make you guys sick with the camera moving. When you're working with a pattern here, oops, sorry, one more adjustment. When you're working with a pattern here, let me tilt you back up. We're so technical around here. You have this little gauge here that tells you, okay, take 4 inches, and if it stretches to here, you're great. But in reality, if you have a fabric that stretches that far, this far, and a fabric that stretches this far, it's going to fit you differently when you make the same pattern up. So what I like to do is make a pattern up, get it to fit me, calculate the stretch of the original fabric, calculate the stretch of my intended fabric, and then I'll know how much smaller or bigger I need to make that pattern to give me the same fit and amount of coverage as the original piece. And I know it sounds kind of complicated, but I promise you, if you do it a couple times, it really, really isn't. So I was going to talk to you guys about grain line. I have videos. We're going to do snipping and ripping and blocking the fabric, which is all very important. I kind of wanted to touch on some draping tips and stuff like that, and then of course show you the cutting tools, but I think we're running out of time. I don't want to run into somebody else's segment. Plus, if you guys have questions, I'd like to answer those too. Try to, anyway.
Well, I told you we were going to have to do another segment.
I don't have enough to talk about, and there was going to be weird lulls, and now I'm like, woo!
No, I knew it would be wonderful. Let me double check and see if there's any other questions for you. It's mostly just saying awesome tips. Yeah, great tips, great tips. Lots of good info.
Thank you, guys.
That's
I wish I could see y'all's comments. I do appreciate all the support and love. And I think I would love to tell Tricia and the people at Sewing Parts Online, because this has been an incredibly successful and amazingly educational event.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that, and we appreciate you coming on. And hopefully your daughter feels better, and now you can get a little bit of sleep.
Yeah, go take a nap. Well, I appreciate y'all having me on. You have a good day. Okay, bye. And good luck.
There we go. That was fabulous. I loved that. I love following her TikTok as well. She is so informative and has so much good information. So hopefully we can have her back and she can touch on the other stuff that she didn't get to today. Next up, we are going to go right into a video with Trevor from R&K, going over that fantastic, let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Let's change it up. We're giving away a couple of things. We've got to do that. We haven't done it in a bit. Thanks, Brian, keeping me on track. All right. We are going to do the number 92. Is this correct? Keep me on track. 90. My little sticker's wrong. There we go. Okay, number 90. We're going to do another Sew to Grow. I think I need a cup of coffee. Heidi, give me your coffee. Sew to Grow pattern with the 10 spools of Floriani thread. So let's go ahead and pick our winner. Here we go. Who is it going to be? Oh, that one's super cute. Carrie Barrier, congratulations. Congratulations, Carrie. You are number 90. We're going to do one more giveaway, correct? All right. In this segment, not not the rest of the event. We've got a lot more coming. All right. We're doing number 50, and we're going to do one of the Vivilux red lasers. If you caught the video at lunchtime, we had that YouTube video showing how to use these. This is the Velcro, and it's the red laser.
You want to show it off really quickly?
Do you want me? Yeah, we can do that. I can open it up
Well, I
here.
got it right here.
Oh, perfect. He's going to show it on our site. There we go. It's really, really cool. It's a great way to, you get either a crosshair, a line, or a dot, and you can use that to follow your fabric and have nice straight lines. Here we go. Let's see who it's going to be. Carol Lynn Langer. Congratulations, Carol. You get the red Vivilux laser system. All right.
Do you want to talk about creative goods really quickly? And we'll move into Trevor.
We sure can. Let's go over some special pricing on creative grids. If you recall, Sheila Christensen with Sheila Christensen's Quilts did a demonstration on both her patterns using the creative grids triangle. Here's one that she used in her pattern. So we just wanted to remind you to check out the creative grids rulers. There's some awesome pricing on those. They are on our website. Thank you for showing that, Brian.
There's this one too.
Got
I
the,
think this is the one she designed.
that's the one she designed specifically for her pattern. So that's pretty cool.
And
It's got an awesome price of the $25.49.
there's one more.
And we've got, how many of those do we have in
There's
stock?
3 total.
Sweet. Yep. Screenshot is great. I like that when Heidi said, screenshot this. I'm like, oh, mobile device. All right, everybody. Well, up next, we are going to go into another video with Trevor from R&K showing the awesome design and quilt software and the Total Control U software, along with the fabulous Floriani embroidery thread. So if you could play that for me, Brian, I'd appreciate it.
I'm so excited to be part of SewCreative Live this week, and I just want to remember to thank you guys for inviting me. Myself and everybody at R&K Distributing was very happy to participate. And so today I'm going to tell you guys about some of our new products. We have some new cool glow-in-the-dark thread I'll tell you about. I'll tell you about a very cool, absolutely free embroidery program called Creative Express. And then we'll wrap things up with a cool demonstration of our new design and quilt software that was inspired by Alex Anderson. So if you guys are ready to get going, so am I, and let's go. I'm so excited to be here today on behalf of R&K, distributors of Floriani, Quilter Select, and Embellish products. We make the products that take your embroidery, quilting, and crafting to the next level. In today's presentation, I'm going to show you some brand new products and ways to use them to enhance your creativity. For ongoing inspiration, be sure to visit our Create with R&K blog and follow us on Facebook. Who doesn't love new threads? You know I do. Just in time for the holidays is an assortment of 5 glow-in-the-dark threads. By day, each is a soft shade of yellow, purple, blue, pink, or white. When the lights go down, these threads come out to play. They're perfect for Halloween projects, for your Halloween swag or the holiday swag, and they would be special touch in the windows. Imagine stitching on pillowcase cuffs or sweatshirts, even for decorative stitching. These 40-weight threads are a glowing replacement for any project where you would use your normal embroidery thread. I believe that there's some awesome specials available for you today. I absolutely love variegated thread. There's something just very special about it. I love that it's so forgiving when doing free motion quilting if your quilting's not like 100% perfect. And it's so visually interesting when used in quilting or in decorative stitching. And for embroidery, wow, the sky's the limit. It's great in lettering, monogramming, outline style designs, redwork style designs. Variegated thread colors elevate simple embroidery designs to a new level. And you're going to want to check out all of these cool fall color combos, or these two brand new colors that are perfect for your holiday stitching. Anyway, we're just sure that you're going to want to collect all of the new thread from R&K. And for that person that wants it all, there's a special bundle where we have one of each of the new variegated thread colors, as well as one of each of all of our cool new glow-in-the-dark thread colors. Here's a cool pro tip. You can use the Floriani Creative Express software to open and view the sewing sequence of an embroidery design, and you can even select the threads and change their colors. And I'll even show you how you can interact with the new cool variegated thread colors using this cool free software. That's right, Floriani Creative Express is 100% free software. You can learn more about it by visiting our website, rnksoftware.club. And you can download it and install it and use it today. There's lots of great things, and you'll get to join our R&K Software Club, where you can watch videos about the Floriani Creative Express software, as well as all kinds of other amazing videos that are all found from within our R&K Software Club. And so let me take a moment and show you a little bit about our cool Floriani Creative Express software. This is the Floriani Creative Express software that you can download for free from the rnksoftware.club website. I don't have time to show you a lot of things about it today, but you can learn a lot about it with the cool videos on the rnksoftware.club website. What I will show you today is how you could use the browser on the right hand side to point to any folder in your computer and then hover over designs to see all of the designs that are in that folder, and you can scroll through and it makes it very nice and visual. If you find a design that you want to open, you can just click and drag to bring it onto your workspace. So as that design is opening up, one of the things that's really amazing is that down at the bottom, these are the Floriani colors, and I could easily select, the color blue and choose any color blue from the Floriani color palette. If you wanted to use a different color palette, maybe you have some new cool Quilter Select thread, what you can do, well, first of all, you can click on this button right here to choose Match Palette. And it pops up a list, and these are all of the different thread palettes that come in the software. And basically you can color match from one thread brand to another very quickly and easily. And so I'll just scroll down, find the perfect select Paracotton Poly, that cool 80s weight thread, and instantly the design is converted and all of the colors are now matched to the Paracotton Poly. And maybe you bought some of that cool variegated thread that was on sale today. Well, now let me show you down at the very bottom. I can change the color palette to any color palette that comes with the software. And so just click on the list, and you'll see in here that we actually have the Floriani variegated and mixed thread palette in here. And so, for example, if I click on the color red, that's all of the part that becomes highlighted. Wonder what it would look like in kind of a cool orange and yellow variegated. You click right here and it recolors it, and now you could see what it would actually look like with the variegated colors. You can get more of a realistic look by clicking on the 3D button over here, and if you want to see how the design stitches, you can just click up at the top to simulate the sewing. And so there's a lot of really great reasons to get the Creative Express software, and first of all, it's absolutely free. And so just visit our website, download the Creative Express software, and look in the software club for all of the great videos to teach you all of the things that you can do with the Creative Express software. Of course, Floriani has some amazing software that you can purchase. For example, use the help menu and go into demo mode and try any of the different Floriani software that's available for purchase. And that way you'll know before you buy it just how much you're going to love it. Here's some breaking news. There's an amazing special on the Floriani FTCU software. This is a limited time offer, and if you purchase the Floriani FTCU software today, it comes with some amazing special bonuses with over $3,000 worth of value, including the Floriani Lettering Master software add-on, which basically gives you the professional capabilities to create your own fonts just like a professional would. Another thing that's super cool is if you buy the Floriani FTCU software today, you get 15 You Design It embroidery collections. And let me tell you, a You Design It collection is a ton of fun because they're like interactive stock design collections. Each one of these includes dozens and dozens of designs that when combined together create unlimited potential. And so imagine sitting down with your grandkids to make cool little monsters or robots or assemble your own little train engine. There's monster trucks and Vesna jars and spring flowers. There's 15 different You Design It collections that you'll get completely free when you buy the software. And probably the best of all is the big, beautiful box of 100 spools of thread. You guys, this is the most beautiful Floriani polyester 40s weight embroidery thread you'll ever stitch with. And it's just so amazing when you get a whole box of 100 of them all put together. It's one of my very favorite things to get. And anyway, you guys, now more than ever is the best time to purchase the Floriani embroidery software. It's called FTCU. If you've downloaded the free Creative Express software, you can use the demo mode and go ahead and check out the cool FTCU and all of the different Lettering Master or any of the Floriani embroidery software. But wait, there's more. And we've saved something very special for last today because we have our new designing quilt software that's inspired by Alex Anderson, and I'd like to tell you guys a little bit about it today. First of all, it's a program that you would use to plan, preview and prepare for your quilt. You're going to still quilt the same way you always have. It's just an additional tool to help you in the planning stage. And one of the benefits is being able to know before you sew. And it's perfect for traditional piecing, foundation piecing, capable for doing applique. It's got all kinds of capabilities for other types of specialty things like embroidery quilting or long arm quilting. But really, even just for the everyday sort of traditional quilter, you'll love using Designing Quilt as part of your process to help you to plan your quilts and decide before you buy the fabric, do you like it better in the red colorways or the blue colorways? And so without further ado, I'd like to pop over to my software and give you guys a short demonstration. This is the new Designing Quilt software inspired by Alex Anderson. And for what time we have left in today's presentation, I would love to show you some of the cool things about the program. First of all, it has a library for quilt blocks and for quilt layouts. When you open up a library, you can use a drop-down menu to browse through different sort of sets of blocks. And when you want to open a block, you simply click to select that block. It has a really amazing print preview option that will provide you with instructions on how to make your block. You can get actual size templates. You can get rotary cutting instructions. You can even do foundational paper piecing instructions. You control the seam allowance. You tell the software what size fabric you're buying, and then all of the instructions are tailored to, you know, the settings that you choose for your print preview. And so if I click on the quilt layout, then instead of just the one block, you can have an entire quilt that's been laid out. This is the Stars O My Quilt that was designed by Alex using the Quilt Select software. It includes all of the things that Alex loves in a lot of her quilts. Like, for example, there's applique elements, there are pieced borders, we've got you know, traditional quilt blocks here, and it's just a great example of what you can create using the software. So essentially, if you wanted to like create your own quilt layout, you would click on one of these tools here to create new quilt layout, and it's going to give you you know, an empty quilt sort of area. You can decide, you know, how many rows and columns. This is a 4x4. If you want to do 4x3, just change one of the numbers and click apply. You decide what block size they're going to be. So regardless of what size block you choose, when you put it into a quilt, if you choose the quilt block, let's say you say in here you want all your blocks to be 6 inches, then no matter what block you choose, it will be exported, or I guess the printed instructions will be how to make it at a 6-inch size. So go ahead and select your block area and click on your block library to browse for a block. So here I have the block in my quilt. If I was to click on, you know, print preview, the instructions for this block piece will tell me the size of the pieces to make them a 6-inch block. And yet if I go back to, remember that was the same block that I opened, here when I have just the block open, it tells me that it's an 8-inch block, and if I get my printed instructions, then it would be the instructions to make this block at 8 inches. In fact, if you just want the instructions for a block at any size, you can open up the block and come in here, and maybe you want to make it a 12-inch block. Well, then change this to 12, and it will figure out, you know, to do the 8x8, that then each sort of area becomes a 1.5-inch size. And again, now all your printed instructions relate to the size that you choose. So yeah, when you're creating your own quilt layout, then you start out with however many rows and however many columns, and you decide at what size, and then you click on the block area and you click on your library to choose the different blocks that you might want to put in your area. If you find a block that you really love, you can just click on it and click on copy, and then click on another block area and right click and click paste to put it there. You also have options like paste to selected row, or right click and paste to selected column. There's also paste to every other block, or you can just do like paste to all blocks and swipe out all your other blocks and make them all the same. Now you could play with things like rotating blocks. So if I click on a block, I could rotate it this way and rotate it that way and make kind of some kind of a pattern in my quilt. So this is kind of the cool thing that you can do, is create your own quilt layouts. Now, you're also in charge of the borders and the sashing. So when you look to your properties box, it says we've got 1-inch sashing. If I change that to 2, I'll get 2-inch sashing going sort of on one direction and 1 inch going the other, unless I change them both to 2, and then there'll be 2-inch sashing going both ways. You can do different types of sashing, a strip horizontal, or maybe you want a vertical strip sashing, or maybe you want to do your sashing with corner blocks. And now the little sort of center areas can be individually selected separate from these pieces, and so you can change their colors. You could have each piece of your sashing could be a different color if you want to. Notice I can see the colors in my quilt block here. These are the colors that have been used in our layout. If I want to make sure I use the same ones, then I click on here, you know, to do them. Or if you want to introduce new colors, come down to the bottom and click on a new color to introduce that to your quilt. And now that color becomes added to your quilt. And so you could go in, you could right click and say, select all of the sashing. and color it to that same color. Or you could right click just on that one block and color it to a different color, or right click and say select, and then say select all blocks and change their color. And so this is kind of how it works. You create your own little layout. Same thing goes for the borders. What kind of borders do you want? Right now, if I select a border piece, it says it's mitered. I could change that to be a block border, or to be a strip horizontal or a strip vertical, and whatever I choose, the program will update. I can choose the size of each border piece. They're all set to 2. They could be individually adjusted. If you want multiple borders, then you come up to the top and you say that you want to add a border. And you can add as many borders as you want to. And then you can go in and select each border and adjust its settings. So if you want to have, one border at 1 inch and one border at 2 inch, totally possible. And it'll adjust all of the sort of instructions for you. You can right click and tell it to select all of your borders, and then color them all the same. Or you can, individually select one border and change its color to be a different color. I'm just going to hold down the control key and select that one border out of there, change its color. You can also add a piece enabled border. So now we're talking about the ability to come in your properties box and go to the tab for a pieced border. And when I enable that, then the question becomes, how many sort of blocks do you want to be in your border? So why don't we try kind of like 10 by 10 and click apply. So you'll see that it creates blocks that go all the way around your quilt like that, or you could do sort of a 10 by 12 or whatever size you want. They're not equal because my quilt's not equal. It's got 3 across by 4 down, so there'd probably be like, I don't know, a way to make them all exactly the same size, but you'd have to think for a minute to figure out, oh, wrong direction, 12. And say, yeah, see, that kind of looks perhaps not perfect, but almost. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but just because it wasn't a square quilt and I put sort of so many across the top and the bottom, you have to figure it out so they're all the same size. Yeah, and so now I've got a border that I can select the pieces and assign the colors to them. Or if you would rather, you can select these pieces and actually put a quilt block into them. So now you can do sort of unique type quilts. Those might be really small, so maybe it would be more likely that you'd use kind of like a simplified quilt block. So maybe if I look in some of my like traditional ones, there'd be something that didn't have so many pieces in it, and you could do like little half square triangles in your block pieces for your border and that sort of thing. And so now if I want to add a border on the outside, see here how I have 2 tools, one for add a border to the inside and another one for add a border to the outside. So that basically means the outside of the piece enabled border. Yeah, and so this is kind of the concept that you would create a layout for your entire quilt. Now, at any point in time, you can click on print preview, and that will tell you the information like how many little blue triangles do you need and how many little blue squares do you need and what size will they need to be and how much fabric will you need to buy. And so I wish I had all day to tell you guys more and more about the software, but just know that if you want to learn more, you can visit our website, the rnksoftware.club website, where not only can you download the software to install it and try it in like a demo mode, there are over 80 videos that you can watch to learn more about the software, and all of that totally free. And I know if you want to buy the software, we'll have an amazing special for you at this event. And so I hope you enjoyed this part of my presentation. Well, that was great. I hope you guys enjoyed my presentation, and thank you so very much for listening today. And thank you, Tricia, and everybody from sewingpartsonline.com. Thanks for hosting SewCreative Live this week, and thank you for inviting me. I had a great time participating. I really hope you guys enjoyed learning about the newest products from R&K, Floriani, Quilter Select, and Embellish. Thank you so much for your time today. And I'll pass it back over to you, Tricia, and you can tell everybody about how they can take advantage of the special opportunities. And so thanks again, and bye for today.
Well, that was wonderful. I want to just say the design and quilt is fabulous. That was such a great demonstration. I hope you were able to go and do the demo mode that he had talked about. Some awesome, awesome stuff. You can plan your quilt before you buy your fabric. How awesome is that? Plus, if you've been tuning in the last 3 days, the the design and quilt has that option for the bonus bundle. So with the purchase of the design and quilt, which normally is the $799.89, if my eyes are telling me correctly, it's on sale for $639.99. And I mentioned before that the software that we have available on this event is significantly discounted with the special pricing. So please give us a call. It has a fantastic price. Plus, with the purchase of the design and quilt, you get that bonus pack that values over $150. You get the 18 by 24 inch mat, the ruler, the CD with 7 patterns on it, quilt patterns, the USB stick with the preloaded quilter select information, the air erasable marker, and the rotary cutter. The rotary cutter alone is like, I believe, 50 some bucks. So it's a fabulous rotary cutter, and it just feels really, really good in your hand. The other one that I want to talk about again is the Floriani Total Control U software. With this particular software, it is normally the $4,299.99 on sale for $2,999.99, and that does not show the special event pricing. So just give us a call. We can help you get that. And please remember that we do have financing available. So that is definitely an option. With the purchase, with the special event pricing, you still get the bonus bundle. So the bonus bundle values over $3,000. You get that 100 pack of the beautiful Floriani 40 weight embroidery thread, the Lettermaster, and the U design. So great, great, great time to get the Floriani Total Control U software. Next, I want to show you our website with the Floriani thread that we've been discussing. I know I've shown you the overlay several times with the glow-in-the-dark thread and the new camo, but just take a peek at some of this beautiful Floriani that is available on our website. It has fantastic pricing right now. And I would say what the pricing is, but I'm squinting, so I can't really see what the exact price is from here. But there you have your glow-in-the-dark. You can buy that individually, or you can buy the set. You can see that on the top row. On the second row, you've got the new camo, the 9-spool set, and then you have all of those kits right at the top that we've been discussing. So they're absolutely fabulous, gorgeous, gorgeous thread. Wonderful pricing. Speaking of those kits, exactly. We are going to give away another 30-pack. We have several more of these, actually quite a few more of these to do during the grand finale as well. So more people are going to get this fabulous thread. But for now, we want to do a giveaway because giveaways are fun. So let's go right into another one. Let's see who the next winner is. Here we go. We've got, what number is this, Brian?
82.
82. We've got a 30-pack of Floriani thread. The sewing brat. I love that. I love that. Congratulations. You will be receiving a 30-pack of Floriani thread. As I mentioned, we have a bunch more of these to give away. Looks like our next guest is just about ready. Brian, do we have the go-ahead, or are we needing a little bit of time?
I think we need a little bit of time.
Okay.
Let's take a quick break.
Not a problem at all. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Up next, we've got Linda with koala. I'm really excited about this segment because my furniture is koala. So, hello, Linda.
Hey, Tricia, good to see you.
Good to see you again. I had the wonderful opportunity to meet Linda at Baby Lock Tech a little bit ago, so I'm so glad that you were able to join us today.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're super excited about showing off Koala Studios and all of the wonderful features about them.
Wonderful. So if you want to tell a little bit about yourself and all about the koala, we're going to let you take it away.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I'm the Director of Training and Education for Baby Lock, and I've been with Baby Lock for 15 years. What I love the most about my job is my ability to be able to talk to consumers who love our products and be able to teach them how to use them.
Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm standing here in front of one of Koala's embroidery centers. And what I really want to do is just talk about the experience that somebody would have if they introduced a Koala studio into their sewing area. So for myself, I'm an avid sewer, and I know that the hours that I spend in front of a sewing machine are ones that I truly enjoy. But what I really did when I got a Koala studio was I amped up that experience. And I want to share with you some of the features about it that really make this an exceptional product and something that you might want to put on your wish list. So here in front of me, I have the embroidery center, and I'm just going to talk about some of the features on this particular product that really make it a wonderful piece. First of all the Koala studios have these beautiful beveled edges. And what's really nice is that if you've got fine fabrics that you're sewing on, you'll never have to worry about potentially snagging your fabric because this is such a nice smooth finish. All Koala studios are meant to house your machine. And so regardless of the brand that you sew on, you can get your machine into this area and then have a custom lucite table that will conform around the machine. And so what this really does for somebody who's sewing is it provides a very flat surface with which you can sew. And for somebody who is an avid sewer of large items, you can see that I have this beautiful extension off of the back of my table, which really gives additional support. Because that flap comes on all of our studios, it's simply a matter of whether you want to pull your studio out enough in order to accommodate that, or if you want to tuck it away so that you can snug it up against the wall. But this studio is made at a standard height. I'm going to grab one of my Koala chairs here, and I'm going to pull myself up to the studio itself and just talk to you about some of the customization that's available. So I mentioned to you that sewers like me love to sit for hours in front of a machine, and having an experience where you can be comfortable is one of the key elements of a Koala studio. So not only are you looking for a table, but also a chair that can accommodate your body and how you fit in front of a machine. And so along with your studio, you're also going to receive several different height adjustments for feet. So I'm about 5'3", and this standard height is very nice for me. But what I find is that whenever I'm sewing, I want to place my feet on a surface that allows me to sit up straight. Now, this chair has the ability to raise or lower so that you can accommodate your particular body. And once you're positioned perfectly in front of the studio, what you'll find is that your line of sight, your ability to be able to see what you have going on in front of you is going to be exceptional. Now, I really love this studio for the simple fact that it's got more than enough space, both on the left and the right of my machine, to allow me to have all my favorite sewing accessories nearby. But there's a couple of features that make this embroidery center truly unique. And one of those is the built-in thread closet. This thread closet just glides out of the studio so that I can access all the different thread colors that I have. And what's really nice about it is that it just tips down so that I can grab the color that I want. And so that's really helpful on the top rack. But as I get farther down into my thread colors, you can see that it makes it really easy for you to identify the thread color that you want and grab it for your project. Now, there's also 2 trays that are included that snap on here. And that's one of the places that you can use to store some of the notions that you really like. Now, on the other side of me, I actually have the other piece that really makes this studio feel like an embroidery studio, and that is that there is a slide out area that allows me to store my embroidery unit. And this works for all the baby lock, brother type units. This is for a Solaris machine, and this is a very big unit. And you can see that if I had to have this on my machine at all times, it would end up being in my way for sewing, even though I can sew and embroider with the embroidery unit on. But I love the fact that it just allows me to grasp the unit and then slide it very comfortably out of the way and accessible for whenever I want to start to embroider. Now, on the inside of this storage area, I also have some built-in hooks, and those hooks give me the ability to take all of my embroidery hoops that come with my machine and additional ones that I purchased, and I can put those inside of that storage area so that I can grab them very quickly. Now, the Koala Studio here that I'm in front of, I was talking about the beveled edges, but one of the other things that we really like to talk about when it comes to Koala is that you do have your choice of 4 different colors. We've got a little slide that we have that we can pull up for you, and you can see a little bit more about the Koala difference. Koala Studios have been manufactured in the Midwest for a number of years now, and it falls under the Taconi umbrella, or should I say, it's one of the brands that's very comfortable next to baby lock machines. And what I really like about these studios is that they are made by people who really understand sewers. And so it's not uncommon for us here in our office at Baby Lock to get a chance to have some input on the things that make a difference. And so as we've made some changes in our product line over the past several years, what we've really come down to is the fact that there are different types of sewers out there with different needs. And so as you're starting to look at Koala Studios, if this is especially your first time, one of the things that you might want to ask yourself is, if I have an embroidery machine, do I want to be able to have storage for that unit while I'm not using it? And do I want to have a place for all my beautiful threads? But beyond that, Koala Studios also have different units that have drawers that are built in. We have a maker's unit, and we also have a crafting unit. And so those different studios, all 3 of them have the exact same size configuration along with that extension off the back. But what you're going to get as you start looking at them is different ways that you can have your studio set up. One of the beautiful features about Koala Studios today is that they're meant to be in different units with one another. And so I have sitting right next to my embroidery center, I have this 3-drawer caddy. And this caddy, I don't know if you've noticed it, but look at how perfectly it fits up next to my studio itself. And so if you're looking for additional storage, what you're going to find is that it's these beautiful drawers. Not only do they hold a lot, but they can hold up to over 100 pounds inside of each one of them. Not that you'd ever put that much in it, but they're also soft closed drawers, so they won't slam on you. These beautiful cutouts for the drawers are on each one of the drawers, and they have a fairly deep amount of area. This bottom drawer in particular can actually even hold a bolt of fabric if you want it, because it's so big and wide. And keep in mind that every single one of these caddy units not only has the full depth of the top of this piece, but what it also has is an extension on the back of it, so that you truly can create a large surface with which to sew. Now, Koala Studios today come in 4 different colors. And if you look at our website, what you're going to see is that these different colors come in different hues that really and truly match most decor. And so you have the white color, which is what we have here. There's also an American oak, a teak, and this deeper cherry color. And the customization about Koala Studios is one of the things that really make them the go-to unit for so many sewers. It's in fact what I would say probably a destination for somebody who sews. Like, you really deserve to have a nice area. And these studios last for years. They truly are beautiful And so you would never be concerned about them being in an area that you maybe use as a multi-purpose area. So I know a lot of people don't have a dedicated sewing room, but you can create a space inside of a room in order to have all of your sewing materials with you. So we normally suggest that people start by picking out a base model. And as I mentioned, we have 3 different base models. And as you start looking through, what you're going to notice is that these base models all have an extra large electric glide lift. And that's what I want to show you now. And so I don't think that people really understand, if you've never used a Koala Studio, about how wonderful it is to be able to sew on a flat surface. But what I also tell you is that this particular unit, because of the size of it, actually makes for a wonderful surface for somebody who just wants to use it to cut out your patterns or be able to get all of your materials together. I'm going to lift up on my insert and set it over here to the side. And so when you're sewing, if you ever want to accommodate the free arm area of your machine, you can simply do that by removing that particular surface that you can use as the cutout, right? But the other thing that you have is your machine has a glide lift that can be accessed either down here at the base, or you can actually use it as well with the remote control. And so the remote control can move this table all the way up. And this is the perfect surface for you to take your embroidery unit out and click it in place. And one of the things that I would say that's really the most important for you to know, for those of you that have embroidery machines that are fast, high speed, maybe big embroidery units, you really need to have a surface that's not going to wiggle and shake on you while your machine is embroidering. And these studios are extremely sturdy. So I have my table all the way up, and this flat surface allowed me to click my embroidery unit in place without any issues whatsoever. And if you've tried using a lightweight plastic table, you already know, like, that's a game changer, right? You can click it in, you don't have to lift up on the unit, and you know that your machine is safe because it's on a dedicated surface. Now, I love the fact that my Koala Studio also is on rollers. And so those rollers make it super easy for you to be able to make some adjustments and move things out of the way. I'm going to slide this embroidery module back into my closet here. And then what I want to do is I want to show you how quickly you can take this down and store it inside of the machine. So I'm just going to move this here. And you can bring this all the way down so that it's completely inside. Now, this is a big deal because this is a heavy machine, right? And so you need to have a unit that's got a very powerful motor. When it's fully down, it stops. And then what you can do is take the cutout that's actually going to fill in this area. And so now I have instantly transformed my Koala Studio into a surface that I can use for crafting. I also really like taking a rotary cutting mat and putting it on top here. This height is good for me to be able to stand and get my projects ready. And I find that this is kind of a dual system for people that like to craft. So you can use it for sewing. You can also use it just to be able to use it as a craft room, because there are a lot of people. Let's face it, if you're somebody who's a sewer, chances are you didn't just go right to sewing and stayed there. You probably maybe are a little bit like me. So I've done paper crafting. I've got a silhouette cutter at home. I also have multiple machines. And so when I sew at home, I typically have my sewing machine. But what I'll do is I have the back area of my machine or my studio that's open that I can access. And that's where I actually put my serger and some of my other machines. So what I can do is have this set up in such a way that makes me super efficient when it comes to being able to use my sewing machines. Now I can just simply lift this up out of the way. And while I'm not going to do that right now, I will say that there is a storage area right in the back that you can just slide that insert back in so that you can have that ready, or you can have it right next to your machine itself. So once I have this in place, now all I have to do is get my insert and slide it in place. And so these are custom cut to order. They are beautiful, and I like the fact that they're clear, and I'm going to tell you why. When I'm sewing, it's not uncommon for me to put together a lot of pieces for maybe a quilt and start running them through one at a time. And so as I'm sewing a lot, what I'll find is that sometimes I need to have my scissors or something close by. This clear cover makes it really easy for me to tuck some of my notions underneath. And so I'll always remember that they're there. I also like the fact that this clear top too is a great way to be able to gain some access to viewing in case some of my fabric pieces kind of slip through the seam there. So again, a Koala Studio is just so well made. And what we really want people to do when you buy one, use your main base piece as kind of the foundation for your room. And as you can see in my space, I have the 3-drawer slim caddy over here to the right. But then I also have another unit that's here in the back, which is the wide 3-drawer caddy. Now, this taller storage unit is a unit that we don't carry anymore. We did once at one time. But for those of you who've had Koala Studios for a while, these pieces all work really well with one another. And if you've got a finish that is still the same as what we've had, we can make additional pieces so that you can add to your room. I always laugh when I see people talking about, a little sewing basket, because I outgrew a basket within about 2 weeks of me starting my sewing journey, because you need to have all the supplies that you're going to be using close by at hand. And that's what I really like about the different storage units and such that we have, because what Koala has really done is put together furniture that's meant to last a lifetime, that look beautiful, and they're made out of some of the best components available today for people who are sewing. And so as you look at some of these different base units, so the embroidery center, the maker center, and the artistry drawer center. The artistry drawer center comes with 3 different drawers, but it would be easy to add another set by using that slimline caddy on the opposite side. And just know that we don't just have units like this. For somebody who maybe already has a nice little setup, if you find that you might be purchasing a brand new serger, we do have serger stations that complement the pieces that we have. And in fact, here at the Baby Lock Studios, we use Koala furniture for every single class that we teach, because we're sewers ourselves. And so what we find is that having the right furniture makes that experience that much better. And especially when it comes to our serger caddies, they have a little cutout where you can put your little trash bag so that all those little messy clippings go down inside of that. So these units, like I said, really are beautiful. Now, when it comes to your colors, whether it's this English white ash, North American oak, Asian golden teak, and that's what I have at home because it goes really well at my house, or the Brazilian cherry, just know that every single one of those finishes are very durable finishes. And so most of the time when we have wood in our home, our kids have gotten pretty used to, you better get a little piece of fabric or something to set your glass on because you don't want it sweating on these tables. These are fine with that. It looks like a wood finish, but it's not exactly a wood finish on top. You can actually wipe them very nicely with a wet cloth. Always nice to be able to keep clean that way. And it's definitely a surface that is built to last and take a little bit of abuse, because when it comes to sewing, you're getting your scissors out, you got your rotary cutter out, you're putting stuff on the table and lifting it up. But this is definitely something you want to take care of, but it certainly isn't a piece of furniture that you have to worry a tremendous amount about. So I know that for those of you that are watching this broadcast, maybe you're just seeing Koala Studios for the very first time, or maybe it's something that you've been researching for a while and you've had your heart set on one. I really do think that Baby Lock and Koala Studios together make a perfect partnership. But I also know for our people that are watching that maybe have a different brand of machine, just know that your machines will be able to fit in these cutouts just as well, because we've made it to accommodate today's largest machines, and certainly the motors themselves are going to be able to accommodate those heavy machines as well. When I talk about the Sew Comfort chair, today it comes in 4 different color finishes. This is the sapphire blue finish, and I love this because of the fact that it's so adjustable, which is what really gives you the ability to be able to get a good custom finish. And so one of the things that I always try to adjust, not only after the height, is my ability to be able to lean back in the chair. And so there's a separate piece that I can relax and then get my back to go exactly the way that I want. I also then can lock it back in. And now down here at the bottom, what you're going to see is that there's a little rail there that's perfect for resting your feet, especially for somebody who's short like me. All right. The next thing that I want to talk about is the fact that when you pick out a Koala Studio chair, you actually can pick one out so that the wood base complements the wood choice that you've chosen for your color. And so really and truly, when it comes to customizing a studio for yourself, it's really about the way that you sew and what you already have in your room today, and finding a unit that's going to be able to complement what it is that you have going on. So whether you need to have additional storage or you want to be able to have your threads nearby, and that's the choice that I made because I'm an avid embroiderer and I like to have all my supplies next to me. I love how well planned all of these are, and I love how easy it is to be able to accommodate my sewing supplies. So let me just show you how easy it is to release that back flap. So I'm going to tuck myself around here and grab my little cord. And so this is not something that's difficult to do or that you need a bunch of people to help you with. I'm just going to lift my little basket. But what you have here in the back is two little drawers that take, that one's already pulled back. And then I can just take this piece here and I'll just slide him and tuck him in. And then this piece just drops very carefully down so that you can have a much smaller profile to your studio. But again, if you wanted to be able to make the surface such, you can actually pick up this back surface on the back of your caddy. And also this larger 3-drawer caddy also has that same back flap that you can lift up. So again, all of the studios are meant to be able to be configured. So you don't have to relegate yourself to a straight line. You certainly can have them come to the side of you so that you can create kind of an L shape in your sewing room. But I really find that one of the best features always is going to be my ability to be able to sit at my studio. And if you have several different machines, all you have to do is have a couple different inserts made for them, which is what I do at home. I've got my Solaris, but I also had a special insert made for my Accomplish, because I also like to do a little bit of sewing on that machine because it's a high-speed straight stitch machine. And let's just face it, more machines, the better. You can actually even get an insert for your regular Koala Studio that'll accommodate one of your sergers as well. So definitely talk to the store about whatever specials they have right now on Koala Studios. I know that during big events like this, there's always some special opportunity for you. We definitely think that this is a great time for you to take advantage of it. So I think that's about all I have. I don't know how much time I've taken up, if it's been even a decent amount of time. There you are, Tricia.
Thank you, Linda. That was a wonderful presentation. I absolutely love Koala. The quality is awesome.
I agree.
All right. Well, I will let you go this afternoon, and I'm going to show some special pricing. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks so much, everyone.
All right. Let's go into some special pricing on that beautiful furniture. It is definitely an awesome investment right now. There's great pricing on the Koala furniture. We have the first one that she had shown us was the embroidery center cabinet. That's the one that was in her studio. We have that one that with an MSRP of $4,999. It's on sale for $3,999. But with this furniture, guys, you want to give us a call. All of the ones that I'm going to show you, please note that the special event pricing is fabulous. You want to give us a call if studio is in your repertoire. So that one we do have. And then the next one is the Maker Center. This is a beautiful center as well. You have all those different colors that you can choose from. It has an MSRP of $4,999 with a sale price of $3,999. And Also, I want to mention that we do have the affordable financing right now, so that is something that you want to take advantage of. Another center that she had mentioned was the Artistry Drawer Center. This is a fabulous one if you don't have quite as much space. It's an awesome base unit. You can always add to it with those other cabinets that she had mentioned, the 3-drawer system with those fantastic soft close drawers. This one's super, super pretty too. It is an MSRP of $4,999, on sale for $3,999, but give us a call on the special event pricing. And I also want to show you the chair because I sat in this chair and I fell in love with it. It is so comfortable. It adjusts so nicely. It has such a good feel to it, has great quality. It is an MSRP of $4,000. I hope we're not doing $4,000 for the chair, right, guys? MSRP of $469 with a sale price of $399. And that number on the top, give our customer service a call, and they are happy to help you. I wanted to touch on one other thing. I believe I had seen a comment regarding the inserts. If you had seen the segment with Stacy Louie from Sew Steady, she had mentioned both the tables and the inserts. So Linda was just showing the insert that is used with that studio. The tables have the legs, so they're a little bit different, where you would have your free arm and then slide your table on and it would sit up. Where the inserts, it's when you can lower your machine and have a level surface. So it just depends on what you're looking for, but both are wonderful. Just a reminder that there is a sale going on with the Wish table, where it normally is $299. I believe it's on sale for, is it $199, Brian? Could you look that up for me? If you have just a quick second. Yeah, the Wish table, because that comes with the two-arm suspension right now too, with the purchase of the Wish table. Yep. So the Wish table is on sale right now. So that's a great time to take advantage of that awesome option. But our next guest is ready and ready to come on. You met her this morning. It's Barb Lewis. She's coming back to show us a couple more awesome baby lock machines.
Hello.
Welcome back, Barb.
I am sitting here comfortably in my koala chair.
Oh, wonderful. Which color do you have?
I have 3. I have the wine is what I'm sitting in today. And I love
that
it.
Is wonderful.
So
well, we are excited to hear about the accolade and the celebrate. So I'm going to let you take it away since you know exactly what you're doing.
Well, thank you so much, Tricia. I tell you, you had my heart this morning with the ballad and the presto. But I tell you, my heart is totally with the sergers. The sergers is what I pretty much got involved with first. I love them. I sat down at this and I thought, this is a scary machine, right? Because it looks like an industrial machine. Well, it does. That's where it started. That's where Baby Lock got its name. But I tell you, Baby Lock has a corner on the market on sergers, and you're going to see why in just a minute. You're going to love them. I know I love them. I'm going to take you right over here to this one. All right, this is, let me adjust my lighting a little bit. This is where I got in trouble this morning. I went to adjust the lighting and turned the camera off. I don't want to do that. All right, this is the Celebrate. And as you can see, it is a wonderful, cute little machine, right? This is a 4-thread overlock. It has jet air threading, which means that it's going to be pumped through with air. I do not have to thread my loopers. It does it automatically for me. If you've had any of the older other brand machines, then you will know that this is one thing that people get really frustrated with, is the threading. But if you look in there, there is no tweezers that you're going to need. You don't have to stand on your head and put it in there right. You just pump it right through. In fact, let me show you how that works. This is, nobody wants to have this done, but look at this. I just cut my thread off. Oh no, right? All right, I'm going to shut my doors. I'm going to run the thread out. And the reason why I have to run that thread out is if there's anything in the loop or tube, then I can't thread it because the air won't shoot through. So I'm going to hold this in, lock those pipes in place. That's how easy it is. I'm going to take this guy down, and I'm going to put a little bit in that hole. And if you cannot see very well, I apologize, because I tell you, this is something to behold. I'm going to push this little lever right there, and it's going to shoot out over here. I hope you can see that. There it is. It is now threaded. That is how easy this serger is, okay? I happen to really, really love it. And when I saw these things work, because I had a serger and I never used it because it would never stay in tension. It was awful. I'd be sewing along a seam and it would just throw itself off. In fact, the place where I bought it, they gave me lessons on it. And the teacher that gave me the lessons said, oh yeah, I've got 3 sergers at home. And I'm thinking, why do you have 3 sergers? And she said, well, I have one for my black thread, one for my white thread, and one that I change out because nobody likes to thread a serger. Well, here, I've just shown you. It's really easy to thread a serger. Just that pump. I'm going to move my pipes out of the way. And I'm going to show you how to thread the needle in a minute because it is equally as easy. Although it's not air threaded, it's still a wonderful threading system. So this is, it will stitch at 1,500 stitches per minute. That is really fast. That's why we go to our sergers instead of our sewing machine sometimes, because we can sew really fast. And I love to sew fast. Okay, don't ask me how I drive. That's not a good idea. All right, so this has a monochromatic twin cam tension system. That means these dials right here are very easy to use. So don't be scared and shy away because it has dials, because they are really easy to use. And the nice thing about it is that your manual that comes with the machine tells you how to set up every single stitch. All right, there's no question. I don't have to wonder if I've got it set up right. And we're going to get into that more in a minute. It also has another wonderful thing called the differential feed. So right up there, and this was really developed when people were sewing on knits all the time. And you know how when you have a knit, sometimes it'll be wavy when you finish your stitch. Sometimes it will be all gathered and you don't know what to do. That's why they have the differential feed. If you put it up, it's going to push your threads and your fabrics together so it won't stretch out. But if you have the opposite problem, you're going to put it down in the bottom where it's going to push, where it's going to pull the fabrics apart. Excuse me, almost got that one wrong. It's going to pull at the bottom, it's going to push at the top. And what that does, if you could see right in here, and I don't know that you can, I will show you on the other machine. It'll be probably easier to see with the lighting. There are 2 sets of feed dogs, and those feed dogs allow it to either gather or stretch. The back one is pretty standard. It's going to be the same distance all the way through, the same way it's going to go through all the time. But the front one will either go faster or it will take a bigger bite, and sometimes both. So that's what makes that differential feed work, because you've got 2 sets of those wonderful feed dogs. I have a blade right here. If I don't want to cut, I can lock it down. Some of those wonderful things that somebody thought of. I just love it. Okay, I want to show you. I just threaded up. You saw me thread that thing. And did you know that if you break a thread, sometimes it might get caught up there and just pop, right? And break a thread, or maybe you'll run out of thread. That you don't have to thread it in any certain order. You just thread that one. I know that on some of the sergers, you have to take all the threads out and start at 1, 2, 3, 4. Not on Baby Lock. You don't have to. Any order is great. Okay, I think I've talked a lot about that. I want to show you this thing in action. I'm going to put my foot down. The foot up and down is in the back on this one. And let me tell you, the way this machine is set up today, so that you can see it in here, I have to run the foot pedal with my knees. I guess you could call this a knee one, right? that stitch. That is a beautiful 4-thread overlock. But let me bump that up. Let's see what happens when I bump that up. Remember when I said I moved the differential feed up? It is going to gather. Look at that. Isn't that a great gather? I love this. I tell you, I showed how to gather on the sewing machine this morning, but I tell you, I love it even more on the serger. I think it is fantastic. All right, I want to pop one of my needles out. So I'm going to have to turn this machine just a little bit and take this out so that I don't accidentally start sewing. Okay, I'm going to take a needle out. Easy to do. And I'm going to leave it threaded, because if I leave it threaded, if I accidentally drop that needle, and then I'll trim my threads. If I accidentally drop the needle, it's not going to fall down inside my machine. But there is a wonderful thing that it's got down here too. Right down under here, if it does fall through my machine accidentally, it's normally going to fall right in this little catcher. So this is my needle catcher. I love to know that that's where it's going to go. All right, I need to pull out my thread right there. Going to get that out of the way because I'm not going to use that. And I don't want to leave it up there because if I do, it might get tangled with my other threads. All right, now I'm set up for a 3-thread overlock. And I'm going to change a couple of my dials. And remember this little chart I have here? Here is a 3-thread overlock. And it's telling me to have this one in 4, this one in 3.5. So I'm going to move it just a little bit. And just a little bit. And that means I am now set up for a 3-thread overlock. Let's see what happens with this one. Oh, well, actually, let me leave it up there. Okay, I kind of started gathering on that one, but I was still in a 3-thread overlock because you can see that no matter what stitch you're in, you can still gather because you have that differential feed. I'm going to pop that back down and I'm going to do just a regular 3-thread overlock, not a gather. And you're really not hearing a lot of noise either, are you? It's pretty quiet. All right, there's my 3-thread overlock. All right, now I want to do one of the most popular stitches because I love it. And I'm going to go to my chart again. I want to do a 3-thread rolled edge. And it's going to tell me exactly where my settings need to be. So I'm going to move my settings. Do you see how easy this is to use? Even though I have dials, I know exactly what to do. Let's see how that works out. And then I'm going to move this dial down here to a rolled edge. And I'm going to make sure my differential feed is not propped up somewhere. And look at that. I have a beautiful rolled edge. I'm going to take it a step further and show you what I can do with that rolled edge. All right, I've got me some knit right here. Now, like again, I said that the sergers were really made for knits, but let me show you what I can do with this and that rolled edge. And this is going to be a little hard because I've got to balance this foot pedal on my knees. Okay, here we go. I'm just putting a little bit of tension on the fabric. Do you see what I have here? I have me a beautiful lettuce edge, and you can see where I pulled it a little tighter than I did the other one. So if I were doing this on a project, I would make sure that I had even tension and I had the foot pedal flat on the floor with my foot on it instead of my knees. But there I go. I really, really like that. Now I want to show you something else, and I'm going to take the foot pedal right out of the equation here so that I don't accidentally sew my fingers. I'm going to move this out of the way. I'm going to take that foot off. I'm going to drop it. So now you can see those feed dogs a little bit better. Right there, you can see there's 2 sets of feed dogs, if you can see those. And I'll show you on the other machine, hoping that maybe one way or the other you can see it. But what I wanted to show you is that when I move this into rolled edge, there are stitch fingers back there, if you can see them. If not, I'm going to show you on the other machine too. There are 3 stitch fingers right there. When I move it into rolled edge, do you see how that one pops out of the way? Maybe your screen's bigger than mine because I don't think I could see it. But when I roll the edge, that makes it so the fabric is now going to roll under because I've moved a stitch finger out of the way. And that's pretty cool. All right, now I want to show you how to thread this needle. Once again, I had just cut my threads and everybody would be dying right now. But this is pretty darn easy. All right, this is my threader right here. I'm going to move it over to my right-hand needle because that's the needle I'm going to thread. I'll put that down, get a perpendicular to my needle, and let it pull that through. And there you go. My needle is threaded. That is how easy that is. Okay, we're going to put Miss Celebrate away. I want to move you over to my other machine, which I'm really excited about. The other machine that I have to show you is the Accolade. All right, so the first thing you're going to notice is, if you can see the whole thing, is the fact that it has 8 threads. Let me see if I can lighten the lighting up a little bit. All right, it has 8 threads. Now, what on earth are you going to do with 8 threads? Honestly, you've got cover and chain. Now, if you look on the bottom of your t-shirt, you will see probably a cover stitch. That's what's hemming the bottom of your t-shirt. If you're wearing one today, I don't know that I am, but it will appear in a lot of different things. But it has 8 threads up at the top. Now, you're probably not going to use all 8 threads at once, although you could, but you may not want to. But you will use 2, 3, up to 8. And there are actually 87 different thread and stitching combinations on the Accolade. 87. And I have not counted them, but that's what they tell me. I can't even imagine 87 different settings, but it's there. Look at that machine. I love it. So one of the first things you're going to notice, though, is what? There are no tension dials. There is nothing up here. With no tension dials, how are you going to get that stitch right? Right? How? I don't know. Let me talk about it. So right here, we have, do you remember in the instruction book on the other machine? Well, this one has an instruction book also. And I know I listened to, was it Heidi this morning that said that she always reads the instruction book? I have to tell you, I never do. Especially on these sergers, because you don't need it. Let me show you what you've got. Look at this. This is my quick reference threading guide. If you know how to thread this, then you know how to use it. There are inspiration guides that come with many of our baby lock machines, and I do read those cover to cover, and I use them all the time. But really, if you have this threading guide, then your settings are going to be perfect. And I'm going to talk more about this when we set up the next stitch. But without the tension dials up here, this has what is called automatic thread delivery system. That means right up here behind this cover, there are gears and they interlock and they change the tension for each stitch. And so it will actually make adjustments for your thread, your needles, the fabric that you're sewing on, and the stitch that you've selected. But all I have to do to select my stitch is right over here. This is my stitch selector. It's just A, B, C, and D. Don't you think that's a lot easier than trying to turn the dials and have the numbers? I love this because if I'm doing a 4-thread overlock, I'm going to be an A. If I'm doing a B, narrow, that would be my 3-thread overlock. And C and D are my rolled edges. I want to talk a little bit about those rolled edges. And I'm going to show you this when we get to the rolled edge part. But the difference between the C and the D rolled edge, if you have one already, is the fact that on C, that means you're going to have a balanced stitch. That means the upper looper and the lower looper are going to meet at the edge of the fabric. It's a balanced stitch. So your overlock stitches are balanced because they meet at the edge of the fabric. But now you have a choice. If you've looked at the napkins that maybe you get in a fancy restaurant, they usually have D. They're going to roll the fabric over, but they also roll the upper looper over. So the only thread you're going to see is the upper looper. Now, the only reason maybe you'd want to go into a C, because you want to have a balanced stitch, is if maybe one side is red and one side is blue, and you want to have red thread on the top and blue thread on the bottom, then you definitely want to be in C, okay? Because that would give you a balanced stitch. You're going to have one color on top and one color on bottom. But if you want to have it roll all the way to the bottom, you're going to do that. And yes, I noticed that someone said that there's no guesswork. Is that Roxanne? No guesswork. There is no guesswork on this machine. And the Evolution, the Ovation, and the Triumph are all the same. In fact, if you got the Euphoria, that is the cover and chain stitch machine. All right? That's without the overlocks. There are so many different baby lock sergers, and I love every single one of them. Okay, I have this set up for a cover stitch, a triple cover stitch. That means I'm going to have 3 needles in, and I only have 1 looper. You're going to love this, all right? You're going to love this. And I can see that so many of you already have an Ovation. The Ovation is a step up from this one, but the Triumph actually replaced the Ovation with some great improvements, some really great improvements. All right, I like how Yes called customer service, because they are at Sewing Parts Online. They have pricing on it today that will knock your socks off. I tell you, this is an amazing machine. Accolade. I love it. All right, what did I show you? I want to go into actually, let me show you this while I'm here. Okay, I'm going to move this guy out of the way, and that's not going to be enough out of the way. Let's talk about the guts in here. All right, just like the other machine, I have air threading, but this time I don't have a lever to push. I have a button to push. Let me just let you hear that sound. We're going to thread this up in a minute. Okay, that's all you do. That's how you do it. I'll take it out of my threading mode, and we're going to thread the loopers when we go into the 4 thread, and you'll see how that goes. Isn't this fantastic? I know you want one, right? I know, I do too. I love this machine. Let me see if there's anything else in here that I can show you that's really important. Right here is the upper looper, and you'll notice I only have 1 looper threaded, and that's my chain looper. I didn't thread my upper and lower loopers because I'm not going to use those in the cover and chain. So I have my upper looper is in the down position. I've turned this knob to down. That means it's down. No, they do not need oiling. Thank you for asking that question. There is no oiling. Even on the Celebrate, do not oil anything. Right here, it'll say do not oil. In fact, when you're threading the loopers, if you got some stray, crazy threads, don't even lick the ends, because you're going to be sending that thing through a pipe of air down in there. And if you get some air or some wetness in there, nah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do it at all. All right, any other questions? They are not temperamental, Susan. She wanted to know if the air threading is temperamental. They are not. The only thing that would make it so it wouldn't go through is if you had a block in there. And maybe you forgot to pull all your threads out from the last stitch that you did and you changed the threads. Nah, you don't want to do that. You want to make sure that there's no thread in there. And sometimes dust, I've never had it happen, but this is what they say. If any dust gets in there after a while, you know what? It might get a little bit of dust. So just sweep them out once in a while. And to sweep it out, you're just going to pull some thread through. That's how you do it. Air threading is important. It is amazing. Can you serge heavier fabrics? You can go from heavier fabrics. You can go from a denim all the way to a silk and not even have to make any adjustments at all. Nothing. Nothing at all. No, you do not oil them. She said, that's crazy. That's all she can say. Okay, Leilani said she loves Baby Lock. I do too. All right. Is there a new model for Baby Lock? The newest model for Baby Lock is the Triumph. And that is a step up from the Accolade. And I'll tell you a few of the differences. One of the biggest differences is it has a 5-inch throat. Although the Accolade has a much wider throat than even the Celebrate. There's a little bit more space in there. And if you'll notice the lighting that we have here, there's so much lighting the camera can't even almost pick up what's going on in there. Yes, air threading, Angela, is the way to go. If there's nothing more that you learned today, get rid of your attention dials, get rid of the threading. And once again, I don't have to thread this in any certain order. Someone says you cannot go wrong with a Baby Lock serger. No, you cannot. They do so much. And I'm going to show you some samples that I sewed already. Yes, yes. I'm glad you love it because I love it too. All right. We've talked a lot about what's going on in here. Oh, let me show you this. I could have pointed it out on the Celebrate. You're giving away a Triumph? Are you kidding me? Tricia,
Yep.
really? You want to do
We sure are.
Oh,
everybody stick around. Keep on commenting. There's still time to get in on the giveaway.
Oh my heck, that is amazing. Okay, now I'm gonna go into water here that I shouldn't be in, but I want to show you. I'm gonna angle my camera down a little bit because I want to show you right here. If you're getting this Triumph, nothing's going to be different than what I teach you today on your Triumph. In fact, if you want to learn more about your sergers, if you have any Baby Lock sergers, I have classes on my website that you can go to, and I'll teach you everything you need to know. We'll walk through every dial, we'll go through every stitch, and before you finish that class, you will know what to do. And my website is sewwithbarb.com. I also have a Facebook group, and I post tips every single day, and my Facebook group is Barb's Sewing Buddies. All right, so please join me there. Go to my website. Let's have some fun because, oh, I love these classes. And I teach a lot of project classes on the serger too, because I love the serger. There are so many things you can do with the serger. You didn't even know it. All right, this knob right here, this is your length knob. Okay, that is your length. It's the large knob, so you know it's your length. That's the large knob. This one is the little knob. This was your width. So the way you can remember this, okay, write this one down. Don't forget, this is the wee widow knob. The wee widow knob and the length. The large knob is the length. The little knob is the wee widow knob. That means it's the width. That's easy to remember, right? Okay, you got that one? I want you to remember. Once again, I can lock my blade up or down. I have my subsidiary looper. I don't think we talked about that, but we might. All right, and this little table right here comes on and off. And I am going to put my sewing table on because right now I'm going to put a zipper in. Do you want to see me do a zipper? Good grief, a zipper on a serger? Yep. And I'm going to do it the easy way. All right. So I have it set up in a triple cover stitch. Actually, let me show you what a triple cover stitch looks like before I get started with the zipper. One thing about it is that you need to always start in fabric when you do a cover stitch or a chain stitch. It just needs that to be able to begin the stitch. let's look at that. Beautiful on that side. It is beautiful on this side too. I wish you could see how really pretty that is. In a minute, I'm going to show you what you can do with the back side of that. All right, it looks like a great stitch. Okay, I have a zipper, a little tiny piece of zipper. And I have my fabric. I've already folded it over and pressed it. And I have double-sided tape on my zipper. When you're using a serger, you don't want to use pins. And really the Wonder clips are great, but they kind of get in my way. All right. So I use double-sided tape a lot, and I'm simply going to put that down on top of that. And it's going to hold it in place while I sew it. And I think that I've got a little bit of a bright spot right there. Let me see if I can get rid of that. Okay, I'll lighten that up again in a minute. All right, so there's notches on the foot, and those notches allow you to know where those needles are going to land. Okay, I'm going to line my notches up with the fabric right there. I'm just going to sew this down. Oh, I wasn't very straight. Forgive me, forgive me. But there, you've got it. And I've got some extra threads in there. I have now top stitched, and I don't know quite to put this in a light where you can see it. I have top stitched, and I have attached my zipper at the same time. This one is ready to go and ready to roll. Look how pretty that is. I love that. All right, let's toss that aside. I'm going to, okay, we're in the cover stitch. So I want to show you what else we can do with this. Remember how on the other machine that I gathered? I'm going to do the same thing with this one. So what I do is I increase my length to a 4. Remember, the large knob is my length. I put my differential feed up to the top number, which is a 2. Well, you look at that. Is that amazing? There's also a foot you can get with for your serger. They don't come with it. It only really comes with this foot, but this foot is amazing, by the way, that you can ruffle and attach a solid piece of fabric with it at the same time, and not ruffling the top and ruffling the bottom in one step, just one step. I think that is amazing. All right, let's toss that aside. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back to that. I'm going to do one more thing on this. On the other side, and you know, you have to go slower when you do the other side, but I'm not a slow sewer, so there I have some ruching. I have created ruching, and all I have to do is pull it to make it pretty and even out the gathers. And look at that. Is that amazing? You want to do it, don't you? I know. I love to gather, and I don't even have anything gathered. All right, the next thing I want to do is show you how wonderful this is. We are in the cover stitch, correct? The triple cover stitch, which is my favorite. But look at this. Did you know you could sew in curves? With a cover stitch. Now, normally I would have my curve foot on. I didn't even put my curve foot on, and I can still sew a curve. All right. Amazing, right? You thought you only had to sew straight. Let me show you something else. You could quilt with this. So if I had my ruler guide on there, then I would be able to make these nice and even, which I don't right now. But look at that. I could do channel quilting. But here's the next part that's really cool. I'm going to turn it over. I have it wrong side up. I've got my right side down. And so this is my wrong side. Here is my right side. I'm going to use that as a decorative stitch on the front. Now, if I had a 12 weight thread in there, this would be a heavier stitch, which I love to use 12 weight threads in my loopers. You can't really use them in your needles, but you can definitely put it in your loopers. And I'm going to show you some samples that I've done with this, and you will love them. All right, let's move right on. I want to get to some other stitches. So I'm going to take my sewing table off. I have my knife cover table, and that's what I'm going to put on next. But I also have to take out those needles. So you're going to see me do a little surgery right here. I'm going to move this foot out of the way in just a minute. Remember, I'm not going to take my thread out yet. I'm going to take my needle and then cut my thread. I'm going to take all 3 needles out. This one has an amazing needle threader, one of my favorite things. I know I have a lot of favorite things, don't I? Seems like everything's my favorite. Okay, all of my needles are out. I am going to raise my foot. I'm going to pull my threads out. You know, serging is kind of like being in a spider web half the time because there's so many threads. And that used to bother me. It doesn't bother me anymore. But there are still lots of threads. And if I'm not using the thread, I need to take it right off my machine because it can get tangled with the other threads and cause a problem. All right, now I have my looper. I'm going to cut it, and I can just pull those threads right out. And I'm going to take this off. So what I'm going to thread up for right now is a 4-thread overlock. But first, I took my foot off. I have no threads in the way. I want you to be able to see how that stitch finger moves out of the way. Remember, I tried to show you over there and it was a little difficult. Okay, I'm going to move it there, right there. Okay, do you see that stitch finger that I've got going on right there? I've got 3 stitch fingers right there. This one right here, when I put it into rolled edge, it's going to pop it down. Do you see that? You may not be able to see it so well, but I want you to trust me. And when you get your machine at home, you sit and look at that, all right? That is just amazing to me. I love that. And once again, you can see the double feed dogs, okay? Because that comes into a lot of play. All right, so now I'm going to stitch up for a 4-thread overlock. So I'm going to put my needles in. And just like your sewing machine, there's a flat side going back. If there's any questions, I can sure answer them while I'm fiddling with these needles.
Barb,
Yes.
I do have a question while you're doing that.
Okay.
Could you give an explanation on the difference between the jet air, the revolutionaire, and the extraordinaire?
Yes, I can. Okay, the extraordinaire means that it shoots it through with a motor. And the jet air is just going to shoot it through with a pump. It's the same idea. It's the same idea. It's just that one way. Boy, I can't walk and chew gum, can I? It's just that one's going to be a pump and one's going to be a motor. That's the only difference. And when you go into the revolutionary threading on the Triumph, you will see that it threads the needles also. So that means that we even have a kind of a different threading system on the Triumph, and some lucky person is going to have that Triumph. I am so excited. And I hope you join me so I can chat with you about it. And you know what? Some people are going to say, well, why do I need a serger? Well, it's like my husband's a builder. So he has a nail gun, he has a saw, and he has a hammer. Now he's going to use different things for different jobs. Or it's like your stove and your oven and your crock pot. It's going to do the same thing. It's just how do you get it done? So your crock pot, you're just going to change a few things. So anything that you can sew, you can most often serge. You just have to adjust the recipe just a little bit. But yes, everybody needs a serger. Why not? Okay, finding the end of the thread is sometimes the worst. Okay, I am going to now thread my loopers. And I could thread these at the exact same time if I wanted to, but I really like to watch them pop through. So I usually do them one at a time. All right, so I got my loopers right here. But once again, I have to put my pipes in threading position. So I put them down in threading, turn my hand wheel toward me, and whoops, you know what I didn't do? I've got to put my looper up, my upper looper up. Do you see how that popped up? Let me show you when it's down. If it's up like this, when you have the sewing table on, it will bounce into the sewing table. You can't have that. So it has to be down. You're not going to use it in your cover and chain. So you lock it down. See how it's locked down? It's not going anywhere. But when I do overlock stitches, I need that up. So someone said this looks so easy to use. It is so easy. It is so fun and simple, Bridget. I love it. I love it. Okay, I'm going to pop my thread into my guides up there. And I've got my pipes locked into place. I'm going to put this in my looper right there. This is my lower looper. There I go. It is threaded. And here's my upper looper. I'll pop it into place. And I just have to put a little bit of thread in there. And in our class, we talk about thread cradles, how to thread crazy threads if you can't get them to go through the loopers. Because there are some, like pearl crown rayon is a little thick, woolly nylon is a little thick, but we talk about how you can thread those things. So don't worry, you're covered. We never want you to feel like you're left alone. Okay, there is overlock needle 1. And here is overlock needle number 2. And yes, this machine has a wave stitch. And I'm going to have to hurry or I'm not going to be able to show you my samples. Okay. And I have some great samples I want you to see what things you can do with this machine. All right, there's that needle. Because I want you to see how this needle threader works too. It is amazing. All right, so this is my needle threader for this machine, but I love it. Okay, how can I put this so you can see it? Okay, right there. If I pull this back, you can see that there is a little wire hidden under there. This is what's going to throw the needle or throw the thread through the needle hole. So I'm going to take this, make it perpendicular to that needle, poke that through. There it is. Do you see how easy that was? Maybe you didn't see. I'll tell you what you have to do is you just got to try it. And I've been talking way too much. It even has a little hook on the back of the needle threader so that you can hook the back of the thread. All right, let me get that foot back on. All right, and I'm going to put my machine back in serging position, not in threading. I'm going to put my sewing table on. I'm going to put my knife up. All right, I am ready to roll. And here is the wave selector right here if you wanted to go into wave. And all you have to do is follow the thread guide and you will have the perfect stitch no matter what you want to do. All right, let's just make sure this is a good stitch. I always test my stitch because sometimes things can just get bumped. Like I can easily bump that differential feed and all of a sudden have a gather, and I don't want to do that. Oh, you know what I didn't do? There you go. If you have the right settings, I did not check all my settings. See right there? It's kind of goofy. Well, I just didn't put it up in. Remember I told you about the stitch selector over here? That's all I have to do. Let's do that again. Is that a beautiful stitch? I don't think anything is prettier than that, right? All right, let's go into Oh, I have to show you this. I'm going to just show you this briefly. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it, but I'm going to show you a sample of this because this machine will do this. In fact, any of the baby lock machines will do this. All I'm going to do is a 4-thread overlock. I'm going to take a stitch off, raise my needles, raise the foot, wiggle the fabric out from under the back. You're going to like this. I'm really not going to tell you how I'm doing it yet. But I'm going to show you a sample of this in just a minute, and you're going to be totally amazed. What I'm making is serger crochet. Did you know you could crochet on your serger? I just want you to see how easy it is, even with the camera right there and not having full access to the machine, because it's a little crazy with these cameras in your nose, right? It's like sewing side saddle. It's a little difficult. But I want to show you this before I go off the 4th thread. I'm just flipping this around. Now, if you were doing like a continuous circle, you wouldn't have to flip it back and forth. Will you look at that? Will you look at that? Do you like that? That is called serger crochet. It doesn't even do it justice right here in this lighting and how we've got this set up. But I will show you some projects I have done over there with the serger crochet that is amazing. And just know this machine will do it. And it's just a 4-thread overlock. You just have to know how to do it. Okay, I'm going to take out one of my needles. I'm going to take my left-hand needle out. I'm going to go to a 3-thread overlock. And do you remember that little needle catcher I showed you on the bottom with the Celebrate? This has it also. So you never have to worry about your needle falling down inside and getting lost in something. Okay, when you do a 3-thread overlock, you have to take the needle out. You have to take the thread out. If you don't, then it's still going to try to pierce that, and the loopers are not going to know that you've gone to a 3-thread from a 4-thread, and it will just be an ugly stitch. All right, so let's see what this stitch looks like. I haven't made any changes except change my stitch selector. And I've gone to a 3-thread overlock, just that easy. Now, the most popular stitches there are is that rolled hem. Do you remember I talked about the rolled hem and the difference between the 2 rolled hems? I am simply going to change this dial, the length dial, and my stitch selector. That is all I did. I'm going to go from a 3-thread to there you go. There's a rolled edge. Just that fast and that easy. There is nothing like that. I love that. And you know, there are different feet that you can get for your serger where you can put wired ribbon in this rolled edge. You can make wired ribbon. So if you want to make a project and you can't find the right ribbon, then you're just going to use your elastic foot and you're going to put wire in that rolled edge, and you're going to think, oh, that's going to be by my needles. It's going to break my needles. It's going to cause problems. It doesn't. It guides it right through there. And then you will have wired ribbon of your choice, whatever you want it to be. All right, let's do that, the ruching on this one. Okay, so I'm in my 3-thread overlock. I just want you to see how easy it is, first of all, to make a gather. And if you have that ruffling foot, and there is my ruching. I've gathered both edges of it. I'm just going to kind of give it a little tug like this. That just evens out those gathers. And look at that. There is a beautiful piece of ruching. Isn't that so fun? I love it. It is so nice. Okay, I want to show you the samples before we run totally out of time. Just know that every one of the stitches that we did on the Celebrate, you can do on the Accolade Plus, because the Accolade has 87 different stitches it can do. Amazing. Okay, I'm going to switch cameras here, and I'm going to put you guys down here. I hope that I don't have anything in the way. I don't. That's great. All right, here's a little basket that I made, and that is simply a 3-thread overlock, and I've done a wave stitch to make the flower. And that's fun. It's really, doesn't even do it justice trying to see it in the cameras. Okay, here is a ruffled pillow. Now, here's my rolled edge, and I actually attached the fabric at the same time as I gathered the fabric underneath. It is that easy to do. And then I did a top stitch on my sewing machine. So we call this like a surge and merge project, meaning we use both machines. But you can't do that on a sewing machine. You can't do all of it. No. All right. Here is another project. I've got ruching in here and here. This is a flat lock stitch, and we didn't even talk about flat lock, but it is an amazing stitch. I've got the back side and the front side of a flat lock stitch. It's more of a decorative stitch. Then right here, I have pin tucks made with my rolled hem. Over here, I have prairie points made with the 4-thread overlock as the decoration. I really like that. Okay, I'm just going to throw projects in here for you to see. Here's the flat lock stitch again, and there's my ruching again. And this was actually made with a faux binding, meaning I had my backside piece a little wider than my top side. I serged it together and rolled it over to make a faux binding. And right here, I have pieced together my strips of fabric instead of having them on pieced wrong sides together, right sides together. I did them wrong sides together. I've got a rolled edge right there. It just gives it that extra little decoration on the front. But I have more. Let's see what we've got here. All right, here is a little pouch where I have put the zipper in. And I'm sorry you can't see how beautiful that little zipper is, but that is put in with that 3-thread overlock or 3-thread cover stitch. And right here, I have, you know how I used the triple cover stitch right there? I have installed ribbon with a triple cover stitch. So there's a little slot in the foot where it feeds the ribbon right in, and it will attach it down at the same time with 3 top stitchings. And if you only want 2, you can go with 2 threads. All right, here is where I have used pin tucking. I've installed my ribbon, and this time I did it with a 2-thread cover stitch wide. I have made piping. So this whole project was made on the serger. I pieced my fabrics together. I did my piping. And right here is where I did my quilting. And this I did with the chain stitch. But you can see that this one's a little heavier than this one. Even though they're different colors, you can still tell. This is where I sewed from the top. So this is my needle. But this is my looper right there. It just gives it a little heavier look. I really like that look. All right, and here we have this again where I have quilted it with the chain stitch. And then right here, there is a flat lock that I have connected my fabrics with. So any project you can sew, you can serge also. And this one is much the same way, except I have used a flat lock wave stitch to connect my fabrics together. And once again, I have the quilting done right there with my chain stitch, what I think is pretty darn cool. All right, here's the fun thing I want to show you. All right, remember a minute ago I was showing you the crochet? I have put this on the bottom of a towel. Now this is a pearl crayon rayon that I have used. And you see how it just gives it that really feathery look? The more rows that you put out there, then the more it gathers, which I think is pretty cool. This one I did with just regular serger thread. And it's not as frilly, I think, as this one, but it still works. You could use metallic threads. And someone asked, how does it wash up? Someone also said it's a workhorse. It is a workhorse, and you're going to feel like a workhorse when you're done, right? It washes up great. So these threads will actually felt together Is that right? Feld or felt? All right, so right here, someone did catch this with the ring or something, so they will pull out a little bit more. But can you see a baby bib done with this? You're going to go all the way around. This would be so frilly. I love it. And until you wash it, this has never been washed. Until you wash it a few times where those threads can connect in together, it's going to be a little more fragile. But we just use this as a sample, and lots of people have handled it. And I think it looks pretty good. Or you could do it around a baby blanket. All right, this is nothing more than a skirt that was put together with the rolled edge. And then I did the rolled edge there, and then gathered it. And then I attached it with the chain stitch. So no sewing machine touched this babe. Isn't that fun? And there you have a cute little skirt. Easy to do and fast. I'm going to skip over. Here, I want you to see this one. This is using the cover stitch with decorative thread or 12-weight thread. And first I pieced it together with my serger in a crazy patch. And then I went over the seams with the back side of the chain stitch. And it gives it that beautiful, I just love it. It's almost like bobbin works on your sewing machine. All right, there is just a quick sample of using a flat lock and the rolled edge and the gathering. All you have to do is think, well, now what can I make out of this today? All right, so I can't even show you how beautiful these quilts are. But there is one quilt. This is all pieced on the serger. So just think about it. Is it a crock pot? And do I want to make some changes in the recipe? Here is another one I have pieced completely on the serger. It goes a lot faster, let me tell you, because you can just send those pieces right through. And here is another one that was pieced on the serger. There you go. That's not such a pretty square. Let me find a prettier square. Okay, I want some color in there. All right, this was all pieced on the serger. Isn't that fun? All right. I think I have shown you all my samples. I have many, many more, but I'm not going to bring them all out. You'd be here all day. I love the serger. They can do so many things. It's amazing. All right, Tricia, what kind of questions have we got?
Oh my goodness. We have, let's see, all I'm knowing, or excuse me, words are hard.
Well, it's getting late in the day. And you're getting excited because you're going to give a serger away.
I know. Well, I was excited before because I'm sitting over here thinking, I've got the Celebrate, which I absolutely love. But
yes,
looking at all your examples and seeing that the Accolade is both the serger and the cover stitch machine, and you can do a zipper, I'm like,
So you're really not going to give that triumph away, are you? You're going to keep it.
We are. I have to give it away even though I want it.
Really? Well, and you know what? There are, Baby Lock has 60-day love and knowledge trial. So they can have 60 days of learning and then come to me, Sew with Barb, and I'll teach you all the rest. Okay. And we'll have fun. We make projects together. We make bags. We make all sorts of things. All sorts of things.
Thank you. Well, that was fantastic. As always, I'm so happy that you were able to show 4 awesome Baby Lock machines for us today. I
love Baby Lock.
I'm going to go ahead and recap on the special pricing for everybody, since we are going to be giving away a whole lot of fun stuff and then that triumph.
Hey, when are you giving all this stuff away?
Right now.
Right now?
We are going to be doing it over the next hour. So everybody keep on commenting. We're going to recap a couple of things and we are going to give away a whole lot of stuff.
Okay, I'm going to be watching.
All right. Well, thank you, Barb.
So
we appreciate you.
Hey, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, we are going to recap on the special pricing for the Celebrate and the Accolade. Let's look at the Celebrate first. That awesome machine has an MSRP of $2,499, and we have a great sale price of $1,099. Everybody knows the drill now. It's end of day 4, so give us a call. We have the special pricing. We've got the phone number is 824-1192. Keep in mind, we have the affordable financing and just fabulous pricing. We've got our team that's waiting on the phone, ready to help you get an awesome celebrate. And then the accolade, let's take a look at that machine. How fantastic was that demonstration? I absolutely loved all her visuals as well. So much inspiration. You can do so much with that accolade, being both a serger and a cover stitch machine. And who knew you could do a zipper with that machine? I was impressed by that. So I'm going to have to try that technique. That has an MSRP of $4,499. Great sale price of $3,999. And we can beat that. You know the drill. Give us a call and we can help you out. Let's go through now the moment that we have been waiting for. We are also excited to give away these amazing prizes. I just want to take a moment before we do that. I know I just said we're going to do it, but I do have to take a moment to say some thank yous. I want to say thank you so much to our educators. You have all been absolutely fabulous. Everybody had such great demonstrations, and you gave us your time, your energy, lovely demonstrations, and just, we appreciate you. We would not have been able to put this on without you. So I just want to say thank you. Most importantly, we want to thank all the people who have made this happen. We want to thank our CSRs. They're manning the phones. Amanda, Heather, and Alicia have been very busy. Our product specialists, Rachel, Natalie, and Haley, they have been in the chat answering any questions, providing those links. They've been awesome. Everybody in our warehouse, there are too many to list, but we love all of you guys. Darla and Ashlyn, they've been making sure we're fed and watered, and they're doing awesome. They're running back and forth, so we appreciate them. Steve, Corey, and James for making sure we stayed online and that our website is functioning to the best of its ability. We have George and Terry, of course, for opening the sewing store back in the day and starting it all. We appreciate Jeremy for running the ship and being such a fantastic leader. And I just have to give a shout out to that guy over there, Brian. He's been keeping things going and doing such an awesome job. So thank you, Brian.
You're welcome, Tricia.
We are so grateful to be a part of this awesome team, and we love Sewing Parts Online. So we're a great family-owned business, and we all work together to put this together for you. And we appreciate you for watching, commenting, and enjoying all of this. So we are going to move right along. We've kept you waiting long enough. I hope everybody's shooting out some comments here so you still get into the giveaway. We've got quite a few to do. We are going to give several of the Floriani 30-piece kits away. Everybody knows we love the Floriani thread. We've been showing quite a bit of that. So we're going to do 7 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Awesome. Okay. So let's go through and do number 83. Here we go. Number 83. Is everybody getting excited? Fair Rose, congratulations. You are number 83. You've got the Floriani kit. Now we'll do number 84. Let's check it out. Who do we have? Sally RN1, congratulations. Okay, we are on number 85. Okay, couple more. Slows down. I'm always like, who is it? Marianne Brenner. Congratulations. We'll see if my voice holds out. We've got a little bit longer. We can do it. All right, number 86. 30-piece Floriani kit. That's that 40-weight polyester embroidery thread. Crystal Warhurst, congratulations. We have number 87. Hope everybody's watching, getting excited. Number 87. Here we go. Lynette McNaughton, congratulations. You get some thread. I love all this thread. All right, we're on number 88, right?
Yes.
I will keep it in order. 30-piece Floriani kit. Carol Jenks, congratulations. I hope you enjoy your thread. And number 89, one more Floriani kit. We couldn't fit everything on the table. So I'm leaving the one in front of me. Diane Eisenman, congratulations. Awesome, awesome. Beautiful Floriani thread. All right, so what we're going to do between each segment of prizes, I'm going to recap on the day just in case you weren't able to make it to the previous days. I don't want you to miss out on what's still available. We were originally going to be stopping our special pricing today. However, it has been extended until tomorrow, and it's going to be through 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. That is because that's the end of our business day, and you do have to call for special pricing for our SewCreative Live awesome pricing. So while I'm recapping, just remember that you do have to call in, get that special pricing, and our customer service will help you secure some awesome furniture or machines or TrueCut products or whatever you can get. There's so much awesome stuff. Don't forget to check out the Sew Steady tables as well. They are awesome. Okay, I'm going to do day one first. Let me get back to my overlays. Oh, look at all the stuff. I'm like little back here. It's like, it's all the cool stuff. Fabulous. Okay, day one. Let's recap. Excuse me. So we've got the first one I want to show you is recapping the Cutie tabletop quilting frame with the Qnique 15 Pro. Now, I have read off all the MSRPs. I'm going to just show the sale price, and just keep in mind that we have that fabulous affordable financing if that is something that you're interested in. We also have just our SewCreative Live discount price. Just give us a call and we can help you out. You do not want to miss this because you're not going to see these prices until the next time we do the event. And some of them you're not going to see again. So please keep that in mind. So with this, you've got a sale price of $4,189. We can beat that. So we can beat it. The Cutie frame is on sale for $889. There's a significant discount on that. You'll want to call us. Take a peek at the Quilters Creative Touch 5 beginning software and the Quilters Creative 5 Pro. I mentioned this during the segments. There is a significant savings on the automation. So if you've been in the market and you've been waiting, this is the time to do it. There's a fabulous, fabulous price on this software. The next one that I want to show you is the Bloom. I've had that set up in front of me with the embroidery unit on there. It's the sewing and embroidery machine. It's new to the Baby Lock line. It is available for pre-order right now. The sale price shows $2,499. Again, we can beat that. Financing available. Fantastic little sewing embroidery machine. Next, we have the Floriani Total Control U software. You get that bonus that values over $3,000 with the purchase of the Floriani Total Control U software. It is on sale for $2,999, but you can get a better price. And you can also get that 100-piece thread kit, the letter mastering, and the U-Design software. The Quilters Select, Design and Quilt. See all of your quilts before you even buy your fabric. Save yourself some money there. You can design it, you can change colors, you can swap things around. And then in addition to doing that, you're going to be able to cut everything once you do purchase your fabric, because you get a free $150 bundle. It comes with the mat, the ruler, the fantastic rotary cutter, the 7 quilt designs, your air erasable marker, and the USB stick. Super great. We've been talking about the Floriani Thread, but check out the new Floriani Thread. It has the glow in the dark, perfect for Halloween. We have some awesome pricing on all Floriani Thread. You've got the camo ones that are also new. You can get them individually, or you can do the 9-spool thread collection. I had mentioned the Sew Steady tables. Also, Linda had shown that insert with the koala. You can get the inserts, and those are the ones that will go into the furniture and make it so you have a flat surface. This here is the Wish table, so it's up. It also has the really nice drawer, so you can keep all of your handy notions right at your fingertips. That is on sale for $199. For a limited time, you can get the 2-piece suspension arm system for $1 with the purchase of the Wish table. That's an awesome, awesome deal. Also right now, with the purchase of the 4-piece Versa set, you get the Versa bag for free. Let's talk about the 21X Elite long arm quilting machine. Fabulous sale right now. It's $8,499, but give our customer service a call and they will beat that price. You don't want to miss out on that. You can pair that with the automation that we just spoke about. So this is a really, really cool combination that you can do. If you need the continuum frame as well, we have a great price on that. It's on sale for $2,699, and pair all of those and you're going to get a fabulous deal. And I believe that covers day one. What do you think, Brian?
I think we got it.
Did we get it?
Some more giveaways.
We're ready to do some more giveaways. Okay, let's get rid of this one. Okay, so that was day one. Now let's give away more stuff. Actually, before we do that, let's just take a peek at the comments. Does anybody have any questions about day one? Just gonna peek really quick. Day one looks awesome. Wait till you see 2, 3, and 4. Everybody feeling lucky? We see all the comments coming through. That's fabulous. More giveaways. We're doing more giveaways. Okay. Next, we're going to do number 91. We're going to do the Sew to Grow patterns. They are all selected at random, so it's not going to be the specific one that you're necessarily seeing. We have a bunch of these. We're going to put together a Sew to Grow pattern and then 10 spools of the Floriani thread. So let's do number 91, Brian. Number 91. Here we go. I said I feel like I'm calling out bingo. 91. Reality check 781. Congratulations. I like that. That's fun. Reality check.
You mentioned that we will post, at the end, we'll show all of day 4 winners. And then we will post a list of all winners from the entire event.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds good. Yep, we will share at the end. We're going to show all of the winners for day 4, and we will also post tomorrow all the winners from all 4 days. So number 92. Let's do number 92. Sew to Grow pattern and 10 spools of Floriani thread. Naomi Chris White, congratulations. Fabulous. Okay, number 93. If you didn't hear that before, we had mentioned the reason that we're saying a number is because when you do fill out the form, you do have to provide that number. So if you're wondering, Rita Weber, congratulations. You got a Sew to Grow pattern and 10 spools of Floriani thread. Let's do number 94. Excuse me. My voice is going to make it. Number 94, Carrie Barrier. Congratulations. Got number 95. Am I going to?
Carrie Barrier, that's her second win today. She won 2 Soda Grow patterns.
Oh,
That's
nice.
awesome.
You get 2 Soda Grow patterns. That's fantastic. You're going to be busy. Fair Rose, congratulations.
And Fair Rose just won a 30-piece Floriani kit.
Woohoo! Some people are lucky. That's awesome. All right. What number am I on?
96.
96. Thank you. See, this is why I said, I thank Brian. He keeps me in order. All right, number 96. Here we go. 96. Barbara Bell Stringer, congratulations. You won a Soda Grow pattern and 10 spools of Floriani thread. 97 is next. This is so fun. I love it. 97. Sherry Hills, congratulations. Fabulous.
And last is 98.
Last one, we've got a Soda Grow pattern and 10 spools of Floriani thread. Whoop, I'm gonna have it drop in front of me. There we go. Ellen Holdridge, congratulations, Ellen. You got the last one for the Soda Grow pattern and the 10 spools of thread. Okay, so let's go ahead and recap on day 2. And any questions? I'm just double checking the comments. Keep commenting, everybody. You still have a chance to get in. We're good. I love the Juki. If you want to win a Juki machine, we've got a couple. That's next. Actually, yep, that's after recapping on day 2. So we're going to be giving away a couple more Jukis. I see some comments in there. I love Juki. Awesome. I hope that you were able to see Tim Bond's demonstration on the Juki machines. They were fabulous. Okay. We're going to skip over to day 2. And he was on day 2, so we'll cover a couple of those Jukis. All right. So day 2, we had the Eversewn 30S, and I accidentally deleted that overlay. So Brian, would you mind pulling up that machine for me?
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you. Get that one pulled up. That has such a beautiful color, great machine, has a little extension table as well. It's going to get that pulled up using our website. Isn't it cute? So great. And that pricing on there is the $449.99. And we know the drill. Give us a call for the special SewCreative Live event pricing. Next, we have the Eversewn X2 on sale for $849.99. That's the combination sewing and embroidery machine on sale for the $849.99. So now moving on, Harley and Sarah had showed us some fabulous Aero furniture. This stuff is amazing, you guys. We have so many great deals on this. Talk about getting a whole extra cabinet. So with the purchase of an Aussie 2 sewing cabinet for the $17.99, you get the free Kiwi multi-use cabinet. That is a $700 value. If you watch the segment, he had it rolled over. It looked so perfect. You can have your whole studio set up with that Aussie 2 and the free Kiwi. That was awesome. Also, you can get the Kiwi when you get the Wallaby 2. So that sale applies to that as well. It also applies to the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet set. With the purchase of that, you would get the Kiwi for free. Remember that we do have the financing available if that is something that you are looking for. We also have the sale on the Kookaburra cutting table for $1,199. With the purchase of the Kookaburra, you get a $200 mat for free. Notice on the left that it covers the whole top of the table. You don't have to worry about nicking your table. That's always a plus. For National Sewing Month, there's a discount on the Norma Jean, so you can take advantage of that. It's on sale for $999. And you also can get a discount on the Krista's quilt blocks. They're on sale for $89. The arrow chairs, you have to love the arrow chairs. They normally are $449 and they're on sale right now for $299. They are so comfortable and the lumbar support is awesome. Plus you get all different colors and fun fabric choices. So I would definitely check that one out. You can get that special pricing on the arrow chairs. We had mentioned the 21X Elite with the continuum frame together. That sale price is $11,198. We definitely can beat that. So give us a call and you could check out the SewCreative Live special event pricing. And perfect time to pair it with the Creative Touch Beginnings or the Creative Touch Pro. The software, I keep mentioning it and I'm going to mention it again. It is a significant discount right now, so you'll want to give us a call. As I said with Juki, they were on day 2. Tim Bond showed us some fabulous machines when he was doing the Ideal Sewing Room with Juki. And the first one that he showed us was the DX 4000 QVP sewing and quilting machine. Wow, that thing was amazing. We had so many awesome comments on it. It's on sale right now for $3,999, but you can get it at a better price. Give us a call. We can beat that. We've got the MO2800 Serger. This was Colleen Davis, though she made the You Totally Can tote. She has this particular serger and she was singing its praises. So real life experience, absolutely loves it. Fantastic model. Juki does a great job on their sergers. And the MCS 1700 QVP cover stitch machine. That was an awesome one as well. We also have the MCS 1500 cover stitch machine, which if you are wondering how to thread that machine, we do have a YouTube video. It's super easy to thread. I know a lot of people may be intimidated by threading a cover stitch machine, but it really isn't hard. Hopefully that YouTube video will help you out as well. Sam joined us to show us both Janome and Elna machines. Near and dear to my heart is the Memory Craft 8200 QCP SE because that's my machine. It's on sale right now for $2,199, but we can beat that price. Also, he showed us the 780 DC computerized machine for $759. Michelle also showed us a Liso. Oops. I have up next. I didn't have the little Oliso irons on that, but I've got to just give a shout out to the Oliso irons because they are awesome. You have the Smart iron and you also have the mini irons. So you could get the mini iron in the orchid, the yellow, the turquoise, and the pink. They were super, super cute. And I think that wraps up day 2, if I'm looking correctly. I believe so. Anything I missed out on, Brian?
No, I think that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Okay, so we are going to give away a couple more Jukis. How many of these did we do throughout this event? 6?
Yeah.
I think it was 6. So these are awesome machines. They're a mechanical machine. They have some great features. They have the automatic needle threader, the automatic one-step buttonholing. We love automatic one-step buttonholing. It's great. It has the max speed of the 750 stitches per minute, stitch length of 4 millimeters, and the stitch width of 7 millimeters.
Do you want me to pull that one quickly?
Yeah, if you want to. We can look at it again.
See how quickly I can get it.
Oh, you're doing great. He's getting it pulled up so you guys could see this machine. Great.
It's a great, simple machine, especially if you're like taking the classes and retreats and stuff like
It
that.
really is. Several times we had mentioned some machines that are really, really great for taking to class. So keep in mind too that we have those totes, that the wheeled sewing machine totes. I'm trying not to say bag. I said to Brian before, I always get picked on saying bag because I'm from the north and it comes off funny, I guess, but I'm like, a tote, it's a tote. But we always have that available as well. But we are going to do number 99, the Juki HCL 355Z machine. I love this. Let's give away another machine. Here we go. See who the lucky winner is. Let's check. Mary Brinker, congratulations. I hope you enjoy your Juki. Fun. All right.
We
Number.
would love to see what you guys end up making with this.
Oh, for sure. Yes. If you join our Sewing Parts Online community group on Facebook, that would be so much fun to see what you guys make with your machines. Or you can just join and we can all have some fun. All right, let's see who wins the next Juki. Here we go. Cynthia Whippler, congratulations. That is awesome. Okay, before I go into the pricing on day 3, I just want to follow up and let you know that we just found out that the True Cut products that were shown earlier today, they do qualify for the 15% off sale using coupon code NSM22. You don't have to call for that. You can place that order right on our website. That goes for any other products that you saw that don't have special event pricing, including some of our favorite notions that we showed during that segment yesterday. So there might be a few items that don't allow the coupon to be accessed. Probably not really.
The True Cut products for sure. And
yeah, the True Cut for sure.
All of the favorite notions that we showed,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure all of those qualify for that.
Awesome.
But that's for National Sewing Month.
Yes. National Sewing Month. That's where this all stemmed from, was National Sewing Month. All right, so let's go ahead and recap on day 3. Day 3, back up to the top. Let's talk about the Allegro. That was such a fun machine to sew on. I was so thankful that they brought that to us. Drove 8 hours, 10 hours, so we could demonstrate that machine for you. It is on sale right now for $1,099, but we can beat that price. We had stressed yesterday that this is a pre-order price. It is going to go up at the end of the month. So right now is the time to get the Allegro. That price is going to go up, that sale price. So we can beat that price that's displayed right now. Thank you, Brian. He just put up that the price is going to go up to $12.99 at the end of the month. So please give us a call and you can secure your Allegro for that pre-order.
And our price over the phone is even less than this price.
Yes. So we have that pre-order price, but we have a better price right now for the SewCreative Live.
And they're going to sell, our first shipment's going to sell out quick.
Oh.
I mean, the Jazz 2 was so popular.
Yeah. So this is like a computerized Jazz 2, and we sold so many Jazz 2s. So the Allegro is going to sell out very, very quick on the ones that we do have coming in. So get in on that pre-order, get in on the SewCreative Live special event pricing. Our fabulous team is ready to help you get your machine. Excuse me. We spoke about the software for Floriani, the Total Control U software. Once again, we had touched on that on day 3. So with that Total Control U software, you get that fabulous bonus pack. Same thing with the Design and Quilt. You get that fabulous bonus pack for $150 value. Make sure that you do check out all of the new Floriani Thread. Eileen Roche with Dime showed some monster hoops. That was great. We had some Christine Hobbs designs as well. Kim came, oops, I keep clicking on our previous ones, but Kim had shown us some awesome rulers with OmniGrid. And then Sam showed us the excellent 780 plus computerized sewing machine. That thing was fabulous. It was on MSRP of $5,499, sale price of $4,599, but you can call for better pricing. Give us a call for SewCreative Live special event pricing.
And that one's a really good one. I'll be honest with you. I took a peek because we have the list of the prices back here.
Uh-huh.
We can't show them on during the stream, but that one is really good. So if you're interested in that machine, you need to call for that one.
If you didn't hear Brian, he was saying he was peeking at the special event pricing, the list, and we can't have that online, but he was saying totally, totally worth it to give us a call because there's a significant savings on that machine. Got the 720 Pro as well. That Elna machine was great as well. That little button on the bottom left was fabulous. You know, I like the easy needle plate change with the button in the front. Having it on the left-hand side was super cool. If you have your extension table on, you don't even have to take your extension table off. You can just click that button and your needle plate can be changed to your straight stitch plate. Super, super cool. Kate also joined us with Aurifil. That was fabulous. So you can check out some Aurifil thread. And Amy Brickman showed us her wonderful patterns too with her Anytime Topper and her book, Vintage Notions. All right. Do we think my voice is going to hold out, guys? We're getting close. We're getting close. We're so close. Is everybody waiting for the triumph? They're like, come on, Trish, let's go. Let's go. Let's just check the comments, see what we're saying here. Oh, the Aurifil thread. Yes, the Aurifil thread was great. Kate was awesome. She even made it through having the train outside. Patrice said, you can do it, Tricia. I'm like, okay, we can make it a little bit longer. I see I love Juki. Awesome. Love the thread. You guys are doing fantastic. Keep commenting. There's still time to get in on the giveaway. We've got a few things left here before we get to the triumph. All right. We are going to move on to this beautiful fabric. So I want to pull up that overlay. It'll just take me a moment because I want you to see what each basket has. Here we go. All right. I feel like we should move some stuff so we can see how gorgeous these baskets are. Okay. Brian's going to help me move some stuff so we can see how awesome this is. It'll just take us a second. You guys have been so patient with us. Here we go. I've got that overlay. You can read that list on each one. You've got the smaller one for an $800 value, the second one for $1,100, and the third one for $1,600. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. Let's get this one over here. This is the large one?
Yeah, we could put that one right in the middle. Right here, we can see.
You want the third one too?
Yes, please. Ooh, we're going to get them all up here. These are so pretty. Okay. There we go. I'm going to scooch off to the side so everybody can see. There we go. Can you see it okay? I'm like, these are so pretty. They are so worth showing. So these were donated by ineedfabric.com. They put together these fabulous baskets. It's a little hard to see on the video, but they're 3 different sizes. You've got the $800 one, the $1,100 one, and the $1,600 one. It is so, so pretty. You can find their gorgeous high quality fabric at ineedfabric.com. So are we ready to give this one away?
I think we are.
All right, we've got the small basket. This particular one is filled with the fabric and also a $50 gift card to ineedfabric.com. Let's
And that's number 101.
Thank you. Let me get the giveaway tool pulled up. Here we go. Number 101. Let's see here. Christina St. Pierre. Lucky. Congratulations, Christina. Awesome. All right. We're going to go ahead and do the second one. That is going to be number 102. 102. This one also includes a $50 gift card. That's going to be this one right here. Sharon C., congratulations. Now, I really want to see the projects that you guys make with all this beautiful fabric. Okay, last but not least here, we've got number 103. And let's see who the lucky winner is. This includes a $100 gift card. So, so pretty. Love it. Becky Shanks, congratulations.
Awesome.
That is fabulous. All right. And if anybody's like me, we love baskets too, so super pretty. So I hope you enjoy them. All right. Now, if you give us just a moment, I'm going to move this around just a bit, and then we are going to recap on day 4, and then we're going to give away the Baby Lock Triumph. So it will just take us one moment. All right.
You want to go ahead and pull up the overlay for the first day 4, and I'll just take these while you.
Oh, yeah, that'll be perfect.
Okay.
All right, Brian's going to do that. Let's do day 4. It's just taking me a moment. Oh, actually, before we move on, I'm going to put this on for just a second because we just want to recap on claiming your prize. Just go to our link tree, which is linktr.ee/sewingpartsonline. You can click claim your prize and fill out the form. You can also go to our website, sewingpartsonline.com. Right on the home screen, you have our SewCreative Live section. Click on that, scroll down to giveaway, and there is a claim your prize button. And you can fill your form. Fill out your form. Okay. And it's all empty. But where's the Triumph? Brian's grabbing the Triumph. All right. Let's see. Do we have comments saying Triumph, Triumph? Everybody's looking. So many great deals. I'm so glad to hear that. And oh, one second. Oh, he's like, I'm coming through. I'm so excited. All right, let me get an overlay on here for just a second. Oh, that's awesome. We'll just put that one back on for now.
I would show myself on camera, guys, but today is my Friday. So I wore lazy clothes, and I don't want you to see me like that. I have too much respect for you. Okay.
All right. Love it. Here we go. Okay. Does it look pretty? Actually, we're going to show you it. We didn't want to take it out of the box because it's so lovely. He wanted to show you here. You pull up that beautiful machine.
And it shows you all the features. This one has the Revolutionary threading, which is the highest.
Yep. All right. And we will be giving away in just a moment. Keep on commenting. We're going to recap on day 4, and then we will give away the Triumph. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Anna showed us that awesome Flair this morning. We've got the Baby Lock Flair embroidery machine on sale for $1,999. We know the drill. I'm going to say it again. Special event pricing for SewCreative Live. Give us a call. We still have a little bit of time to secure that fabulous pricing. Just remember that we did extend that pricing until tomorrow, but you still want to get in just as fast as you can. Also, just a reminder that that says out of stock. That is not out of stock. That overlay was done prior to the event. So Brian did confirm that we have that in stock. Could you tell me how many we have of those, Brian?
Yeah, let's see.
Thank you.
That's the Flair.
Yep. He's checking that out for us.
Looks like we got 4 left in stock, which before we had 6.
4, yeah, we sold 2 today. So yeah, you definitely want to get in on that. I want to see everybody's embroidery designs that they've done with them.
Also, I just checked with Amanda. We filled up 2 more spots on the
Allegro. I told you the Allegro is going to go fast, you guys. They're available for pre-order. We just secured a couple more machines. So you want to get on that list and get that awesome pricing. You're not going to see that pricing again. Oh, that's exciting though, because it was really was a fantastic machine. Yeah. It was really cool. Very, very cool. Another cool machine. We got to see quite a few fabulous Baby Lock machines too. Got the Brilliant here that is on sale for $999, and fabulous sale price is available for that too. We've got the Presto 2 that is normally $12.99, on sale for $7.99. Call for special event pricing on that one as well. That is a sewing and quilting machine. The Ballad, that was fantastic too. The diagonal sewing, sewing a triangle. I mean, who knew, right? Or those large stitches where you could just do binding with your sewing machine like that, where you had that cool design. That Ballad was amazing. Also, the touch button for the dropping your feed dogs. Huh, so cool. That machine is on sale for $4,999. Give us a call for the special event pricing. I think we touched on that. Linda did such a fabulous job on talking about the koala centers. She had the embroidery center that she showed, and then she had mentioned the Makers Center and also the Artistry Drawer Center. So you can start with your base and then build your studio by getting extra pieces if you need to. But each base is absolutely wonderful. And the soft close drawers are awesome. The beveled edges, you're not going to be snagging your fabric or anything like that. You can also pair it with a Sew Steady table, or excuse me, a Sew Steady insert. So you have that flat surface, so you're super comfortable. You can get the beautiful and comfortable Koala Sew Comfort sewing chair. I love that chair. Fell in love with that when I went to Baby Lock Tech. Those are really, really nice. You can adjust them just the way you need to, and they have a fabulous price on those now as well.
And Barb Lewis approves.
And Barb Lewis approves. She has 3 of them. So she's just like, all right, we've got this. Okay. And then we had Barb at the end showing us the Celebrate, which that's my serger. I think I'm going to have to bump it up to the Accolade. That thing was awesome. She had so many examples and inspiration to show what that Accolade could do. Putting in a zipper, that's just crazy. I loved that. Also, how easy it was to switch from the serger to the cover stitch machine. That's not always an option. You either get a cover stitch machine or a serger. To have a combination one is obviously a money saver, so that would be really cool too. So you can get even better pricing than what's displayed on the screen, that $3,999. All right, so before we move on here, let's just double check any more questions or comments before we pick the winner. I'm going to be wrapping it up pretty soon. Are we ready? Okay, everybody's like, we're ready, we're ready. It is. I'm very excited. This is going to be so fun. Everything's been fun to give away, but we really love giving away the Triumph. All right, let's pull up the giveaway tool and see who our final winner is.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck. Here we go. Fabulous, fabulous. Here we go. V. Doolittle. Congratulations. That's awesome, V. I hope you enjoy. I see that you're already a part of the Facebook group, so then I definitely expect to see some awesome projects that you make. Hopefully you could show us that you installed a zipper with your Triumph. All right. Well, congratulations, everybody. Let's see here. Is there anything else that we need to recap before we say a couple of things?
We went over how to claim your prize.
Mm-hmm.
We still have a little bit of time left.
We do.
You want to do number 47, 48, 49?
Yes. Yeah, so thank you. We had done those, some of our favorite notions. So we had a few little prizes that we wanted to add on here too. So we had talked about the Wonder Clips. Those were mentioned quite a few times. We love Wonder Clips. They're so fantastic. They're super convenient. You can easily clip your fabric versus pinning them. So wonderful there. We want a few extra prizes. We had also mentioned the pedal stay. When your foot control gets away from you, this is going to keep everything in place. Give a couple more prizes here. And we love our bendable bright light. You've got your LED light, has a little gooseneck so you're able to flex it down exactly where you want. Has little clips that you can secure the cord around your machine so it's not just dragging everywhere. It's all nice and neat. Oh, I'm so glad everybody had such a nice time. Oh, you guys are wonderful. We couldn't have done this without you. It's so much fun with all the comments. You guys are awesome. All right, let's give away a few more little things. How's that sound?
Sounds good. So let's do the bendable bright light first at number 47.
47. All right, let's see what it is. We got the bendable bright light. A little bit more. There we go. Okay. Bendable bright light. Bonnie Spicer, congratulations. Thank you, Bonnie.
Next, we got the Wonder Clips.
Perfect.
That's number 48.
Number 48 are the Wonder Clips. Sally Chan Chan, congratulations. You won the Wonder Clips. And number 49, got the pedal stay. Here we go. All right. Stefani Lowe, congratulations. All right, everybody. And just to recap on how to claim your prize, just go to our website, sewingpartsonline.com. Right on the front, there's a SewCreative Live section. If you just click on that and scroll down, go to the giveaways, and then just click claim your prize and fill out the form. I'd mentioned earlier, there was a lot it took to get this event in order. So we are going to take a little break afterwards and take a couple days off. But when Brian and I get back, we'll work really hard at getting everything shipped out. There are the terms and conditions do show how long you have to claim your prize. So just make sure that you do claim your prize just as soon as you can, and we'll get those out to you as soon as possible.
We'll do our best.
We'll do our best.
The bigger ones, like those are going to take a little longer.
Yeah, the bigger prizes are going to take a little longer.
We'll have to do some verification.
Yep, we're going to have to do verification, reach out to you guys and make sure that the person that won is the one that's getting it. All right, everybody. Well, we just want to thank you so much for being part of our very first virtual sewing event, SewCreative Live, and supporting our small family-owned business. We've absolutely loved doing this. We've had so much fun. You guys have been so patient with any little technical difficulty that we had. I, for one, feel like it went fantastic. What do you think, Brian?
I agree.
I think it was wonderful, and I know it's not going to be the last. We're going to do this again because it was so much fun. I see in the comments, rest up. Thanks so much. We had some fun, great education. I'm so glad you guys have enjoyed it.
Let all of them know that all of these will be posted to YouTube. You'll be able to watch them back. And right now I'll put up a list of the winners. So tell them to take a screenshot of it or refer back to it.
Oh, yes, before we head off. Okay, yes. Brian's going to share the screen right now for the winners for today. We also are going to share the winners for all 4 days on YouTube and also on Facebook. So if you want to take a screenshot of the winners, same time next year. Actually, we're hoping to do it more often than once a year. So it is for SewCreative Live for National Sewing Month, but we're going to try and do another one, hopefully not a year from now. And we also are intending to get together with a lot of these wonderful educators and do lives more often because this was fabulous. I enjoyed it a lot. Have you loved SewCreative Live and want us to do it again? Great question, Brian. Let us know on Facebook. All right. Well, I want to do it again.
We will.
We will. All right. Time, guys. We hope that you will be back with us next time we do this. And until next time, happy sewing.